through the ages. A comprehensive survey of art from ancient to modern, written by Haya Vent, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to Art History. Art history is the study of art and its development over time, encompassing the diverse forms, materials, and cultural contexts in which art is created. It traces the evolution of human expression from prehistoric times to the present, examining the motivations behind artistic creation, the roles of art in different societies, and the ways in which art reflects the values, beliefs, and experiences of its creators. This field of study is not only concerned with the visual aspects of art, but also with the social, political, and cultural factors that influence its production and reception. The role of art in society has always been profound. It serves as a mirror to the culture from which it originates, providing insight into the beliefs, rituals, and everyday life of the people who produce it. Art has been used to communicate ideas, preserve history, and express emotions. It has acted as both a tool of propaganda and a form of personal expression. Through the study of art history, we can better understand the complex interplay between culture, society, and the individual. Art history is typically divided into periods based on stylistic, cultural, and historical contexts. From the early cave paintings of prehistoric humans to the innovative works of contemporary artists, these periods provide a framework for understanding the development of artistic practices. These include ancient art, the art of the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, and modern and contemporary art movements. Each period reflects the changing needs and desires of societies, as well as the evolving techniques and materials used by artists. The methods used in art history vary, but they often involve analyzing the formal qualities of works of art, such as composition, color, and technique, alongside their historical context. Art historians also examine the role of patronage, the social status of the artist, and the influence of cultural and political events on the production of art. This interdisciplinary approach enables a deeper understanding of how art functions within its cultural context and how it shapes and is shaped by historical events. In addition to traditional visual arts such as painting, sculpture, and architecture, art history also encompasses other forms of artistic expression, including photography, printmaking, and new media art. Today, the field has expanded to include global perspectives, acknowledging the diverse traditions and approaches to art that have developed in different cultures around the world. As we delve into the history of art, it becomes clear that art is not only a product of its time, but also a continuous dialogue across cultures and generations. Defining art and its evolution. Art is a broad and complex concept that encompasses a wide range of human activities, creations, and expressions. Traditionally, it has been defined as any form of creative expression that evokes an emotional response, communicates ideas, or represents an aspect of human experience. This includes visual forms such as painting, sculpture, and architecture, as well as other mediums like music, dance, literature, and theater. Art has been a part of human culture for thousands of years, serving as a vehicle for self-expression, communication, and the exploration of the human condition. The definition of art has evolved over time, influenced by shifts in philosophy, culture, and societal values. In ancient times, art was often created for religious or functional purposes, such as decorating temples or recording historical events. In ancient Egypt, for example, art was heavily tied to religious beliefs and was intended to serve the gods or assist in the afterlife. Similarly, in ancient Greece and Rome, art was closely related to mythology, civic pride, and the celebration of human achievements. During these early periods, art was often seen as a tool to convey ideals of beauty, order, and harmony. The evolution of art took a significant turn during the Renaissance, when humanism emerged as a dominant philosophy. Artists began to focus more on the human figure and the natural world, emphasizing realism and individual expression. This shift marked the beginning of what is often called modern art, though this term would later be more definitively defined in the 19th and 20th centuries. The Renaissance ushered in new techniques, such as linear perspective and the study of anatomy, allowing artists to create more lifelike representations. As societies progressed, art became increasingly more experimental. In the modern era, especially during the 19th and 20th centuries, movements like Impressionism, Cubism, Surrealism, and Abstract Expressionism challenged traditional notions of representation. Artists sought to break free from realistic depictions and explore new forms of expression, using abstraction, fragmentation, and symbolism to communicate their ideas. These changes in art mirrored broader shifts in society, including industrialization, the rise of individualism, and the questioning of established norms. Today, the definition of art continues to evolve. With the advent of new technologies, the line between art and other forms of expression, such as digital media, performance, and conceptual art, has blurred. Art now embraces a wide range of practices that reflect the diversity of global cultures and the complexities of contemporary life. As such, art remains an ever-changing, dynamic form of human expression that adapts to the cultural, social, and technological contexts in which it is created. The role of art in society. Art has played a central role in human societies throughout history, serving as a powerful tool for communication, expression, and reflection. It acts as both a mirror and a molder of culture, capturing the values, beliefs, and experiences of individuals and communities. Through its various forms, art reflects the diversity of human thought, providing a window into how societies perceive themselves, the world around them, and their place within it. From early cave paintings to contemporary digital installations, art has been a fundamental way for people to express their thoughts, tell their stories, and connect with others. One of the primary roles of art in society is to convey meaning and communicate ideas that transcend language and time. Art enables individuals to express emotions, beliefs, and experiences that may be difficult to articulate through words alone. Whether through visual representations, music, dance, or theater, art provides an emotional outlet and a platform for both personal and collective expression. It can evoke a sense of shared identity, foster empathy, and offer a way to process complex emotions. Throughout history, art has been used to communicate powerful messages, such as political protest, religious devotion, or social commentary. Art also functions as a means of preserving history and culture. Through the creation of monuments, sculptures, paintings, and other artifacts, societies can document important events, commemorate individuals, and preserve the legacy of their traditions. For example, ancient civilizations used art to immortalize their rulers and gods, while later generations used it to commemorate historical events like battles or revolutions. In this way, art not only reflects society, but also preserves the stories that shape collective memory. Beyond its ability to represent and preserve, art can challenge societal norms and provoke change. Throughout history, artists have used their work to challenge political, social, and cultural institutions, often sparking movements that lead to shifts in public consciousness. Art has been a catalyst for social change, pushing boundaries and questioning dominant ideologies. For example, the Dada movement questioned traditional artistic values during the aftermath of World War I, while the civil rights movement in the United States was supported by powerful visual imagery that raised awareness and called for justice. In modern society, art also plays an economic and entertainment role, contributing to industries such as tourism, media, and advertising. It shapes public perception and influences trends in fashion, design, and technology. Today, art is not only a form of personal expression, but also a commodity that fuels global markets, with galleries, museums, and auction houses becoming major players in the art world's economic ecosystem. In essence, art is an essential part of society, functioning not only as a reflection of the human experience, but also as a means of shaping and influencing the world around us. Its multifaceted role continues to evolve, demonstrating the enduring power of art to shape culture, foster connections, and challenge societal norms. Approaches to studying art. Studying art involves a variety of approaches that help us understand the complexities of artworks and the cultures that produce them. These methodologies are shaped by different academic traditions, cultural contexts, and disciplinary perspectives. By analyzing art through diverse lenses, we can gain a deeper appreciation for its forms, meanings, and functions. The primary approaches to studying art include formal analysis, iconography, contextual analysis, and social history, each offering distinct ways of interpreting and engaging with visual works. Formal analysis is one of the most fundamental approaches to studying art. It focuses on the visual elements of a work, such as composition, color, line, texture, and shape, and how these elements are arranged to create meaning or evoke emotion. Through formal analysis, art historians examine the technical aspects of an artwork, looking at the artist's use of materials, techniques, and stylistic choices. This approach allows for a detailed understanding of how the aesthetic qualities of an artwork contribute to its overall impact. Formal analysis is often employed when trying to understand how an artist manipulates visual language to communicate specific ideas or emotions. Iconography is another significant approach to art history. This method involves interpreting the symbols and imagery within a work of art to uncover deeper meanings. Iconography helps us understand how certain motifs, symbols, or themes are used to convey specific messages, often drawing from religious, mythological, or historical references. By studying the iconography of an artwork, historians can uncover hidden meanings and explore the cultural, religious, or political context in which it was created. For example, a painting of a saint might be analyzed by interpreting the symbols associated with that saint, such as a halo or a particular object that signifies their role in religious tradition. Contextual analysis is an approach that looks beyond the artwork itself and places it within its broader historical, cultural, and social context. This method emphasizes the conditions in which the art was created, including the artist's biography, the political climate, and the influence of patrons or institutions. Understanding the context of an artwork can reveal how it reflects or responds to the time and place in which it was produced. For example, a painting created during a time of political unrest might be seen as a form of protest or a response to social conditions, adding layers of meaning to the work. Social history approaches art by examining how it relates to social structures, class, gender, and identity. This methodology explores the role of art in shaping and reflecting societal norms, often focusing on marginalized groups and the ways art can challenge power dynamics. Social history considers the artist's position in society and the intended audience for the work, offering insights into how art interacts with the social and political realities of its time. Together, these various approaches enrich our understanding of art by providing multiple perspectives on its meaning, creation, and reception. Each method offers a unique lens through which to appreciate the complex relationships between art and society, ensuring that art history remains a dynamic and multifaceted field of study. Key art movements and periods. Throughout history, art has evolved in response to social, political, cultural, and technological changes. As artists have responded to the world around them, distinct movements and periods have emerged, each characterized by unique styles, themes, and techniques. These movements are essential for understanding the progression of art and the shifting ways in which societies have valued and expressed creativity. One of the earliest significant periods in art history is ancient art, which spans from prehistoric cave paintings to the sophisticated works of ancient Egypt, Greece, and Rome. The art of these civilizations was often deeply connected to religion, politics, and the celebration of human achievement. Ancient Greek art, for example, is known for its pursuit of idealized human forms and the development of the classical style, while Roman art was renowned for its realism and use of portraiture. These early art forms laid the foundation for many later artistic movements, particularly in terms of proportion, composition, and the human figure. The Middle Ages, particularly the Romanesque and Gothic periods, saw art primarily devoted to religious themes. The focus was on conveying spiritual truths rather than naturalistic representation, with iconic religious imagery and monumental architecture like cathedrals dominating the period. The development of illuminated manuscripts also emerged as a significant art form during this time. The Renaissance, which began in Italy during the 14th century, marked a major turning point in art history. It was a revival of classical ideals, emphasizing humanism, the study of anatomy, perspective, and a more naturalistic portrayal of the world. Artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael produced works that celebrated human achievement, individualism, and the beauty of the natural world. The Baroque period followed, characterized by dramatic use of light and shadow, intense emotion, and grandiose compositions. Artists like Caravaggio, Rembrandt, and Peter Paul Rubens embraced theatricality and movement to evoke emotion and engage the viewer. Baroque art often reflected the tension between the Catholic Church and Protestant Reformation, as well as the rise of absolute monarchies. In contrast, the Rococo period that followed was more playful and ornate, focusing on lightness, grace, and themes of love and nature. The 19th century brought about the rise of modernism, with movements such as Romanticism, Realism, Impressionism, and later, Cubism and Surrealism. Romanticism emphasized emotion and the sublime, often reacting against industrialization and rationalism. Realism, on the other hand, sought to depict the everyday lives of ordinary people with honesty and detail. Impressionism, led by artists like Claude Monet, captured fleeting moments and the effects of light, while movements like Cubism, led by Pablo Picasso, fragmented reality into abstract forms. In the 20th century, the rise of movements like abstract expressionism, pop art, and conceptual art reflected the growing emphasis on individual expression, consumer culture, and the questioning of traditional boundaries in art. These movements, along with others, signaled a departure from traditional aesthetics and opened the door for new forms of artistic experimentation and innovation. Today, contemporary art continues to evolve, often incorporating digital technology and global influences, reflecting the diverse and interconnected world we live in. The importance of context in art interpretation. Context plays a crucial role in the interpretation of art, influencing how we understand, appreciate, and assign meaning to a work of art. Art is never created in a vacuum. It is shaped by a wide range of factors, including the cultural, historical, social, and political environment in which it was produced. These elements offer insights into the artist's intentions, the message they sought to convey, and how the work would have been understood by its original audience. Without considering context, we risk misinterpreting or oversimplifying the meaning of an artwork. One of the primary ways in which context affects art interpretation is through the historical lens. An artwork created during a particular period reflects the concerns, values, and beliefs of that time. For example, art produced during the Renaissance, a period marked by a renewed interest in classical antiquity and humanism, often emphasized themes such as individualism, the beauty of the human form, and the exploration of nature. In contrast, art from the Baroque period, which arose in the context of religious upheaval and political absolutism, often conveyed intense emotion, drama, and grandeur. By understanding the historical backdrop of a work, we can better grasp its deeper significance and the intent behind its creation. Cultural context is another important aspect of art interpretation. Art is deeply embedded in the traditions, beliefs, and practices of the culture from which it originates. For example, religious art in medieval Europe often served to communicate spiritual truths to a largely illiterate population, relying on iconography and symbolism to convey biblical narratives and Christian teachings. In non-Western cultures, art has also been used as a means of preserving history, celebrating rituals, and conveying communal values. Without understanding the cultural context in which a work of art was created, we may fail to recognize its intended meaning or significance. Social and political context also plays a significant role in shaping art. Throughout history, artists have used their work to comment on, critique, or reflect on the social and political issues of their time. For instance, during times of war or revolution, art may reflect themes of resistance, patriotism, or suffering. The works of artists like Picasso, in his famous painting Guernica, serve as powerful commentaries on the atrocities of war. Understanding the social and political climate in which an artwork was produced provides a richer, more nuanced understanding of its message. Ultimately, art is a reflection of the world in which it is created, and context is key to unlocking its full meaning. By considering the historical, cultural, social, and political context surrounding an artwork, we gain a deeper appreciation for its significance and a more comprehensive understanding of its place in the broader narrative of human experience. Chapter 2: Art of the Ancient World. The art of the ancient world offers a fascinating glimpse into the lives, beliefs, and values of early civilizations. From the earliest cave paintings to the monumental achievements of ancient Egypt, Greece, and Rome, the art produced in these cultures laid the foundations for many of the artistic traditions that followed. Ancient art was often intertwined with religion, politics, and daily life, serving as a reflection of the societies that created it. One of the earliest forms of ancient art comes from the prehistoric period, with cave paintings found in sites like Lascaux in France. These paintings, created over 30,000 years ago, depict animals and human figures, suggesting that early humans used art as a form of communication, ritual, or storytelling. These images provide evidence of the early human capacity for symbolic thinking and creativity, marking the beginning of art's role in human life. In ancient Egypt, art was primarily focused on religious and funerary purposes. Egyptian artists developed a highly stylized and symbolic approach to representing the human form, with figures often depicted in composite views, showing the most recognizable features from multiple perspectives. Egyptian art was meant to serve both the gods and the afterlife, as seen in the vast tombs and pyramids constructed for pharaohs, filled with detailed frescoes, statues, and hieroglyphics. These works emphasized permanence and order, reflecting the stability and authority of the divine kingship that ruled Egypt for millennia. Greek art, in contrast, focused on the idealization of the human body and the pursuit of naturalism. The Greeks developed advanced techniques in sculpture, creating lifelike representations of gods, athletes, and everyday people. The classical period, in particular, saw the development of the ideal human form, with artists like Phidias creating statues that emphasized balance, proportion, and harmony. Greek art also introduced the concept of architectural perfection, exemplified by the Parthenon, with its mathematical precision and aesthetic beauty. Greek art was not only an expression of physical beauty, but also a reflection of philosophical ideals, including democracy, rational thought, and humanism. Roman art was heavily influenced by Greek traditions, yet it placed a greater emphasis on realism and practicality. Romans used art to celebrate military victories, commemorate public events, and honor their emperors. Portraits of Roman leaders, like those of Julius Caesar or Augustus, are often characterized by their realism and attention to detail, highlighting the individual's age and experience. Roman architecture, such as the Colosseum and the Pantheon, combined engineering prowess with artistic design, creating monumental structures that continue to inspire awe. The art of the ancient world laid the groundwork for the development of Western art and influenced countless cultures throughout history. Its legacy is visible in the ways that art continues to reflect human experience, from the divine to the everyday. Prehistoric art and cave paintings. Prehistoric art, created long before written language, represents some of the earliest forms of human creativity. It is a window into the minds and lives of our ancient ancestors, providing insight into their beliefs, environments, and ways of life. Prehistoric art includes a wide range of objects and forms, But cave paintings are among the most significant and iconic examples, offering a glimpse into the symbolic thinking and artistic expression of early humans. The oldest known cave paintings, dating back more than 30,000 years, have been discovered in various locations around the world, with famous sites in France, Spain, and Indonesia. These paintings, often created deep within caves, feature scenes of animals such as bison, horses, and mammoths, as well as human figures and abstract symbols. The use of natural pigments, such as ochre, charcoal, and mineral-based paints, reveals the early humans' ingenuity in creating lasting images. The paintings were often applied to cave walls using primitive brushes or by blowing pigment through hollow bones or reeds, showcasing both skill and a profound connection to their environment. One of the most famous sites of prehistoric cave art is Lascaux, located in southwestern France. The Lascaux caves are home to nearly 600 painted animals, and the vivid depictions of bison, deer, and other creatures are remarkably detailed. These paintings have long fascinated researchers, with various theories proposed about their meaning. Some suggest that the images may have had spiritual or ritualistic purposes, possibly related to hunting magic, where the painting served as a form of sympathetic magic to ensure successful hunts. Others argue that the paintings might represent early humans' understanding of animal behavior or their attempt to communicate through visual symbols. Whatever their exact purpose, the artworks provide valuable insight into the cognitive and social complexity of prehistoric societies. Cave paintings were not isolated examples of prehistoric art. Early humans also created carvings, sculptures, and portable art, including figurines and decorated tools. One famous example is the Venus figurines, small statues of women with exaggerated features, which may have served as fertility symbols or representations of a mother goddess. These objects demonstrate the importance of symbolism and abstraction in early human societies, marking a departure from simple representation and reflecting deeper cultural or spiritual beliefs. Prehistoric art and cave paintings mark a crucial development in human culture, representing the beginning of symbolic thought and creative expression. They offer a glimpse into the spiritual and cognitive lives of our ancestors, revealing that the impulse to create, to communicate, and to understand the world through art is deeply embedded in the human experience. Ancient Egyptian art. Ancient Egyptian art is some of the most recognizable and enduring art in history, reflecting the culture's beliefs, rituals, and social hierarchy. Created over thousands of years from the early dynastic period through to the Greco-Roman era, Egyptian art was primarily focused on serving religious, funerary, and symbolic purposes. It was deeply intertwined with the civilization's belief in the afterlife, the divine, and the role of the pharaoh as both a god and a ruler. One of the most distinctive features of Egyptian art is its highly stylized and symbolic nature. The Egyptians believed that art should not only represent the world as it appeared, but also convey eternal truths, which meant that a rigid set of artistic conventions developed over time. For example, in portraiture, figures were typically depicted in composite forms, with heads and legs shown in profile, but torsos presented frontally. This approach emphasized clarity and order, ensuring that each element of the figure was easily recognizable and understood. This style was designed to communicate the timeless and eternal nature of the subjects, particularly gods and pharaohs, who were often depicted in larger-than-life proportions to signify their divine or royal status. Religious themes dominated Egyptian art, with temples, tombs, and monuments adorned with images of gods, goddesses, and scenes from religious rituals. The gods were often depicted in human or animal forms, and their images were used to ensure the protection and favor of the divine. Temples, such as those at Karnak and Luxor, were covered in detailed reliefs showing offerings to the gods, the pharaoh's victories, and scenes from the afterlife. These images were intended not only for worship, but to preserve the sacred and ensure continuity in the afterlife. In funerary art, the Egyptians sought to ensure the safe passage of the soul into the afterlife. The pyramids, monumental tombs built for pharaohs and high-ranking officials, were filled with murals, sculptures, and inscriptions that depicted the deceased's journey through the afterlife. The most famous of these works are the wall paintings found in the tombs of the Valley of the Kings, such as those of Tutankhamun, which include scenes of gods, afterlife journeys, and symbolic rituals that were meant to guide and protect the dead in the next world. The Egyptians also produced exquisite works in jewelry, pottery, and sculpture, demonstrating advanced craftsmanship and a keen sense of beauty. Statues of gods and pharaohs were carved from stone or wood and often placed in temples or tombs as offerings or protective figures. These sculptures, such as the famous Great Sphinx of Giza, served as representations of divine power and authority. Ultimately, ancient Egyptian art was designed to maintain cosmic order, reflect divine harmony, and ensure immortality. The art's symbolic nature and adherence to tradition ensured its lasting influence, not only within Egypt, but also across many cultures in the centuries that followed. Mesopotamian art and architecture. Mesopotamian art and architecture, developed in the region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, are among the earliest examples of human artistic achievement. Spanning several ancient civilizations, including the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians, Mesopotamian art reflected the society's complex religious, political, and cultural structures. Much of the art created during this period was intended to serve the gods, commemorate rulers, and display the power and wealth of the city-states. Sumerian art, the earliest form of Mesopotamian art, was deeply connected to religion and was intended to honor the gods and ensure divine favor. The Sumerians created intricate cylinder seals, which were used to mark ownership or authenticate documents. These seals often depicted mythological scenes, religious rituals, and everyday activities. Sumerian sculpture also produced monumental figures such as statues of gods and goddesses, which were placed in temples. The famous Standard of Ur, a rectangular box adorned with elaborate inlays of lapis lazuli, is an example of Sumerian art depicting both war and peace. As Mesopotamian civilizations advanced, so did their artistic achievements. The Akkadians, for example, are known for their realistic and highly detailed portraiture. One of the most notable examples is the Victory Stele of Naram-Sin, which depicts the Akkadian king in a grand and triumphant pose, showing his military conquest. This stele is an important example of how art was used for political propaganda, celebrating the king's power and divine approval. Akkadian art marked a shift toward the portrayal of individual rulers as heroic, emphasizing their strength and divine favor. Babylonian art reached its peak during the reign of King Nebuchadnezzar II, who is known for commissioning large-scale architectural projects. The Ishtar Gate, with its blue-glazed bricks adorned with images of animals such as lions, dragons, and bulls, is one of the most famous examples of Babylonian architecture. The gate was part of the walls surrounding the ancient city of Babylon and was designed to awe visitors with its grandeur and beauty, reflecting the king's wealth and the city's importance as a cultural and political center. Assyrian art is famous for its detailed reliefs that decorated the walls of palaces, showcasing scenes of royal victories, military campaigns, and hunting expeditions. These reliefs were both decorative and propagandistic, designed to demonstrate the power and might of the Assyrian king. The Assyrian palaces also contained large statues of winged bulls and other mythological creatures, meant to protect the ruler and intimidate any potential invaders. Mesopotamian architecture was dominated by massive ziggurats, step pyramids dedicated to the gods. These monumental structures were not only religious centers, but also served as symbols of the ruler's devotion and their ability to control resources and labor. The ziggurat at Ur, for example, was an architectural feat designed to honor the moon god Nana and demonstrate the power of the city-state. Mesopotamian art and architecture were integral to expressing the complex relationship between the divine, the ruler, and the people. Through elaborate sculptures, monumental buildings, and detailed reliefs, these ancient societies left a lasting legacy that continues to inform our understanding of early civilization. Greek and Hellenistic art. Greek and Hellenistic art are pivotal in the history of Western art, influencing countless generations of artists and setting the foundation for many artistic principles still valued today. The art of ancient Greece evolved over several centuries, beginning with the geometric period and reaching its peak during the classical period, before continuing into the Hellenistic period following the conquests of Alexander the Great. These periods are characterized by an increasing emphasis on humanism, naturalism, and the portrayal of the human body, alongside developments in architecture, sculpture, and painting. Greek art is renowned for its pursuit of idealized human forms and its exploration of proportion, harmony, and balance. The classical period, particularly the 5th century BCE, represents the zenith of Greek artistic achievement. Artists sought to depict the human figure in a naturalistic but idealized way, emphasizing proportion, anatomy, and symmetry. The sculptor Phidias is one of the most celebrated figures of this period, responsible for the Parthenon sculptures, which exemplify the grace, balance, and beauty that defined classical Greek art. Sculptures like the Discobolus, discus thrower, by Myron, and Doryphoros, spear bearer, by Polykleitos, exemplify the classical pursuit of symmetria, or perfect proportion, in representing the human body. Greek architecture also reached its height during the classical period, with the construction of temples like the Parthenon on the Acropolis of Athens. Greek temples were designed to create a harmonious relationship between form and function, with columns and entablatures forming elegant proportions that have influenced Western architectural design for centuries. The Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian orders of columns, each with its distinct style, became standard elements in Greek architecture and remain influential today. The Hellenistic period, following the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BCE, marked a shift in Greek art toward greater emotional expression and individualism. The Hellenistic artists broke away from the ideals of calm restraint seen in the classical period, instead exploring more dramatic, dynamic, and complex forms. Sculptures from this time, such as the Locoen group and the Venus de Milo, display intense emotion and movement, depicting figures caught in the midst of action or suffering. This period also saw an increased interest in the diversity of the human experience, with representations of old age, childhood, and even physical imperfections. The Dying Gaul, for example, shows a defeated warrior in a vulnerable and poignant moment, demonstrating a new emphasis on the emotional and physical realities of life. Hellenistic art was also marked by increased experimentation and variety, as the influence of Greek culture spread throughout the Mediterranean and beyond. As Greek cities established themselves in Egypt, Persia, and India, the exchange of artistic ideas led to the fusion of Greek styles with local traditions, resulting in a more diverse and cosmopolitan art world. Both Greek and Hellenistic art have had a profound and lasting impact on Western art and culture. Their emphasis on beauty, proportion, and human experience continues to inspire modern art and architecture, making the legacy of ancient Greek art a cornerstone of artistic achievement. Roman art and architecture. Roman art and architecture represent the cultural and technological advancements of one of the most powerful civilizations in history. Roman art evolved from the influences of earlier Greek and Etruscan cultures, but was marked by a distinctive focus on realism, practicality, and monumental architecture. This artistic style, which reached its height between the 1st century BCE and the 4th century CE, was not only a tool for propaganda, but also a means to celebrate military victories, public achievements, and the power of the emperor. One of the key features of Roman art is its emphasis on realism, particularly in portraiture. Unlike the idealized figures of Greek sculpture, Roman portraiture often depicted individuals with an unflinching attention to detail, including wrinkles, blemishes, and other signs of aging. This was a reflection of the Roman value placed on wisdom and experience, especially in their leaders. The famous busts of Roman emperors such as Julius Caesar and Augustus are prime examples of this style, conveying both authority and a sense of individuality. These lifelike depictions were often used as tools of political power, with portraits of the emperor appearing on coins, monuments, and public buildings to reinforce the ruler's presence and legitimacy. In addition to portraiture, Roman art included a wide range of subjects, from historical scenes and mythological stories to everyday life. Roman frescoes, often found in the villas of wealthy Romans, are known for their detailed and vibrant depictions of landscapes, still life, and narrative scenes. These frescoes, especially those from Pompeii, are some of the best preserved examples of Roman art and provide valuable insight into Roman society and its cultural preferences. Roman mosaics, made from tiny pieces of colored stone, glass, or tile, were often used to decorate floors and walls, featuring intricate designs, scenes from mythology, or even representations of daily life. Roman architecture was monumental and practical, with a focus on engineering innovation. The Romans mastered the use of concrete, allowing them to build structures that were both large and durable. The Colosseum, one of the most iconic examples of Roman architecture, demonstrates the Romans' ability to create vast arenas for entertainment. Its complex system of arches and vaults enabled it to hold tens of thousands of spectators. Other notable Roman structures include the Pantheon, with its massive dome and oculus, and the aqueducts, which showcase the Romans' advanced engineering skills in supplying cities with water. Roman architecture also embraced the use of columns and the classical orders of architecture, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, which were often incorporated into public buildings, temples, and baths. The Roman Forum, a central gathering place for political and social activities, was surrounded by a series of monumental structures, showcasing the empire's wealth and organizational prowess. Overall, Roman art and architecture played a key role in the empire's ability to maintain control and display its power. The realism of Roman portraiture, the grandeur of its public monuments, and the practicality of its architecture have left a lasting legacy, influencing Western art and architecture for centuries. Chapter 3: Art of the Middle Ages. The art of the Middle Ages, spanning roughly from the 5th to the 15th century, is a rich and diverse period that reflects the social, religious, and cultural transformations of Europe during this time. This era witnessed the fall of the Roman Empire, the rise of Christianity, the development of feudalism, and the eventual emergence of the Renaissance. The art produced during these centuries served both religious and political functions, with the church being a dominant patron of the arts, but it also included works that reflected the daily lives and concerns of the broader population. Early medieval art, also known as the Dark Ages, saw the continuation of Roman traditions, though with a marked shift toward Christian themes. Christian iconography became the central subject of artistic production, as the church sought to communicate spiritual messages to a largely illiterate population. Artists created illuminated manuscripts, frescoes, and mosaics depicting biblical stories, saints, and divine figures. The style during this period was heavily stylized, with figures often appearing flat, symbolic, and without depth, focusing more on conveying religious truth than on realism. The Romanesque period, 10th to 12th centuries, saw the development of more monumental architecture, particularly in the construction of churches and abbeys. Romanesque buildings were characterized by their thick walls, rounded arches, and small windows, creating a sense of solidity and security. The frescoes, sculptures, and illuminated manuscripts produced during this time retained their religious focus, but began to incorporate more narrative elements, depicting scenes from the lives of Christ and the saints. This period also saw the creation of pilgrimage art, with objects like reliquaries, crucifixes, and altarpieces made to hold sacred relics and facilitate devotion. The Gothic period, which emerged in the 12th century and lasted until the 16th century, brought significant changes to the visual arts. Gothic architecture, with its soaring spires, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses, allowed for larger windows and the iconic stained glass windows that became one of the defining features of the period. These stained glass windows were not only decorative, but also served to tell stories from the Bible, filling churches with light and color and educating the faithful. In sculpture, the figures became more naturalistic, with an emphasis on grace and emotion, reflecting the growing interest in the human experience. Painting in the Middle Ages also evolved, with the introduction of more realistic depictions of the human figure and a greater emphasis on perspective in the later Gothic period. However, even in the late Middle Ages, religious subjects dominated, as art remained primarily a tool for devotion and religious instruction. Throughout the Middle Ages, art was deeply intertwined with religion and was used to convey spiritual truths, educate the public, and enhance the grandeur of the church. The legacy of medieval art can still be seen in the grandeur of Gothic cathedrals, the vibrancy of illuminated manuscripts, and the enduring influence of medieval iconography on Western art. Early Christian and Byzantine art. Early Christian and Byzantine art are closely intertwined with the rise of Christianity and its establishment as the dominant religion in the Roman Empire. The transition from the classical traditions of ancient Rome to the symbolic and spiritual expressions of early Christian art marked a significant shift in the way art was used, created, and understood. This era saw the development of an art style that was not concerned with naturalism or individualism, but rather with conveying divine truths, religious beliefs, and the promise of eternal life. Early Christian art emerged in the 3rd and 4th centuries CE, during a time when Christians were beginning to gain legal recognition and freedom under the reign of Emperor Constantine. Initially, early Christian artists continued to use the Roman artistic traditions, such as frescoes, mosaics, and sarcophagi, but these works began to take on distinctly Christian themes. Unlike their Roman predecessors, who focused on gods, rulers, and everyday life, early Christian artists focused primarily on biblical subjects, including scenes from the life of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and Christian saints. One of the most important symbols of early Christian art was the Good Shepherd, which represented Christ's care for his followers. Early Christian artists also adopted the Roman tradition of using catacombs for burials, where they painted frescoes and carvings on the walls to provide spiritual comfort for the deceased. The art in these catacombs was often simple and symbolic, using visual metaphors such as the fish ichthys to represent Christ, as well as images of the lamb, the kiro, the Christian monogram, and other religious symbols. The focus was on creating an art that conveyed a sense of peace, salvation, and eternal life, rather than depicting the human experience with the same realism seen in earlier Roman art. Byzantine art, which emerged after the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century CE, further developed this symbolic and religious style. The Byzantine Empire, centered in Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, became the heart of Christian art and culture. Byzantine art is characterized by its use of gold backgrounds, rich mosaics, and iconic religious imagery, all aimed at inspiring awe and reverence. One of the defining features of Byzantine art is the icon, a religious image often painted on wood or mosaicked onto walls. Icons were used to venerate saints, Christ, and the Virgin Mary, serving as windows to the divine. They were believed to have spiritual power and were used in private and public devotion. Byzantine churches, such as the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, featured expansive mosaics and frescoes that covered walls and ceilings, often depicting scenes of the Last Judgment, Christ Pantocrator, Christ as ruler of the universe, and other religious subjects. These works were not only meant to educate the faithful, but also to remind them of the divine presence in everyday life. Byzantine art emphasized spirituality over physicality, using symbols and flat, stylized images to convey eternal truths rather than the natural world. Together, early Christian and Byzantine art represent a shift from the classical tradition of the Roman Empire to a new artistic language centered around faith, spirituality, and the divine. This art served as a powerful tool for communicating the Christian message and shaping the religious and cultural identity of the Eastern Roman Empire. Medieval art and architecture. Medieval art and architecture, spanning roughly from the 5th to the 15th century, reflects the cultural, religious, and political shifts that took place in Europe during the Middle Ages. This era, which followed the fall of the Roman Empire, witnessed the spread of Christianity, the rise of feudalism, and the development of a distinct artistic language. Medieval art was deeply tied to the church, which was the primary patron of the arts, and the religious themes depicted in art played a central role in both daily life and spiritual practice. The early medieval period, often referred to as the Dark Ages, saw the emergence of a unique art style that was influenced by both Christian and Roman traditions. Artists focused primarily on religious subjects, creating illuminated manuscripts, frescoes, and sculptures that depicted scenes from the Bible and the lives of saints. The lack of interest in naturalism during this time was a defining characteristic, as the purpose of the artwork was not to reflect the physical world accurately, but to communicate spiritual truths. Figures were often stylized and symbolic, with an emphasis on conveying divine messages rather than portraying the natural world in a realistic way. Romanesque art, which developed in the 10th and 11th centuries, saw the rise of monumental stone churches and the use of more elaborate sculptural decoration. Romanesque architecture is characterized by thick walls, rounded arches, and small windows, creating a sense of solidity and security. The art of this period was often focused on biblical narratives, with sculptures adorning the exterior of churches, especially around doorways and portals. These sculptures were intended to educate the largely illiterate population about Christian teachings, with scenes of the Last Judgment and other religious subjects serving as both decoration and instruction. The Gothic period, which began in the 12th century and continued into the 16th century, brought significant changes to medieval art and architecture. Gothic architecture is known for its soaring spires, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses, which allowed for larger windows and the creation of stunning stained glass windows. These windows, often depicting biblical stories, filled churches with light and color, transforming the religious experience. The architecture became more vertical, symbolizing the aspiration to reach the divine. In sculpture, figures became more naturalistic, with an emphasis on grace and emotional expression. The famous cathedrals of Chartres, Notre Dame, and Reims are prime examples of Gothic architecture, with their intricate stonework and breathtaking stained glass. Medieval painting also evolved, particularly during the Gothic period, when artists began to explore more realistic depictions of the human form and space. However, religious subjects remained dominant, and the focus was still on the spiritual rather than the physical world. The altarpieces, frescoes, and illuminated manuscripts of the period are filled with vivid colors and intricate details, offering a window into the medieval worldview. Medieval art and architecture were deeply intertwined with religion, and their purpose was to glorify God, educate the faithful, and inspire devotion. The legacy of medieval art continues to be felt today, especially in the stunning cathedrals, churches, and manuscript illuminations that still stand as testaments to the artistic achievements of the Middle Ages. Romanesque art and architecture. Romanesque art and architecture, which flourished between the 10th and 12th centuries, marks a pivotal period in the history of Western art, bridging the gap between the collapse of the Roman Empire and the emergence of Gothic style. This era is characterized by the revival of monumental architecture and the continued dominance of religious themes in art. The Romanesque period is notable for its emphasis on solidity, order, and spiritual symbolism, reflecting the social and political stability that began to return to Europe after the chaos of the early medieval centuries. Romanesque architecture is primarily defined by its use of massive stone construction, rounded arches, and barrel vaults. Churches and monasteries were the primary building projects during this time, and the design of these structures was deeply influenced by the need for large, durable buildings to accommodate the growing Christian community. The most notable feature of Romanesque buildings was the thick, heavy walls that provided structural support for the large stone roofs. These walls were often punctuated by small, rounded windows, giving the buildings a fortress-like appearance. The interior spaces of Romanesque churches were dark, but they were illuminated by the flickering light of candles and oil lamps, adding to the sense of mystery and reverence. The layout of Romanesque churches typically followed the shape of a cross, with a central nave, transepts, and an apse, reflecting the symbolic nature of Christian worship. These churches often featured elaborate sculptural decoration, with detailed carvings on doorways, capitals, and columns. Scenes from the Bible, especially depictions of the Last Judgment, were commonly featured on the tympanums above church entrances. These sculptures were not just decorative. They served as visual sermons for the largely illiterate population, teaching religious stories and offering moral lessons. Romanesque painting and sculpture were similarly focused on religious subjects, and artists used vibrant colors and stylized forms to convey spiritual messages. Mosaics, frescoes, and illuminated manuscripts often depicted Christ, the Virgin Mary, and various saints with an emphasis on their divine nature rather than their human traits. The figures in Romanesque art were often elongated and flat, lacking the realistic proportions of classical art, as the focus was on the transcendent qualities of the figures rather than their physical reality. Romanesque art and architecture also saw the development of the pilgrimage culture, which led to the construction of churches designed to accommodate large numbers of pilgrims traveling to venerated religious sites. The Church of Saint-Sernin in Toulouse and the Abbey Church of Sainte-Foy in Conques are prime examples of Romanesque architecture built to house these religious visitors, with expansive naves and reliquaries designed to hold sacred objects. Overall, Romanesque art and architecture reflect a time of religious devotion, social stability, and growing urbanization in Europe. The monumental stone churches and vibrant religious art of this period set the stage for the more intricate and elevated Gothic style that followed. Gothic art and cathedrals. Gothic art and architecture, which emerged in the 12th century and reached its peak in the 13th and 14th centuries, represents one of the most transformative periods in the history of Western art. Characterized by soaring architecture, intricate detailing, and an emphasis on light and verticality, Gothic art was deeply connected to the religious fervor and growing urbanization of medieval Europe. The style's primary aim was to create spaces that inspired awe, elevated the spiritual experience, and reflected the glory of God. The hallmark of Gothic architecture is the verticality and lightness achieved through innovations in structural engineering. Unlike the heavy, solid structures of the Romanesque period, Gothic cathedrals were designed with thin walls and large windows. The use of flying buttresses, ribbed vaults, and pointed arches allowed for taller buildings and enabled the inclusion of expansive windows filled with stained glass. These innovations not only made it possible to construct the soaring, expansive spaces characteristic of Gothic churches, but also provided the opportunity to flood these interiors with light. The play of light and shadow created by the stained glass windows transformed the spiritual atmosphere inside the church, filling it with colors and evoking a sense of divine presence. One of the most recognizable features of Gothic architecture is the pointed arch, which allowed for greater height and weight distribution. The ribbed vaults, another major architectural development, permitted the construction of high, open spaces, while the flying buttresses directed the weight of the building outward and away from the walls. This engineering genius led to the creation of some of the most iconic structures of the Gothic period, including Notre Dame de Paris, Chartres Cathedral, and the Cathedral of Reims. These cathedrals were not only places of worship, but also symbols of civic pride and the power of the church, with their towering spires and detailed sculptures meant to inspire reverence and awe. Gothic art is also notable for its focus on naturalism and emotion, particularly in sculpture and painting. The figures carved into the cathedral's facades became more lifelike, with greater attention to anatomy and expression. Gothic sculptors sought to portray human figures with more naturalistic proportions, presenting not just saints and biblical figures, but also scenes of everyday life. Stained glass windows depicted vivid biblical stories in brilliant colors, often designed to teach the largely illiterate population about Christian history and theology. Iconic windows like those of Chartres Cathedral are still celebrated for their beauty and technical mastery. In painting, Gothic artists moved toward greater realism, using perspective, light, and shadow to create a sense of depth and dimension. Religious themes dominated, with depictions of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints, but the emotional intensity of these images marked a departure from the more distant, idealized figures of the earlier medieval periods. Gothic art and architecture reflect the aspirations of medieval society, a yearning to reach the divine through art and architecture, to express faith in a tangible form, and to create spaces that were not only functional, but also transcendent. The legacy of Gothic art continues to influence architecture and artistic design, with its emphasis on light, height, and intricate detail resonating through centuries of Western art. Illuminated manuscripts and iconography. Illuminated manuscripts and iconography are among the most significant artistic achievements of the medieval period, reflecting the cultural, religious, and intellectual climate of the time. Illuminated manuscripts, often created by monks in monastic scriptoriums, are handwritten books that were decorated with elaborate illustrations, vibrant colors, and gold leaf. These works were not only texts, but also sacred objects, designed to glorify the Word of God and provide visual storytelling to a largely illiterate population. Iconography, on the other hand, refers to the symbolic representation of religious subjects such as Christ, the Virgin Mary, saints, and biblical scenes through images and symbols. Together, these art forms played an essential role in both religious devotion and the transmission of Christian teachings. The creation of illuminated manuscripts was an intricate and labor-intensive process. Monks and scribes would first copy religious texts, such as the Bible, psalters, or books of prayer, onto parchment or vellum. Once the text was complete, artists would embellish the pages with beautiful and often intricate designs. These illuminations included elaborate initials, borders, and miniatures depicting key religious scenes. One of the key features of illuminated manuscripts was the use of gold leaf or gold paint, which made the images and text shine with a divine light. The combination of written text and visual art made these manuscripts powerful tools for teaching, worship, and personal devotion. One of the most famous examples of illuminated manuscripts is the Book of Kells, an intricately decorated version of the Four Gospels, created by Irish monks around the 9th century. The manuscript's pages are filled with vivid, colorful illustrations, interlaced patterns, and scenes from the life of Christ. The pages are not merely functional, they serve to transform the words into a spiritual experience, evoking the divine through their detailed imagery. The use of symbolic imagery, such as the Lamb of God or the Chi-Rho monogram, further reinforces the sacred nature of the manuscript. Iconography, closely related to the illumination process, involves the use of symbols and images to convey specific theological concepts. Religious icons were often created to venerate saints, Christ, and the Virgin Mary, and these images were central to religious practices, particularly in Eastern Christianity. The creation of icons followed strict conventions to ensure that each symbol and detail was imbued with spiritual meaning. Icons were not intended to be realistic depictions of their subjects, but rather spiritual representations designed to connect the viewer with the divine. They were used as aids for worship, prayer, and contemplation, and often served as focal points in churches, homes, and personal altars. Both illuminated manuscripts and icons served as vital tools for religious expression and instruction during the medieval period. They bridged the gap between the written word and visual experience, making sacred texts and religious concepts more accessible to the people. These works also embodied the belief that art had the power to communicate the divine, and their legacy continues to influence Christian art today, offering a glimpse into the spiritual life and artistic practices of the medieval world. Chapter 4: The Renaissance and Early Modern Art. The Renaissance, spanning roughly from the 14th to the 17th century, marks one of the most significant periods in Western art history. Originating in Italy, this era saw a revival of classical antiquities ideals and a renewed focus on humanism, science, and the individual. The term Renaissance, meaning rebirth, encapsulates the dramatic transformation in art, culture, and intellectual thought that defined the period. Artists of the Renaissance sought to capture the natural world more accurately, emphasizing perspective, anatomy, and the beauty of the human form. This period laid the foundation for the development of early modern art, which continued to evolve in diverse directions across Europe. Central to Renaissance art was the rediscovery of classical ideals, influenced by the study of ancient Greek and Roman art and philosophy. Artists turned away from the symbolic and spiritual focus of medieval art, instead embracing naturalism and the study of human anatomy. This shift was particularly evident in the work of great artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael. Leonardo's Vitruvian Man and Michelangelo's sculptural masterpiece, the David, epitomized the Renaissance interest in the human body and its proportions. The use of linear perspective in painting, as perfected by artists like Filippo Brunelleschi and Masaccio, allowed for the creation of a sense of depth and three-dimensionality on a two-dimensional surface. The High Renaissance, which reached its apex in the late 15th and early 16th centuries, was characterized by an emphasis on harmony, balance, and proportion in art. This period produced some of the most iconic works in Western art, such as Leonardo's Mona Lisa, Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel ceiling, and Raphael's School of Athens. These masterpieces not only demonstrated technical mastery, but also reflected the era's intellectual and philosophical currents, which valued reason, beauty, and the pursuit of knowledge. As the Renaissance spread across Europe, it influenced the development of early modern art, which emerged in the 16th and early 17th centuries. In Northern Europe, artists such as Albrecht Dürer and Jan van Eyck brought Renaissance ideals into their own cultural contexts. Northern artists were particularly known for their meticulous attention to detail and the use of oil paint, which allowed for greater depth and texture in their work. Meanwhile, in Spain, artists like El Greco embraced expressive distortion and dramatic lighting, which would later influence the Baroque style. The influence of Renaissance humanism also led to a greater focus on secular themes, with artists creating portraits, mythological scenes, and landscapes alongside religious subjects. This shift in subject matter reflected the growing influence of the middle class and the rise of individualism. Artists began to see themselves not only as craftsmen, but as intellectuals and visionaries, shaping the world around them through their creative expression. In sum, the Renaissance and early modern art periods were defined by a return to classical ideals, an exploration of human nature, and the development of new artistic techniques. These centuries transformed the way art was perceived and created, influencing countless generations of artists and laying the groundwork for the artistic movements that followed. The rise of humanism. The rise of humanism during the Renaissance was a pivotal intellectual movement that shifted the focus of European thought from a primarily religious and theological worldview to one that emphasized the potential and achievements of human beings. This cultural shift began in Italy in the 14th century and spread across Europe, profoundly influencing the development of art, literature, philosophy, and science. Humanism marked a return to the classical ideals of ancient Greece and Rome, where reason, individualism, and the study of human nature were celebrated. It encouraged a renewed interest in the human experience, seeking to understand humanity's place in the world through observation, critical thinking, and artistic expression. Humanism emerged as a response to the rigidity of medieval scholasticism, which focused primarily on theological debates and the teachings of the Church. Scholars and thinkers, inspired by the rediscovery of classical texts, began to study the works of ancient philosophers, scientists, and writers. Figures such as Petrarch, often referred to as the father of humanism, sought to recover and preserve the ancient manuscripts of Greek and Roman authors. This revival of classical antiquity led to a reevaluation of the value of human knowledge and achievement, emphasizing the dignity of the individual and the importance of education. One of the key elements of humanism was its emphasis on education, particularly the study of the humanities, which included grammar, rhetoric, poetry, history, and moral philosophy. Humanist scholars believed that through the study of these subjects, individuals could cultivate a well-rounded intellect and moral character. This focus on education fostered the development of universities and academies, where the study of classical texts was central to the curriculum. Humanism also led to the creation of an intellectual culture that valued curiosity, critical thinking, and the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake. In art, humanism had a profound impact, inspiring a shift toward realism and the accurate representation of the human form. Renaissance artists, influenced by humanist ideals, sought to capture the beauty and complexity of the human body, turning to classical models for inspiration. Artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael studied anatomy, perspective, and proportion to create works that celebrated human achievements and individuality. Portraiture, which became increasingly popular during the Renaissance, reflected the humanist focus on the individual and the importance of personal identity. Humanism also reshaped literature and philosophy, with writers like Dante Alighieri, Geoffrey Chaucer, and Erasmus exploring themes of human nature, morality, and individual experience. The humanist movement promoted the idea that humans, with their capacity for reason and creativity, had the ability to shape their own destinies and contribute to the betterment of society. Ultimately, the rise of humanism during the Renaissance marked a profound shift in European intellectual and cultural life. It laid the foundation for modern science, philosophy, and the arts, and its influence continues to resonate today in our emphasis on human rights, education, and the celebration of individual potential. Italian Renaissance art, key artists and techniques. The Italian Renaissance, which spanned from the 14th to the 17th century, was a period of extraordinary artistic achievement that laid the foundation for much of Western art. It saw the development of new techniques, the emergence of iconic artists, and the blossoming of visual culture in Italy. The focus during this period shifted to the human figure, naturalism, perspective, and the use of light and shadow. Key artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Raphael, and Sandro Botticelli transformed the art world through their revolutionary approaches and created masterpieces that continue to define the Renaissance. One of the most significant advancements during the Italian Renaissance was the development of linear perspective, a technique that allowed artists to create a sense of depth and three-dimensionality on a two-dimensional surface. Filippo Brunelleschi is credited with first formalizing the concept of linear perspective, but it was artists like Masaccio and Leonardo da Vinci who used it to create lifelike depictions of space. This innovation fundamentally changed how artists approached the composition of their works, leading to more realistic and dynamic representations of the human world. The study of anatomy also became central to the work of Renaissance artists, as they sought to depict the human body with greater accuracy and realism. Leonardo da Vinci, in particular, was renowned for his detailed studies of human anatomy, and his sketches of the human form set new standards for the depiction of the body. Michelangelo's sculptures, such as the David and the Pietà, exemplify this anatomical precision, with their muscular figures and lifelike details demonstrating the artist's deep understanding of the human form. Michelangelo's work in painting, especially the frescoes on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, also reflects this mastery of anatomy. Chiaroscuro, the use of light and dark contrasts to create a sense of volume and three-dimensionality, was another key technique developed during the Renaissance. Artists like Caravaggio perfected this technique, bringing a dramatic intensity to their works. In addition, sfumato, the technique of blending colors and tones to create soft transitions between light and shadow, was popularized by Leonardo da Vinci in works such as the Mona Lisa. This subtle gradation of light added to the lifelike quality of his portraits. Raphael, known for his harmonious and balanced compositions, made significant contributions to the development of perspective and depth in painting. His work, such as the School of Athens, showcases his ability to incorporate classical themes into Renaissance art while maintaining a sense of order and intellectual rigor. Botticelli, another master of the period, created ethereal and graceful works such as The Birth of Venus, which combined mythology with Renaissance ideals of beauty and humanism. Italian Renaissance artists were not only skilled technicians, but also visionary thinkers, blending artistic techniques with the intellectual currents of the time. Their works celebrated human achievement, explored the natural world, and reflected a renewed interest in classical antiquity. The artistic innovations of this period, driven by key figures and groundbreaking techniques, have had a lasting influence on art history, inspiring generations of artists and shaping the course of Western art. Northern Renaissance art. The Northern Renaissance, which developed in the 15th and 16th centuries, was a distinct artistic movement that paralleled the Italian Renaissance, but had its own unique qualities and influences. Centered in regions such as Flanders, Germany, and the Netherlands, this movement was marked by meticulous attention to detail, a focus on domestic and religious themes, and the use of oil painting techniques. While the Italian Renaissance focused on classical ideals, the Northern Renaissance emphasized realism and the spiritual life, creating a bridge between medieval traditions and the emerging modern world. One of the most important developments in Northern Renaissance art was the widespread use of oil paint, a technique that allowed for greater precision, texture, and depth than earlier tempera paints. Artists such as Jan van Eyck are often credited with perfecting oil painting, which he used to create remarkably detailed works like the Arnolfini portrait and the Ghent altarpiece. Van Eyck's ability to capture light, texture, and fine details with oil paint set a new standard for artists in the Northern Renaissance. The transparency and blending capabilities of oil paint enabled artists to create lifelike depictions of both the human figure and the natural world, such as the intricate fabrics, reflective surfaces, and vivid textures found in their paintings. Unlike their Italian counterparts, who often focused on mythological or religious narratives, Northern Renaissance artists frequently depicted scenes of everyday life, domestic interiors, and landscapes. This shift was in part due to the growing importance of the middle class and the rise of private patronage. For example, the works of Peter Bruegel the Elder, such as The Harvesters and The Peasant Wedding, capture the daily activities and customs of common folk. Bruegel's paintings emphasize the importance of nature and human interaction with the environment, often infused with social commentary and moral lessons. Religious subjects remained central to Northern Renaissance art, but the approach to these themes differed from the idealized figures and grandeur of Italian art. Artists like Albrecht Dürer, a master of woodcuts and engraving, fused Northern attention to detail with some Italian techniques, such as perspective and proportion. Dürer's prints, such as his famous Praying Hands and Night, Death, and the Devil, reflect a meticulous study of human form and landscape while conveying profound spiritual or philosophical messages. The detailed realism of Northern Renaissance art extended to the depiction of sacred objects, such as altarpieces and devotional paintings, where everyday objects were given symbolic significance. Artists often used symbolism to convey religious messages, with objects like flowers, animals, and the play of light used to express deeper theological meanings. The work of Hans Holbein the Younger, particularly his portraits of the English court, also exemplifies the Northern Renaissance's focus on realism, capturing the likeness and character of his sitters with extraordinary detail. In summary, the Northern Renaissance was defined by its emphasis on realism, detailed observation, and the innovative use of oil paint. Northern artists focused on both sacred and secular subjects, bringing a level of detail and emotional depth that would resonate throughout the development of European art. Their technical achievements and thematic innovations set the stage for the art movements that would follow, influencing future generations of artists across Europe. The development of perspective and realism. The development of perspective and realism during the Renaissance marked a transformative shift in the way artists approached the depiction of space, the human form, and the natural world. Before the Renaissance, art was largely flat and symbolic, focusing more on conveying religious messages than accurately representing the physical world. However, the growing interest in humanism, science, and the study of nature spurred artists to seek more accurate and natural representations, leading to the development of linear perspective and a new focus on realism. Linear perspective, the technique of creating the illusion of depth and space on a flat surface, was one of the most revolutionary developments in Renaissance art. While earlier artists had experimented with ways to represent depth, it was Italian architect Filippo Brunelleschi who first formulated the principles of linear perspective around 1420. By using vanishing points and converging lines, artists could depict a three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional plane, giving their works a more realistic and believable quality. This innovation transformed not only painting, but also architecture, as artists and architects began to apply these principles to create buildings and structures with more accurate proportions and depth. One of the first major artists to master perspective was Masaccio, whose fresco, The Trinity, 1427, in Santa Maria Novella in Florence, is often cited as one of the earliest and most accomplished examples of linear perspective. In this work, Masaccio creates the illusion of a deep, vaulted space by using a single vanishing point and careful attention to the placement of figures within that space. The figures appear to occupy a consistent, natural space, and the use of light and shadow adds to the sense of volume and three-dimensionality. Realism also became a central goal of Renaissance artists who sought to depict the human figure and the natural world with greater accuracy. This desire for realism was fueled by the study of anatomy, the observation of nature, and a renewed interest in classical art. Leonardo da Vinci was a key figure in this development, conducting detailed studies of human anatomy and using his findings to create more lifelike and proportionate figures in his art. His iconic painting, The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, demonstrates his mastery of perspective and his ability to depict the figures with a sense of naturalism and emotional depth. The use of light and shadow, or chiaroscuro, was another technique that enhanced the sense of realism in Renaissance art. By carefully manipulating light and dark contrasts, artists could model the human form with greater volume and depth. This technique was popularized by artists like Caravaggio, whose dramatic use of light created powerful, realistic depictions of religious and mythological scenes. The development of perspective and realism during the Renaissance was not just a technical achievement, but a reflection of broader cultural shifts. The increasing emphasis on humanism, which celebrated the potential of the individual, encouraged artists to focus on the natural world and human experience. The mastery of perspective and realism allowed Renaissance artists to create works that were more lifelike and engaging, making art a more direct and intimate experience for viewers. These innovations continue to shape the way artists represent space, light, and the human body in art to this day. The influence of the Renaissance on modern art. The Renaissance, with its revolutionary advancements in technique, perspective, and the portrayal of the human figure, left an indelible mark on the development of modern art. Beginning in the 14th century and lasting through the 17th century, the Renaissance reshaped the artistic landscape by emphasizing realism, humanism, and a return to classical ideals. These principles not only transformed the art of its time, but also influenced the trajectory of Western art for centuries, culminating in the diverse and innovative movements of the modern era. One of the most significant contributions of the Renaissance to modern art was the development of perspective. The introduction of linear perspective in the 15th century enabled artists to create a sense of depth and three-dimensionality in their work, changing the way space and the human form were depicted. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, and Michelangelo mastered the use of perspective, influencing later movements such as Baroque, Neoclassicism, and even modern art. The ability to depict the world in a realistic and proportionate way provided the foundation for artists in the centuries that followed to experiment with spatial relationships, abstraction, and form. Realism, another hallmark of Renaissance art, had a profound effect on the course of art history. Renaissance artists sought to represent the natural world with unprecedented accuracy, studying anatomy, light, and shadow to capture the human body and its environment in a lifelike manner. This focus on the human form and naturalism became central to modern art as well, particularly in the 19th and 20th centuries. Movements such as realism and impressionism, which emerged in the 19th century, continued to explore and expand upon the Renaissance's dedication to accurately portraying the human condition and the world around us. Artists like Gustave Courbet and Édouard Manet were deeply influenced by the Renaissance's commitment to observing life and representing it truthfully, rejecting idealized or stylized depictions in favor of raw, unembellished realism. Furthermore, the Renaissance's embrace of humanism, which placed the individual at the center of artistic expression, had a lasting impact on modern art. The focus on the individual as both an artist and a subject contributed to the development of portraiture and self-expression in later art movements, including Romanticism and Expressionism. Modern artists like Vincent van Gogh and Frida Kahlo drew on the Renaissance's celebration of the individual, using art as a means of exploring personal identity, emotion, and experience. The Renaissance's exploration of classical themes, such as mythology, religion, and human nature, also influenced the way modern artists approach their subjects. While modern art moved away from religious themes and traditional allegories, the influence of Renaissance composition, proportion, and symbolism can still be seen in the work of artists like Pablo Picasso and Giorgio de Chirico, who drew upon the classical past to reinterpret and challenge contemporary ideas. In conclusion, the Renaissance provided the artistic framework for much of modern art, laying the groundwork for later movements to build upon. Its innovations in perspective, realism, and humanism continued to influence artists as they sought new ways to represent the world, the human experience, and the complexities of life. The Renaissance's impact on modern art is evident not only in the techniques and principles it introduced, but also in its lasting legacy of creativity, exploration, and expression. Chapter 5: Baroque and Rococo Art. The Baroque and Rococo periods, spanning the 17th and early 18th centuries, represent two distinct but interconnected movements in European art. While both are characterized by ornate detail, drama, and emotional intensity, they differ in style, themes, and the socio-political context that shaped them. The Baroque, which emerged in the early 1600s, reflected the tension and grandeur of the Counter-Reformation and the absolutist monarchies, while the Rococo, which developed in the 18th century, emphasized lightness, elegance, and the pleasures of aristocratic life. Baroque art is often defined by its dramatic use of light and shadow, intense emotion, and a sense of movement. This style developed in response to the religious and political climate of the time, particularly in Catholic countries, where the church sought to engage viewers emotionally and spiritually through art. Artists like Caravaggio, Peter Paul Rubens, and Rembrandt embraced these techniques to create powerful, dynamic compositions. Caravaggio's work, for instance, is known for his stark contrasts of light and shadow, chiaroscuro, which heighten the drama and realism of his religious scenes. Similarly, Rubens's grand, full-bodied figures and vivid colors conveyed a sense of energy and vitality, reflecting the opulence of the period. Baroque architecture, particularly seen in works by Gian Lorenzo Bernini and Francesco Borromini, extended the movement's dramatic flair into the physical space. In St. Peter's Basilica, Bernini's sweeping columns and grandiose design create a sense of awe and spiritual transcendence. The use of curves, intricate details, and expansive forms in Baroque architecture was meant to overwhelm the viewer, reinforcing the power and authority of both the church and the monarchy. The Rococo period, which emerged in France during the early 18th century, was a reaction against the seriousness and grandeur of the Baroque. Rococo art is characterized by its lightness, pastel colors, and whimsical decorative elements. It reflects the tastes and lifestyle of the French aristocracy with a focus on themes of love, leisure, and sensuality. Artists like François Boucher, Jean-Honoré Fragonard, and Antoine Watteau were pioneers of the Rococo style, creating soft, delicate paintings that often featured amorous encounters, idyllic landscapes, and playful scenes of courtly life. Rococo architecture, too, is noted for its elegance and ornate details. Unlike the grandiosity of Baroque structures, Rococo interiors favored delicate ornamentation, with intricate stucco work, gilded surfaces, and asymmetrical designs that created a sense of intimacy and luxury. The style was especially popular in the salons of the French court, where the aristocracy sought to escape the pressures of political life and indulge in private hedonistic pleasures. Despite their differences, both Baroque and Rococo art shared an emphasis on visual spectacle and the emotional engagement of the viewer. Baroque artists used drama and intensity to convey spiritual or political messages, while Rococo artists focused on the fleeting pleasures of life. The legacy of both movements can be seen in the continued interest in elaborate ornamentation and the exploration of emotional expression in art, influencing later developments in Romanticism and beyond. The emergence of Baroque art. The emergence of Baroque art in the early 17th century marked a dramatic departure from the restrained forms and calm compositions of the Renaissance and Mannerism. Originating in Italy and spreading across Europe, Baroque art was defined by its exuberance, movement, emotional intensity, and a deep engagement with light and shadow. It reflected the turbulent religious and political climate of the time, especially the Catholic Church's response to the Protestant Reformation. The Church saw art as a powerful tool to convey religious messages and inspire emotional devotion, thus fueling the growth of Baroque art. Baroque art was first and foremost a reaction against the intellectualism and idealized forms of the Renaissance. It was a style that sought to engage viewers on an emotional level, using dramatic contrasts of light and dark, chiaroscuro, rich textures, and dynamic compositions to create a sense of movement and energy. The aim was to overwhelm the viewer, to convey not just an image, but an experience. This was especially evident in the work of artists like Caravaggio, whose powerful use of chiaroscuro and intense realism in works like The Calling of St. Matthew made his religious scenes come alive with immediacy and raw emotion. Caravaggio's influence on the Baroque style was profound, as he broke away from the static, idealized representations of saints and biblical scenes that were common in Renaissance art. Instead, he depicted holy figures in real, human terms, showing them as deeply flawed or emotionally complex, a stark contrast to the saintly figures of previous art. His focus on realism and human vulnerability set the tone for many Baroque artists who followed. In addition to Caravaggio, other notable artists like Peter Paul Rubens and Rembrandt explored similar themes of human emotion, light, and drama. Rubens, in particular, is known for his exuberant compositions and vibrant color palettes, creating powerful scenes of religious and mythological themes with a sense of movement and grandeur. Baroque architecture was equally focused on drama and awe. Architects like Gian Lorenzo Bernini and Francesco Borromini employed curved lines, expansive forms, and dramatic ornamentation to create spaces that seemed to engage and envelop the viewer. The purpose was not only to impress visually, but also to stir the viewer's emotions, reinforcing the power and grandeur of the church or monarchy. In essence, Baroque art emerged as a dynamic, emotional response to the cultural and religious currents of the time. It was a style that sought to stir the viewer's emotions and create an immersive experience, using intense realism, dramatic composition, and a deep sense of movement. Through its innovations, Baroque art laid the foundation for many artistic developments that would continue to shape Western art for centuries to come. Characteristics of Baroque art: drama and emotion. Baroque art, which emerged in the early 17th century, is defined by its dramatic intensity, emotional depth, and a sense of movement that distinguishes it from the more restrained forms of Renaissance and Mannerist art. Central to the Baroque style is the desire to engage the viewer's emotions and create a powerful, immersive experience. This was achieved through the use of bold contrasts, dynamic compositions, and the focus on human drama. The Baroque movement sought to capture the complexity of human experience, both the sacred and the profane, and convey it in a way that would resonate deeply with the viewer. One of the key characteristics of Baroque art is its use of chiaroscuro, or the strong contrast between light and dark. This technique was used to create a sense of depth, volume, and dramatic effect, making figures appear more tangible and three-dimensional. Caravaggio is perhaps the most famous practitioner of this technique, using it to great effect in his religious scenes, such as The Calling of St. Matthew. In this painting, the stark contrast between the dimly lit room and the illuminated figures draws the viewer's attention to the dramatic moment of spiritual awakening. The light not only illuminates the figures, but also intensifies the emotional charge of the scene, making the viewer feel as though they are witnessing an actual event rather than merely observing a painted representation. Another characteristic of Baroque art is its emphasis on movement and dynamism. Baroque artists often employed diagonal lines and complex compositions to create a sense of motion, energy, and fluidity. This can be seen in the work of Peter Paul Rubens, whose large-scale paintings like The Descent from the Cross are filled with swirling figures and dramatic poses. The figures in Rubens' works seem to be caught in mid-action, reinforcing the emotional intensity of the scenes. Even in his religious paintings, the human body and expression are depicted with vitality, emphasizing the physical and emotional impact of the moment. Baroque art also focused on the representation of intense emotions, ranging from the spiritual ecstasy of saints to the agony of Christ's passion. Artists sought to evoke an emotional response from the viewer, often through the depiction of extreme moments of suffering, joy, or divine intervention. The emotional intensity in works like Gian Lorenzo Bernini's The Ecstasy of Saint Teresa combines both religious fervor and physicality, with Saint Teresa depicted in a moment of mystical rapture. The movement of the drapery and the use of light emphasize the psychological and spiritual intensity of the scene, drawing the viewer into a deeply emotional experience. In conclusion, the characteristics of Baroque art, its use of chiaroscuro, dynamic movement, and focus on intense emotion, were central to its goal of engaging the viewer on a visceral level. Whether depicting religious themes, mythological subjects, or scenes of daily life, Baroque artists sought to stir powerful emotions and invite the viewer to participate in the drama of the moment. Through these techniques, Baroque art transcended mere representation, becoming an immersive, emotional experience that would shape the direction of art for centuries to come. Famous Baroque artists: Caravaggio, Rembrandt, and Rubens. The Baroque period, known for its dramatic intensity and emotional depth, produced some of the most renowned artists in Western art history. Among the most influential figures were Caravaggio, Rembrandt, and Peter Paul Rubens, each of whom brought a unique approach to the Baroque style while contributing to its legacy of dramatic, evocative art. Caravaggio, an Italian painter, is often regarded as the pioneer of Baroque realism and one of its most revolutionary figures. His use of chiaroscuro, the dramatic contrast of light and shadow, created a sense of depth and immediacy in his works, making the viewer feel as though they were witnessing the events unfold. Caravaggio's paintings were intensely realistic, depicting religious figures not as idealized, saintly beings, but as relatable, often flawed individuals. His work, The Supper at Emmaus, is a prime example where the figures seem so lifelike that one feels they are part of the scene. Caravaggio's focus on real human emotions and physical realism, coupled with his innovative use of light, redefined how art could represent spiritual and human experiences. His influence on Baroque art, particularly in Italy, was profound, and his style inspired countless artists, from his contemporaries to later generations. Rembrandt, a Dutch master, brought a different but equally significant contribution to Baroque art, focusing more on the psychological depth of his subjects. While Caravaggio's works were dramatic and intense, Rembrandt's were introspective and contemplative. Known for his masterful use of light and shadow, Rembrandt imbued his portraits and historical scenes with a sense of humanity and emotion that transcended simple representation. His self-portraits, such as Self-Portrait with Two Circles, show a deep engagement with his own inner world, while his biblical scenes, such as The Night Watch, are notable for their dramatic yet intimate treatment of light and space. Rembrandt's ability to capture the subtleties of the human soul set him apart from his contemporaries, making his work deeply personal and universally resonant. Peter Paul Rubens, a Flemish artist, is another towering figure of Baroque art, known for his exuberant and dynamic compositions. Unlike the more somber works of Caravaggio or the introspective nature of Rembrandt, Rubens' paintings were full of energy, rich color, and dramatic movement. He often depicted religious, mythological, and historical themes, creating large-scale works with powerful figures and dynamic action. In his masterpiece, The Descent from the Cross, Rubens conveyed intense emotion through the figure's muscularity and dramatic poses, highlighting the human suffering of Christ's crucifixion. His ability to blend sensuality, grandeur, and religious devotion made him one of the most influential Baroque artists, particularly in the courts of Europe. While each of these artists approached their work differently, their shared commitment to realism, emotional engagement, and dramatic expression defined the Baroque style. Caravaggio's pioneering use of light, Rembrandt's psychological depth, and Rubens's dynamic compositions each left an indelible mark on the history of art, shaping the development of Western painting for generations to come. Rococo art: style, themes, and influences. Rococo art, which flourished in the early 18th century, is often characterized by its lightness, elegance, and exuberant ornamentation. Emerging in France during the reign of Louis XV, Rococo was a response to the grandeur and drama of Baroque art, favoring delicate forms and a playful, more intimate aesthetic. It became the style of choice for the French aristocracy, reflecting the tastes of a court that sought to distance itself from the more serious and religious tone of the preceding era. The Rococo period emphasized grace, charm, and the pleasures of life, often incorporating soft pastel colors, flowing curves, and decorative details that conveyed a sense of luxury and refinement. The style of Rococo is immediately recognizable for its ornamental qualities. Unlike the heavy, dramatic compositions of Baroque, Rococo art features lighter, more whimsical designs. Artists often employed curving, asymmetrical lines in their works, which suggested movement and fluidity, contrasting with the rigid forms of earlier art. The use of pastel colors, such as light blues, pinks, and creams, along with soft lighting, gave Rococo art a dreamlike, ethereal quality. The intricate, almost frivolous details in Rococo paintings, furniture, and interior design served to create an atmosphere of excess and beauty, which appealed to the aristocracy's love for indulgence and pleasure. The themes of Rococo art centered around love, romance, and the pleasures of life. In contrast to the religious or allegorical themes of Baroque, Rococo artists depicted scenes of courtly life, flirtation, and playful moments, often set in idyllic outdoor settings. Works by painters such as François Boucher, Jean-Honoré Fragonard, and Antoine Watteau are filled with lush landscapes, elegant figures, and a light-hearted tone. Fragonard's famous painting The Swing, for example, is a playful, flirtatious scene that captures the lightness and joy of the period. These works often reflect the carefree lifestyle of the French aristocracy, who indulged in leisure, luxury, and sensual pleasures. Rococo's influence extended beyond painting, impacting architecture, sculpture, and interior design. Rococo architecture is characterized by ornate detailing, curved lines, and an overall sense of space designed to reflect the luxury and intimacy of private life. Interiors were decorated with gilded furniture, mirrors, and delicate porcelain, creating a sense of opulence without the formality of Baroque structures. Rococo's influence was particularly evident in the salons and private residences of the French nobility, where the aristocracy could retreat from the public eye and indulge in the pleasures of art, conversation, and intimacy. Despite its association with the French aristocracy, Rococo art also had a broader European influence, spreading to other parts of Europe, including Italy and Germany. However, the style's association with decadence and excess made it increasingly criticized during the French Revolution, as it came to symbolize the ostentatious lifestyle of the monarchy. Nevertheless, Rococo's emphasis on beauty, sensuality, and a lighter approach to life has left a lasting impact on art, design, and culture, influencing later movements such as Romanticism and Impressionism, which also focused on individual emotion and expression. Architecture and interiors in the Baroque and Rococo periods. The architecture and interiors of the Baroque and Rococo periods represent two distinct phases of European design, each reflecting the cultural and social changes of their time. While both styles are marked by opulence, drama, and ornamentation, they differ in their execution and the ways in which they engage with space, light, and decoration. Baroque architecture, which emerged in the early 17th century, was characterized by grandeur, bold forms, and a sense of awe, often used to project the power and authority of the Catholic Church and absolutist monarchies. Rococo architecture, which arose in the early 18th century, shifted toward lighter, more playful forms, favoring intimacy, elegance, and the pleasures of courtly life. Baroque architecture is best known for its dramatic use of space and its ability to create a sense of movement within a structure. Architects like Gian Lorenzo Bernini and Francesco Borromini used sweeping curves, dynamic facades, and monumental proportions to produce buildings that were not only functional but also emotionally impactful. St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, designed by Bernini, is a prime example of Baroque architecture's grandeur. The vast interior space is designed to overwhelm the viewer, with its soaring columns, expansive domes, and intricate detailing. Baroque architecture was also designed to create a sense of unity between the building and its surroundings, as seen in Bernini's Piazza San Pietro, where the colonnade embraces visitors and directs them toward the church, symbolizing the welcoming arms of the church. Baroque interiors were similarly designed to impress and evoke emotion. Ornamentation was lavish and intricate, with gilded moldings, frescoes, and expansive ceiling paintings often used to create a sense of drama and transcendence. The use of light, particularly through the strategic placement of windows and the introduction of large, sweeping curtains, added to the dramatic effect. The goal was to create a total experience where the viewer was immersed in an atmosphere of opulence and awe. In contrast, Rococo architecture, which flourished in the 18th century, moved away from the monumental and grandiose forms of the Baroque period and embraced a more delicate and intimate approach. Rococo interiors were characterized by asymmetry, flowing curves, and light, airy colors. Architects like François de Cuvillier and Giovanni Battista Tiepolo employed ornamental designs that evoked a sense of playfulness and frivolity. Rococo palaces and homes often featured small, intimate rooms with intricate ceiling frescoes, porcelain decorations, and gilded mirrors that created an air of lightness and refinement. The emphasis was on comfort and elegance, reflecting the private, luxurious lifestyles of the French aristocracy. Rococo interiors were also designed with an emphasis on personal indulgence and enjoyment. Rooms were decorated with light pastel colors, floral motifs, and elaborate yet delicate furniture, which were in stark contrast to the heavy, solemn furnishings of the Baroque era. Rococo architecture and design celebrated the joys of life and personal pleasure, with salons and private rooms offering a retreat from the outside world. Overall, both Baroque and Rococo architecture and interiors sought to engage the senses. But while Baroque emphasized power, drama, and awe, Rococo focused on intimacy, grace, and the pleasures of refined living. Each style represents a response to the cultural and political environment of its time, with Baroque conveying the power of the church and monarchy, and Rococo reflecting the lighter, more indulgent tastes of the aristocracy. Chapter 6: Neoclassicism and Romanticism. The late 18th and early 9th centuries were periods of profound change in Europe, marked by political upheaval, intellectual revolutions, and a rapidly shifting cultural landscape. In response to these transformations, two major artistic movements, Neoclassicism and Romanticism, emerged, each reflecting the values, ideals, and struggles of the time in distinct ways. Neoclassicism, which began in the mid-18th century, was inspired by a renewed interest in the art and culture of ancient Greece and Rome. The movement was closely tied to the Enlightenment, a time when reason, order, and rational thought were highly valued. Neoclassical artists, architects, and sculptors sought to revive the simplicity, symmetry, and classical ideals of antiquity, rejecting the excess and ornamentation of the Rococo style that had preceded it. In painting, artists like Jacques-Louis David and Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres focused on historical and mythological subjects, often with an emphasis on moral lessons or virtuous behavior. David's The Death of Socrates exemplifies this, with its clean lines, restrained composition, and focus on the heroic ideal. Neoclassicism also extended to architecture, with designers like Robert Adam and Thomas Jefferson adopting classical elements such as columns, porticos, and domes in their buildings, signaling the desire for a return to reason and stability in a time of social and political unrest. In contrast, Romanticism, which gained momentum in the early 19th century, arose as a reaction against the order and restraint of Neoclassicism. Romantic artists emphasized emotion, individuality, and the sublime, focusing on the expression of personal feelings, the mysteries of nature, and the power of imagination. Romanticism was partly a response to the Industrial Revolution and the political instability that came with it, as well as the rise of the middle class. Artists like Francisco Goya, J.M.W. Turner, and Yin Delacroix embraced themes of heroism, tragedy, and the supernatural, often using dramatic colors, bold compositions, and intense emotional content to evoke powerful responses from the viewer. Turner's seascapes, with their tumultuous skies and swirling waves, evoke a sense of the sublime in nature, while Delacroix's Liberty Leading the People captures the passion and chaos of revolution. The Romantic movement was also heavily influenced by the idea of the sublime, a concept that emerged in the 18th century, which emphasized awe-inspiring experiences that transcended rational understanding. This was reflected in the works of Romantic artists, who often depicted dramatic landscapes, storms, and violent historical events. The individual's emotional experience of these events or scenes was prioritized over logical representation. Both Neoclassicism and Romanticism were pivotal in the evolution of Western art, yet they stood in stark contrast to each other. Neoclassicism emphasized order, reason, and the idealized past, while Romanticism sought to express the untamed power of emotion, nature, and imagination. Together, these movements represented the tensions of their time, between reason and passion, order and chaos, and helped shape the trajectory of art in the modern era. Neoclassicism, revival of classical antiquity. Neoclassicism, which emerged in the mid-18th century, marked a revival of interest in the art, culture, and values of ancient Greece and Rome. The movement was influenced by the intellectual climate of the Enlightenment, which emphasized reason, rationality, and the pursuit of knowledge. Artists, architects, and thinkers looked to the classical past as a model of clarity, order, and moral virtue, seeking to recapture the simplicity, balance, and grandeur that they believed had defined the ancient world. This desire for a return to classical ideals was a reaction against the excesses of the Baroque and Rococo periods, which were viewed as overly ornate, emotional, and irrational. In painting, neoclassical artists sought to emulate the clarity and symmetry of classical art, often turning to historical and mythological subjects as sources of inspiration. They favored restrained compositions, clean lines, and a focus on idealized figures and noble themes. The works of Jacques-Louis David exemplify the neoclassical style, particularly his painting, The Oath of the Horatii, which captures the themes of sacrifice, patriotism, and virtue. The figures in this work are depicted with stoic expressions and strong, linear forms, embodying the neoclassical ideals of heroism and moral integrity. The use of sharp, clear colors and the emphasis on proportion and anatomy reflect the influence of classical sculpture, which sought to represent the human form in its most idealized and rational state. Neoclassicism also had a significant impact on architecture, where it was closely tied to the political and cultural changes of the time. The movement's emphasis on symmetry, proportion, and the use of classical elements such as columns, pediments, and domes was embraced by architects designing buildings for both public and private use. In the United States, for example, Thomas Jefferson adopted neoclassical principles in the design of the Virginia state capitol and his own home, Monticello, reflecting the democratic ideals of the new nation. In Europe, neoclassical architecture became the dominant style for civic buildings, museums, and monuments, symbolizing both the power of reason and the authority of the state. The revival of classical antiquity also extended to sculpture, where artists like Antonio Canova sought to emulate the grace and perfection of ancient Greek and Roman statues. Canova's works, such as Psyche Revived by Cupid's Kiss, reflect the neoclassical interest in idealized human forms, elegance, and harmonious proportions. The soft, smooth surfaces of his sculptures, combined with their emphasis on beauty and grace, exemplify the neoclassical approach to depicting the human body as a symbol of both physical and moral perfection. Neoclassicism's revival of classical antiquity had a profound influence on Western art, architecture, and culture, contributing to the development of modern Western aesthetics. By championing rationality, order, and idealized beauty, neoclassical artists and architects not only celebrated the achievements of the ancient world, but also sought to create works that would stand the test of time, emphasizing lasting moral values and universal truths that transcended the turbulent political and social changes of their era. Major neoclassical artists and sculptors. The neoclassical movement, which emerged in the 18th century, was defined by a return to the ideals of classical antiquity, emphasizing harmony, order, and moral virtue. Several prominent artists and sculptors contributed significantly to the development and success of neoclassicism, each bringing their own interpretation of classical forms and ideals. Among the most influential figures of this period were Jacques-Louis David, Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, Antonio Canova, and Bertel Thorvaldsen, whose works helped define the neoclassical style and continue to influence art to this day. Jacques-Louis David, often considered the leading figure of the neoclassical movement, played a crucial role in shaping the style's development. His paintings emphasized rational composition, clear lines, and moral narratives drawn from classical history and mythology. David's work was not only a reflection of neoclassical ideals, but also had strong political implications, particularly in the context of the French Revolution. His masterpiece, The Oath of the Herati encapsulates the neoclassical commitment to heroism, sacrifice, and patriotism. David's use of sharp, geometric forms and his focus on strong, idealized figures became emblematic of the style, and his works were influential in both France and throughout Europe. Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, a student of David, is another key figure in neoclassical art. While he retained many of the classical principles of his teacher, Ingres' work is known for its meticulous attention to detail, particularly in portraiture and the representation of the human body. His painting, La Grande Odalisque, demonstrates his mastery of form and line, blending classical techniques with a sense of sensuality. Ingres' figures were often depicted with elongated proportions, a hallmark of his style, and his works were celebrated for their elegance and refinement. Ingres was also deeply interested in the idealization of the human figure, which he often rendered in a highly polished, almost dreamlike manner, reflecting neoclassical ideals of beauty and perfection. In sculpture, Antonio Canova was one of the most important and influential neoclassical artists. His work is known for its graceful, idealized depictions of the human form, often drawing on themes from Greek mythology. Canova's sculptures such as Psyche Revived by Cupid's Kiss and The Three Graces embody the neoclassical emphasis on beauty, proportion, and emotional restraint. His skillful use of marble, combined with his ability to capture delicate and fluid poses, established him as one of the foremost sculptors of the period. Canova's works were highly regarded by both collectors and critics, and his influence extended well beyond Italy. Bertel Thorvaldsen, a Danish sculptor, was another key figure in the neoclassical movement. Like Canova, Thorvaldsen was known for his focus on classical themes and the refinement of the human form. His works, such as The Lion of Lucerne and Jason with the Golden Fleece, often drew from ancient Greek and Roman sources, but they were infused with a sense of elegance and clarity that reflected the neoclassical ideals of simplicity and harmony. Thorvaldsen's ability to convey emotion through idealized figures made him a popular and influential artist, particularly in the early 19th century. Together, these artists and sculptors helped shape the neoclassical movement, bringing the values of classic wit of the modern era into the modern era. Their works, with their focus on order, symmetry, and idealized beauty, reflected the intellectual and political currents of their time, while laying the groundwork for future artistic developments in Western art. Romanticism, the expression of emotion and nature. Romanticism, which emerged in the late 18th century and flourished throughout the 19th century, was a movement that prioritized individual emotion, imagination, and a deep connection with nature. It arose as a reaction against the rationalism and order of the Enlightenment and the restrained ideals of neoclassicism, emphasizing instead spontaneity, passion, and the sublime power of nature. Romantic artists, poets, and thinkers sought to express the inner, emotional world of the individual, often portraying intense feelings such as longing, fear, and awe, while also celebrating the beauty and power of the natural world. Central to Romanticism was a rejection of the calm, idealized forms of neoclassicism and a focus on the raw, unfiltered expression of human experience. In painting, Romantic artists depicted dramatic landscapes, historical events, and scenes that conveyed deep emotional states. They sought to capture the fleeting, subjective experience of life, often focusing on themes of tragedy, heroism, and the supernatural. One of the key elements of Romantic art was the emphasis on individual perception, with artists such as Eugène Delacroix and Francisco Goya exploring the darker and more tumultuous sides of human emotion. Delacroix's Liberty Leading the People, for instance, vividly portrays the emotional intensity and revolutionary fervor of the French Revolution, while Goya's The 3rd of May, 1808 captures the horror and suffering of war. Nature also played a significant role in the Romantic movement. Romantic artists viewed nature as a powerful, untamable force that could evoke a range of emotions, from the peaceful and sublime to the terrifying and chaotic. In contrast to the classical ideal of nature as a harmonious backdrop for human activity, The Romantics saw nature as a reflection of the emotional states of the human soul. Landscape painters such as J.M.W. Turner and Caspar David Friedrich captured the sublime qualities of nature in their works, portraying vast, dramatic landscapes that conveyed the awe and terror that nature could inspire. Turner's seascapes, filled with turbulent skies and crashing waves, evoke both the beauty and the danger of the natural world, while Friedrich's solitary figures standing before expansive, mysterious landscapes reflect the romantic ideal of individual contemplation and connection with the natural world. Romanticism was not limited to the visual arts. It also had a profound impact on literature and music. Writers like Lord Byron, William Wordsworth, and Edgar Allan Poe explored themes of individualism, the power of nature, and the depths of human emotion in their works. Similarly, composers such as Ludwig van Beethoven and Franz Schubert created music that was intense, expressive, and often filled with a sense of longing or tragedy. The focus on personal experience, the glorification of nature, and the embrace of the emotional and irrational would go on to shape many subsequent art movements, influencing the development of symbolism, impressionism, and beyond. At its core, Romanticism was about the celebration of human emotion, individual expression, and the profound connection between people and nature. It sought to break free from the constraints of tradition and reason, offering instead an exploration of the deeper, often darker aspects of the human experience. Romantic artists and thinkers left a lasting legacy, helping to redefine what art could be by focusing on the power of feeling and the sublime forces of nature. Romanticism in painting, sculpture, and literature. Romanticism, which emerged in the late 18th century and reached its peak in the 19th century, was a broad cultural movement that profoundly influenced the arts, including painting, sculpture, and literature. Central to Romanticism was a focus on emotion, individualism, imagination, and the awe-inspiring power of nature. It marked a departure from the order and rationality of neoclassicism, embracing instead the irrational, the sublime, and the dramatic in both subject matter and form. Romantic artists and writers sought to express the subjective experience of life, capturing intense feelings and the personal, often tumultuous emotional world. In painting, Romanticism was characterized by a rejection of the calm and orderly compositions of the neoclassical period. Instead, Romantic artists focused on dramatic, emotional subjects, including historical events, battles, and scenes from mythology, as well as landscapes that conveyed the sublime and the terrifying beauty of nature. One of the most influential painters of the movement was Eugène Delacroix, whose works like Liberty Leading the People captured revolutionary fervor and intense emotion. Similarly, Francisco Goya's The 3rd of May, 1808 conveyed the horrors of war and human suffering. Landscape painting was also a significant genre within Romanticism, with artists like J.M.W. Turner and Caspar David Friedrich creating powerful, emotive depictions of nature. Turner's seascapes, filled with turbulent waves and dramatic skies, conveyed nature's uncontrollable force, while Friedrich's solitary figures in vast landscapes reflected a deep connection between the individual and the natural world. In sculpture, Romanticism moved away from the idealized forms of neoclassicism and embraced more dynamic, expressive, and emotive works. Sculptors such as Jean-Baptiste Carpeaux and Auguste Rodin explored themes of human emotion and movement, creating works that were both deeply personal and reflective of the emotional struggles of their time. Rodin's The Thinker is one of the most iconic sculptures of the Romantic era, capturing a moment of intense contemplation and inner turmoil. Unlike the restrained and idealized forms of earlier sculptures, Romantic works were filled with emotional intensity and a sense of psychological depth. In literature, Romanticism found expression in the works of poets and novelists who delved into themes of individualism, freedom, and the emotional experience. Writers such as Lord Byron, William Wordsworth, and Samuel Taylor Coleridge explored the power of nature, the complexity of human emotions, and the conflict between the individual and society. Byron's works, such as Childe Harold's Pilgrimage exemplify the romantic hero, a brooding, isolated figure struggling against society's constraints. Wordsworth's poetry, especially in Lines Composed a Few Miles Above Tintern Abbey, celebrates the restorative and spiritual power of nature. At the same time, Edgar Allan Poe's dark Gothic tales, like The Telltale Heart and The Fall of the House of Usher, explored the darker sides of human nature and the supernatural. Romanticism in painting, sculpture, and literature shared a common desire to break free from the rational and embrace the emotional, the personal, and the unknown. It was a celebration of individuality and the power of nature, often exploring themes of freedom, imagination, and human suffering. This movement's influence extended beyond the 19th century, impacting future generations of artists and writers and shaping the course of modern art and literature. Romanticism ultimately helped redefine art and literature by focusing on the subjective experience of life and offering a new, more emotional perspective on the human condition. The impact of Romanticism on modern art movements. Romanticism, which flourished in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, had a profound and lasting influence on the trajectory of modern art. The movement, characterized by a focus on intense emotion, individualism, imagination, and a deep connection with nature, challenged the rationalism and order of the preceding neoclassical period. As Romanticism pushed against the conventions of academic art, it introduced new ways of expressing personal experience, emotional depth, and the awe-inspiring power of nature. These ideas resonated deeply with subsequent art movements, significantly shaping the course of modern art. One of the most significant impacts of Romanticism was its emphasis on individual expression and the exploration of subjective experience. This focus on emotion and personal perspective can be seen in the later developments of both Impressionism and Expressionism. In Impressionism, artists like Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir sought to capture fleeting moments and the emotional quality of light and color, rather than adhering to the precise realism of earlier traditions. The desire to express an individual, emotional response to the environment was rooted in romantic ideals, as was the use of vivid color and dynamic brushwork to convey a sense of immediacy and emotion. Similarly, Expressionism, which emerged in the early 20th century, took the romantic focus on individual experience and emotional intensity to even greater extremes. Artists like Edvard Munch and Egon Schiele used distorted forms, vivid colors, and dramatic compositions to evoke deep psychological states, often exploring themes of alienation, anxiety, and existential dread. Their works, like Munch's The Scream, demonstrate a direct lineage to the emotional expressionism found in Romantic art, particularly in its focus on the inner turmoil and subjective experiences of the individual. Romanticism's fascination with nature also left a lasting mark on modern art, influencing movements like abstract expressionism. While abstract expressionists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko moved away from literal depictions of the natural world, the underlying idea of nature as a source of emotional and spiritual power persisted. The sweeping gestural brushstrokes of Pollock's drip paintings, for instance, can be seen as an attempt to tap into the primal energy of nature and the unconscious mind, ideas that were central to Romantic thought. Furthermore, the Romantic period's exploration of the sublime, particularly the overwhelming and often terrifying power of nature, was echoed in the works of later artists who sought to depict extreme emotional states or grandiose, overwhelming scenes. This connection to the sublime can be traced through to the 20th century's surrealism and the postmodern focus on the irrational, the unconscious, and the fantastic. In conclusion, Romanticism's focus on emotion, individualism, and nature had a profound impact on the development of modern art. Its challenge to academic conventions and its emphasis on personal expression and the exploration of the human psyche opened the door for new artistic movements that would prioritize subjective experience, emotional depth, and a break from traditional representational art. Through movements such as Impressionism, Expressionism, and abstract expressionism, the influence of Romanticism remains a foundational element of modern artistic practice. Chapter 7: The Birth of Modern Art. The birth of modern art in the late 19th and early 20th centuries marked a dramatic shift in the way artists approached their craft. Rejecting the academic traditions that had long dominated European art, modern artists sought to break free from established conventions, embracing new ideas and techniques that would radically transform the landscape of visual expression. The Industrial Revolution, urbanization, and rapid social change played key roles in shaping the modernist movement as artists responded to the evolving world around them. This period saw the emergence of diverse styles and movements, including Impressionism, Post-Impressionism, Cubism, and Fauvism, each challenging traditional norms and exploring new ways of seeing and representing the world. One of the earliest movements to challenge the status quo was Impressionism, which emerged in France in the 1860s. Artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas rejected the smooth, polished finish and historical subject matter of academic art in favor of capturing the fleeting moments of everyday life. They focused on the effects of light, atmosphere, and color, often painting outdoors, en plein air, to capture the immediacy of the scene before them. This emphasis on the transitory and the subjective experience was a key departure from the formal, idealized representations of the past. Post-Impressionism, which followed in the wake of Impressionism, took the exploration of color and form even further. Artists such as Vincent van Gogh, Paul Gauguin, and Georges Seurat experimented with new ways of using color, brushstroke, and composition to convey emotional depth and personal expression. Van Gogh's swirling brushstrokes and bold color choices, for example, conveyed the intensity of his inner turmoil, while Seurat's technique of pointillism, using tiny dots of color, created a new way of depicting light and form. As the 20th century began, Cubism emerged as one of the most revolutionary movements in modern art. Led by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, Cubism sought to break down objects into geometric shapes and depict them from multiple perspectives simultaneously. This fragmented approach to form and space challenged traditional notions of perspective and representation, laying the groundwork for abstract art. Other movements, such as Fauvism, Surrealism, and Expressionism, also emerged during this period, each exploring new dimensions of human experience, from the use of bold, unnatural colors in Fauvism to the dreamlike, unconscious imagery of Surrealism. These movements, though distinct in their styles and goals, shared a common desire to push the boundaries of representation, embracing experimentation, and seeking to express the inner workings of the mind, emotion, and perception. The birth of modern art signaled a dramatic departure from the academic traditions that had dominated European art for centuries. It was a period of intense innovation, where artists sought to explore new ways of seeing and understanding the world around them. As modern artists rejected the constraints of traditional art, they opened the door for countless new directions in art that would continue to evolve throughout the 20th century and beyond. The impact of this transformative period is still felt in contemporary art today, as artists continue to build on the foundations laid by these pioneers of modernism. The Industrial Revolution and its impact on art. The Industrial Revolution, which began in the late 18th century and continued into the 19th century, had a profound and transformative impact on art. This period of rapid technological advancement, urbanization, and social change reshaped many aspects of daily life and culture, influencing how artists perceived the world around them and how they chose to represent it. With the rise of factories, new machinery, and innovations in transportation, art became a means of both reflecting and responding to the profound shifts occurring in society. One of the most significant impacts of the Industrial Revolution on art was the shift in subject matter. Prior to this period, Much of European art focused on historical, religious, or mythological themes, as well as the natural world. However, as industrialization accelerated, artists began to turn their attention to the emerging urban environment, the working class, and the mechanization of labor. The growth of cities, the construction of railways, and the rise of factories provided new and dynamic settings for artists to explore. The bustling, rapidly changing urban landscapes became a central theme in the work of many artists as they sought to capture the effects of industrialization on both the physical environment and human life. One of the most notable movements that emerged in response to the Industrial Revolution was Impressionism. Artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas depicted the urban landscapes and everyday scenes of modern life, focusing on light, color, and movement rather than historical or idealized subjects. Monet's series of paintings, such as The Railway Bridge and Boulevard Montmartre, captured the effects of industrialization on the city, with its dynamic streets and the presence of modern machinery. The Impressionists sought to convey the fleeting and transient nature of the new industrial world, emphasizing the immediacy of the moment. The rise of the working class and the changing nature of labor also played a significant role in the evolution of art during the Industrial Revolution. Many artists began to explore the lives of workers, depicting their struggles and experiences in the face of factory life and urban poverty. In England, artists like the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood and later social realists like Gustave Courbet in France sought to give voice to the working class, representing their dignity, labor, and the harsh realities of industrial society. Courbet's painting, The Stone Breakers, for example, portrayed the labor-intensive work of breaking stones on a road, highlighting the toil and physicality of manual labor. Additionally, the Industrial Revolution brought with it new technological advancements in the production of art itself. The invention of photography in the 1830s had a significant influence on painting, as photographers could now capture highly detailed and realistic representations of the world. Painters began to experiment with abstraction, symbolism, and expressionism as a way to distinguish their work from the increasing realism of photographic images. In conclusion, the Industrial Revolution deeply influenced the course of art in the 19th century. It altered the way artists approached their subjects, with a focus on modern life, urbanization, and the effects of industrialization on society. The new technologies and social changes of this era not only shaped the content of art, but also led to innovations in style and technique, contributing to the development of modern art. Through movements like Impressionism and Realism, artists responded to the industrialized world around them, reflecting the social, economic, and cultural changes that defined the era. Early modernist movements: Realism, Impressionism, and Post-Impressionism. The late 19th century witnessed a dramatic transformation in the world of art as early modernist movements such as Realism, Impressionism, and Post-Impressionism emerged, challenging traditional artistic conventions and paving the way for the modern art movements of the 20th century. These movements were driven by profound shifts in society, technology, and culture, particularly as the Industrial Revolution reshaped daily life and the urban environment. Each of these movements represented a break from the idealized and formulaic approaches of academic art, offering new ways of seeing the world and depicting human experience. Realism, which emerged in France in the mid-19th century, was a direct response to the romanticized depictions of history, mythology, and the natural world that had dominated art for centuries. Realist artists sought to represent the world as it truly was, without idealization or embellishment. They turned their attention to the lives of ordinary people, particularly the working class and rural laborers, portraying their struggles, dignity, and everyday experiences. Notable figures such as Gustave Courbet and Jean-François Millet were key proponents of realism. Courbet's painting, The Stone Breakers, for example, depicted two laborers at work, presenting their toil with unflinching realism. Through this movement, art became a tool for social commentary, addressing the harsh realities of life during the industrial age. Impressionism, which followed in the latter half of the 19th century, marked a dramatic departure from the meticulous realism of earlier movements. Artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas rejected the formal, polished technique of academic painting in favor of capturing the fleeting effects of light, color, and atmosphere. They often painted en plein air, or outdoors, in order to seize the momentary impressions of the changing environment. Impressionists focused on everyday scenes, such as urban streets, gardens, and leisure activities, seeking to convey a sense of immediacy and transience. Monet's Impression Sunrise, which gave the movement its name, exemplified the new focus on capturing the essence of a scene rather than its exact details. Post-Impressionism, which developed in the 1880s as a reaction to Impressionism, pushed the exploration of color, form, and emotion even further. Artists such as Vincent van Gogh, Paul Gauguin, and Georges Seurat took the innovations of the Impressionists and transformed them into more personal, expressive forms. Van Gogh's expressive brushstrokes and bold use of color, as seen in Starry Night, conveyed deep emotional states and psychological depth, while Seurat's pointillist technique, exemplified in A Sunday Afternoon on the Island of La Grande Jatte, sought to create harmony through the precise arrangement of color dots. Post-Impressionists moved away from the purely visual focus of Impressionism and began to explore the symbolic and emotional potential of art. Together, these early modernist movements transformed the way artists engaged with their subjects and their materials. Realism brought attention to the lives of ordinary people. Impressionism captured the ephemeral beauty of the world through light and color, and Post-Impressionism expanded on these innovations to explore the deeper emotional and symbolic dimensions of the human experience. Each movement challenged the conventions of the past and laid the foundation for the radical transformations that would come with the rise of abstraction and other avant-garde movements in the 20th century. Key figures: Courbet, Monet, Van Gogh, and Cézanne. The development of modern art in the 19th century was profoundly influenced by several groundbreaking artists, each of whom pushed the boundaries of representation and explored new ways of expressing the human experience. Four of the most significant figures in this transformation were Gustave Courbet, Claude Monet, Vincent van Gogh, and Paul Cézanne. These artists were pivotal in the movements of realism, Impressionism, and Post-Impressionism, each contributing a unique vision that would shape the course of modern art. Gustave Courbet, a leading figure of the realist movement, sought to challenge the conventions of academic art by depicting the world as it truly was. His focus was on the lives of ordinary people, particularly the working class, and he often portrayed scenes of rural labor, social struggle, and raw human experience. Courbet's work, such as The Stonebreakers, 1849, rejected idealization and the glorification of historical or mythical subjects. He believed that art should address real, tangible issues and reflect the social realities of the time. Courbet's unflinching depictions of everyday life, with all its grit and rawness, had a profound impact on subsequent generations of artists. Claude Monet, one of the founders of the Impressionist movement, revolutionized the way artists approached light, color, and perception. Rather than focusing on detailed, precise representations, Monet sought to capture the fleeting effects of light on a scene, often painting the same subject at different times of day to illustrate how light and atmosphere change. Monet's most famous works, including Impression, Sunrise, 1872, emphasized the transitory nature of perception. The term Impressionism itself was derived from the title of this painting. Monet's emphasis on the sensory experience of the moment, rather than its literal depiction, challenged traditional methods of painting and laid the groundwork for abstraction. Vincent van Gogh, a post-impressionist painter, pushed the emotional and expressive potential of color and brushwork. His works, such as Starry Night, 1889, and Sunflowers, 1888, are characterized by bold swirling brushstrokes and vivid color choices that convey deep emotional intensity. Van Gogh's personal struggles with mental health, isolation, and despair are reflected in the energy and emotion of his paintings, where form and color are used to express internal states rather than mere external appearances. His unique approach to capturing the inner world of the artist helped to elevate the expressive power of modern art. Paul Cézanne, often considered the bridge between Impressionism and Cubism, revolutionized the way artists thought about form and space. His approach to color and composition was methodical, yet full of expression, and he sought to depict the underlying structure of the natural world. Cézanne's work, such as The Basket of Apples, 1895, and Mont Saint Victoire series, 1885 to 1906, explored the relationship between geometric shapes and natural forms, often breaking down objects into their component parts. His exploration of perspective and form would later influence the development of Cubism, particularly in the work of Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque. These four artists, Courbet, Monet, Van Gogh, and Cézanne, each played a pivotal role in the evolution of modern art, pushing boundaries and challenging conventions in their unique ways. Through their contributions to realism, impressionism, and post-impressionism, they helped to reshape how artists engage with the world, setting the stage for the radical changes that would follow in the 20th century. The development of photography and its influence on art. The invention of photography in the early 19th century had a transformative impact on the art world, fundamentally altering how artists approached representation and the relationship between art and reality. Prior to photography, painting was the primary medium through which people captured images of the world around them. However, with the advent of photography, artists were faced with a new technological tool that could produce highly accurate representations of the world with far greater precision and speed than traditional painting. This shift raised profound questions about the role of art and the artist's function in society. The invention of photography is typically credited to Joseph Nicephore Niepce and Louis Daguerre, who in the 1830s developed the first practical photographic process, known as the daguerreotype. This early method involved exposing a polished metal plate to light, resulting in a detailed and permanent image. The invention of photography rapidly expanded in the 19th century with the development of other processes, including albumin prints and tintypes, making it more accessible to the public. By the mid-1800s, photography had established itself as a legitimate medium for recording images of people, places, and events, and it became especially popular for portraiture. The emergence of photography presented both challenges and opportunities for artists. Initially, some artists viewed photography with skepticism, as they believed it threatened the traditional role of painting in creating lifelike representations. In fact, some traditional painters were reluctant to embrace the new medium, fearing it would diminish the value of their own work. However, over time, many artists began to realize that photography offered new ways to explore and push the boundaries of visual expression. Photography's ability to capture moments in time with precision led artists to reconsider the role of accuracy and realism in their work. As photography gained popularity, many painters began to experiment with abstraction, symbolism, and other non-representational forms. This shift was particularly evident in movements such as Impressionism, where artists like Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir, rather than focusing on precise detail, emphasized light, color, and emotion. Photography had already captured reality, so painters began to focus on subjective interpretations of the world, using brushstrokes, texture, and color to convey personal experiences. Furthermore, photography influenced the development of modern art by challenging traditional notions of perspective and composition. In photography, images are often cropped, and compositions can be asymmetrical or unexpected. These qualities inspired artists such as Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, who would later experiment with Cubism, breaking down subjects into fragmented, geometric shapes. In conclusion, the development of photography in the 19th century had a profound influence on the trajectory of art. It pushed artists to reconsider the role of representation and led to the rise of new artistic movements that focused on abstraction, emotional expression, and subjective perception. As photography increasingly took over the role of capturing reality, artists shifted their focus to conveying deeper, more personal truths about the human experience, setting the stage for the modern art movements that followed. The role of the avant-garde in art history. The concept of the avant-garde in art history refers to a group of innovative artists and movements that pushed the boundaries of traditional art forms, challenging established conventions and introducing new ways of thinking about visual representation. Originating from the French term meaning advance guard or vanguard, the avant-garde played a crucial role in shaping modern art, particularly in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. It emphasized experimentation, rebellion against the status quo, and a desire to reflect or even influence societal change. The avant-garde movements arose as a response to the rapid social, political, and technological transformations of the time, including the Industrial Revolution, the rise of urbanization, and the shifting political landscapes in Europe. Artists sought to break away from the constraints of academic art, which focused on classical ideals and rigid technical standards. The avant-garde rejected realism and instead embraced abstraction, emotional expression, and new techniques to capture the essence of the modern world. One of the key characteristics of the avant-garde was its emphasis on experimentation. Artists were not afraid to break with tradition and explore unconventional materials, techniques, and forms. Movements like Impressionism, Fauvism, Cubism, and Dada were central to the avant-garde's efforts to redefine art. For instance, Impressionist painters like Claude Monet and Edgar Degas experimented with light and color, capturing fleeting moments rather than focusing on precise details. Similarly, Cubist artists such as Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque fragmented objects into geometric shapes, challenging the conventional perspective in art. The avant-garde also had a significant political and social dimension. Many artists aligned themselves with radical political movements, seeing their work as a form of resistance to authority and societal norms. Dadaism, for example, was a reaction to the devastation of World War I and the irrationality of the conflict. Dada artists, including Marcel Duchamp and Hannah Höch, rejected traditional aesthetics and embraced absurdity and chance, believing that art could be a tool for questioning societal values. In addition to challenging artistic conventions, the avant-garde sought to engage with contemporary issues, such as industrialization, war, and alienation, through their work. They believed that art should reflect the complexities and anxieties of modern life. For example, German Expressionism focused on emotional intensity and the darker aspects of human existence, while Surrealism, led by artists like Salvador Dalí and René Magritte, explored the unconscious mind and the realm of dreams. Ultimately, the avant-garde played a crucial role in shaping the trajectory of modern art. By rejecting the established norms of the past and embracing new forms of expression, the avant-garde artists laid the foundation for the diverse and dynamic art movements of the 20th century. Their work not only influenced future generations of artists, but also contributed to broader cultural shifts, helping to redefine the role of art in society and its potential to question, disrupt, and transform. Chapter 8: The Rise of Modernism and Its Variants. The rise of modernism in the late 19th and early 20th centuries marked a profound shift in the trajectory of art. This period, characterized by rapid social, political, and technological change, saw artists moving away from traditional forms of representation and embracing new ways of seeing and interpreting the world. Modernism was not a singular movement, but rather an umbrella term that encompassed a range of styles and approaches, all of which shared a common desire to break from the past and engage with the complexities of modern life. At the core of modernism was a rejection of the realism and academic conventions that had dominated Western art for centuries. Artists sought to capture the essence of modern existence, which was rapidly being transformed by industrialization, urbanization, and the advent of new technologies. They began to experiment with abstraction, fragmentation, and the subjective experience, reflecting the sense of dislocation and alienation that many felt in the face of such profound changes. One of the key movements within modernism was Impressionism, which emerged in the 1870s and sought to capture the fleeting effects of light and atmosphere. Rather than focusing on detailed representation, artists like Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir used loose brushwork and vibrant color to convey the sensory experience of a moment. The movement emphasized the subjective perception of the world, marking a departure from the objective, realistic depictions of earlier art. Following Impressionism, Post-Impressionism further pushed the boundaries of artistic expression. Artists such as Vincent van Gogh, Paul Gauguin, and Georges Seurat rejected the emphasis on light and color in favor of more personal, emotional interpretations of the world. Van Gogh's expressive use of color and swirling brushstrokes in works like Starry Night conveyed deep emotional resonance, while Seurat's pointillist technique explored the formal possibilities of color and structure. In the early 20th century, movements like Cubism, Futurism, and Dadaism emerged, each presenting new ways of interpreting reality. Cubism, pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, fragmented objects into geometric shapes, challenging the traditional perspective. Futurism, with its emphasis on movement and dynamism, celebrated the energy of modern technology, while Dadaism, born out of the chaos of World War I, rejected conventional art in favor of absurdity and chance. Surrealism, which emerged in the 1920s, took modernism's exploration of the subconscious and dreams to new heights. Artists like Salvador Dali and René Magritte sought to express the irrational and unconscious mind through bizarre, dreamlike imagery. They believed that art could bypass the limitations of rational thought and tap into deeper psychological truths. The rise of modernism and its variants reshaped the world of art, reflecting the profound changes occurring in society. These movements, with their embrace of abstraction, experimentation, and individual expression, marked a dramatic departure from the past and laid the foundation for the diverse and dynamic art that would continue to evolve in the 20th century. Modernism's influence can still be seen in contemporary art, as its legacy of pushing boundaries and questioning conventions continues to resonate with artists today. The concept of modernism in art. Modernism in art refers to a broad and transformative movement that emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, driven by a radical desire to break away from the traditional conventions of the past. This period marked a shift in both style and philosophy, as artists sought to represent the changing realities of a rapidly industrializing and urbanizing world. The core of modernism was the rejection of historical norms, especially the idealized forms and subjects that had dominated Western art for centuries, including academic realism and neoclassical themes. Modernism embraced experimentation, abstraction, and a focus on individual perception, reflecting the complexities of modern life. At its essence, modernism was not merely an artistic style, but a mindset, a challenge to established systems and conventions in every aspect of life. It arose in response to the rapid changes of the Industrial Revolution, as well as the social and political upheavals of the early 20th century, including World War I and the shifting dynamics of power, culture, and technology. These transformations led artists to reconsider the role of art and its relationship to reality, truth, and the human experience. One of the key characteristics of modernism was its move toward abstraction and the rejection of the detailed, realistic depiction of the world. Early modernist artists, such as Edouard Manet and the Impressionists, began to focus on the perception of light, color, and movement, rather than on the accurate reproduction of physical forms. In works like Impression, Sunrise by Claude Monet, color and light became the subjects themselves, rather than mere tools to depict a scene. This shift laid the groundwork for further abstraction, which became a defining feature of later movements such as Cubism and abstract expressionism. Modernism also embraced a focus on the subjective experience, exploring the inner world of emotions, memories, and consciousness. In the hands of artists like Vincent van Gogh and Edvard Munch, art became a means of expressing personal vision and psychological depth. Van Gogh's swirling brushstrokes and vivid color palette, for instance, were used not just to capture the physical world, but to convey his emotional state and inner turmoil. Another defining characteristic of modernism was its experimentation with new techniques and materials. Artists were eager to break free from traditional methods of painting, sculpture, and representation. This was evident in movements such as Dada, which rejected the conventional notions of aesthetics and embraced chaos and absurdity as a form of resistance, and Surrealism, which sought to unlock the unconscious mind through irrational imagery and dreamlike scenes. In essence, modernism was a movement that sought to redefine art in the face of a rapidly changing world. It challenged the conventions of the past, rejected realism, and embraced abstraction and subjective expression. Modernist artists used their work to reflect not only the transformations of society, but also the internal and emotional experiences of individuals, and their innovations continue to influence art to this day. Expressionism, Fauvism, and Cubism. Expressionism, Fauvism, and Cubism are three pivotal movements within the broader context of modernism, each contributing to the evolution of art in unique ways. These movements, though distinct in style and philosophy, shared an underlying desire to break free from traditional artistic forms and explore new ways of representing reality and human experience. Expressionism emerged in the early 20th century, driven by a desire to convey the artist's emotional experience rather than realistic depictions of the external world. The movement was characterized by bold colors, distorted forms, and exaggerated lines, all intended to evoke intense emotional responses from the viewer. Expressionist artists were deeply concerned with the psychological and emotional aspects of life, often reflecting themes of alienation, anxiety, and existential angst. One of the most iconic examples of Expressionism is Edvard Munch's The Scream, a painting that captures a moment of intense emotional turmoil through distorted figures and vibrant, swirling color. The movement influenced a wide range of artistic fields, including painting, literature, and theater, and became closely associated with the German art group Die Brücke and the Austrian artist Egon Schiele, who used distorted human figures to express inner psychological states. Fauvism, which emerged around the same time as Expressionism, was a French movement led by artists such as Henri Matisse and André Derain. The term fauve, meaning wild beasts, was coined by critics due to the intense, non-naturalistic use of color in the works of these artists. Fauvism rejected the muted, realistic color palette of the 19th century in favor of bold, vibrant hues, often applied directly from the tube. Unlike Expressionism, which sought to express inner emotional states, Fauvism was more concerned with the pure visual impact of color and form. The artists of this movement emphasized the freedom of color and brushstroke to convey a sense of joy and energy. Matisse's Woman with a Hat exemplifies the Fauvist style with its striking use of color to depict a portrait, disregarding natural skin tones in favor of expressive hues that reflect the subject's vibrancy and spirit. Cubism, developed by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque in the early 20th century, represented a radical departure from traditional perspective and representation. Cubism fragmented subjects into geometric shapes and multiple viewpoints, presenting a subject from several angles simultaneously. The aim was not to reproduce the external world, but to depict it in a way that more closely reflected the complexity and dynamism of human perception. In its early phase, known as analytical cubism, Picasso and Braque used muted tones, and focused on dissecting forms into abstract planes. Later, synthetic cubism emerged, marked by the introduction of brighter colors and the incorporation of collage elements. Cubism revolutionized the way artists understood and represented space, influencing subsequent movements such as Futurism and Constructivism. Each of these movements, Expressionism, Fauvism, and Cubism, challenged conventional ways of seeing and representing the world. They rejected realism, embraced abstraction, and explored new ways of expressing the complexities of human emotion, perception, and reality. Their innovations continue to resonate in contemporary art, laying the groundwork for many of the modernist and postmodernist movements that followed. The influence of Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque. Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque were two of the most influential artists of the 20th century, whose collaboration in the development of Cubism radically transformed the landscape of modern art. While their individual careers are marked by significant achievements, it was their partnership in the early 1900s that revolutionized the way artists approached form, perspective, and representation. Together, they dismantled the traditional conventions of artistic composition and introduced a new visual language that has had a lasting impact on both the art world and beyond. Picasso and Braque's collaboration in Cubism emerged in the context of the post-impressionist desire to move beyond the limitations of traditional representation. Influenced by the works of Paul Cézanne, who sought to reduce natural forms to geometric shapes, the two artists began to experiment with depicting objects from multiple viewpoints simultaneously. The result was a fragmented and abstracted depiction of reality, where the subject could be seen from various angles at once. This approach challenged the notion of a fixed, single perspective, which had been a fundamental principle in Western art since the Renaissance. The early phase of their collaboration, known as analytical cubism, was marked by muted color palettes and a focus on breaking down objects into geometric shapes and planes. Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 1907, a groundbreaking work, is often cited as a precursor to Cubism. It features distorted, angular figures and an exploration of the human form that departs from traditional representation. Similarly, Braque's Violin and Candlestick, 1910, exemplifies analytical Cubism's emphasis on fragmentation and abstraction, reducing the subject to a series of interlocking planes and shapes. In this phase, the use of color was subdued, allowing the structure and form of the objects to take center stage. As their collaboration progressed, Picasso and Braque moved into the phase known as synthetic cubism, which introduced brighter colors, texture, and the use of collage elements. This marked a shift away from the purely abstract to a more constructive approach, where the fragmented pieces of objects were reconstructed into a new, unified composition. The use of collage allowed for the incorporation of real-world materials into the artwork, further breaking down the boundaries between the artistic and the everyday. Works like Picasso's Still Life with Chair Caning, 1912, exemplified this innovation by combining painted elements with actual pieces of newspaper and other materials. The influence of Picasso and Braque's Cubism reached far beyond their own work, profoundly impacting the trajectory of modern art. Their ideas inspired a wide range of movements, including Futurism, Constructivism, and Dadaism. Furthermore, the radical approach to space, form, and perspective that they pioneered set the stage for later avant-garde movements like abstract expressionism and minimalism. Through their groundbreaking work, Picasso and Braque not only revolutionized the way we see and represent the world, but they also laid the foundation for much of the innovation and experimentation that followed in the 20th century. Their legacy continues to shape contemporary art, and their contributions to the development of Cubism remain central to our understanding of modern art's evolution. Dadaism and Surrealism, rebellion against tradition. Dadaism and Surrealism were two groundbreaking movements in the early 20th century that radically challenged traditional norms of art, culture, and society. Both movements arose in response to the tumultuous social and political climate of the time, particularly the aftermath of World War I. Rejecting the conventions of classical art and the logic of reason, Dadaism and Surrealism sought to dismantle established structures and provoke new ways of thinking and seeing. While distinct in style and philosophy, both movements shared a deep skepticism toward the values of rationalism, order, and authority that had dominated Western thought for centuries. Dadaism, born in 1916 at the Cabaret Voltaire in Zurich, Switzerland, was an anti-art movement that emerged as a direct reaction to the horrors and absurdities of war. Led by artists like Marcel Duchamp, Hugo Ball, and Tristan Tzara, Dadaists sought to subvert the traditional notion of art by embracing randomness, absurdity, and the rejection of reason. They believed that the irrationality and chaos of war had revealed the futility of established cultural norms, and thus they embraced nonsensical, playful forms of expression. Dadaists used found objects, nonsensical poetry, and spontaneous performances to challenge the very definition of art. One of the most iconic works associated with Dadaism is Duchamp's Fountain, 1917, a urinal signed with the pseudonym R. Mutt. By presenting this everyday object as art, Duchamp forced viewers to question the traditional role of the artist and the institution of art itself. In contrast to the chaotic and nihilistic nature of Dadaism, Surrealism, which emerged in the early 1920s, sought to explore the unconscious mind and dreams as a means of breaking free from the constraints of rational thought. Founded by André Breton, Surrealism was deeply influenced by the psychoanalytic theories of Sigmund Freud and the idea that the unconscious mind could reveal deeper truths about human existence. Surrealist artists, including Salvador Dalí, René Magritte, and Max Ernst, sought to create artworks that represented the irrational, the dreamlike, and the fantastical. Through techniques like automatism, where artists allowed their subconscious to guide their creative process, Surrealists produced strange, often unsettling images that defied logic and rationality. Dali's The Persistence of Memory, 1931, with its melting clocks draped across a desolate landscape, is one of the most recognizable examples of Surrealist imagery, representing the fluidity of time and the disorientation of the unconscious. Both Dadaism and Surrealism pushed the boundaries of what could be considered art, challenging viewers to rethink not only artistic conventions, but also the societal structures that influence them. Dada's focus on absurdity and anti-establishment sentiments laid the groundwork for Surrealism's exploration of the unconscious. But while Dadaism often rejected meaning altogether, Surrealism sought to reveal deeper psychological truths through symbolic imagery. Both movements had a profound influence on the development of contemporary art, paving the way for the avant-garde movements that followed and continuing to inspire artists today. Ultimately, Dadaism and Surrealism's rebellion against tradition reshaped the way we think about art, pushing it beyond representation and into the realms of the irrational, the subconscious, and the absurd. Through their radical departures from established norms, these movements forever altered the course of modern art, encouraging experimentation, subversion, and the search for new forms of expression. Abstract art and the development of non-representational forms. Abstract art, which emerged in the early 20th century, represents a profound departure from traditional representational art, focusing instead on colors, shapes, lines, and forms to express emotions, ideas, or states of being without directly depicting recognizable subjects. The movement marked a radical shift in the history of art, as artists began to reject the necessity of representation and sought to explore the expressive potential of pure abstraction. At the heart of abstract art is the idea that art does not have to represent the external world or human figures in a realistic way. Instead, it focuses on the formal qualities of the artwork: color, texture, composition, and geometry, allowing the viewer to engage with the piece on an emotional and intellectual level. One of the first major breakthroughs in abstract art was made by Wassily Kandinsky, who believed that art should be liberated from the constraints of realism. He argued that non-representational forms could convey spiritual and emotional truths that were beyond the reach of traditional figurative painting. His work, such as Composition Veit, 1923, demonstrates his commitment to abstraction, with vibrant geometric forms and dynamic compositions that seek to express inner emotions rather than depict the outer world. The development of abstract art can also be traced through the work of other key figures, such as Kazimir Malevich, whose Black Square, 1915, is often considered one of the seminal works of abstract art. Malevich's suprematism focused on basic geometric forms like squares and circles, reducing art to its most elemental shapes and emphasizing the purity of non-representational forms. Similarly, Piet Mondrian's work in the De Stijl movement, characterized by the use of straight lines and primary colors, further distilled art to geometric abstraction, seeking harmony and balance through simplicity and order. Abstract art continued to evolve throughout the 20th century, branching into various movements, such as abstract expressionism, which emerged in the United States in the 1940s and 1950s. Artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko took abstraction to new extremes, emphasizing spontaneity, gesture, and emotion. Pollock's drip paintings, for instance, broke away from traditional techniques by using chance and movement as part of the creative process, allowing the painting to unfold organically. Rothko's large-scale color fields, on the other hand, aim to evoke a sense of deep emotion and transcendence through the use of color and form alone. The development of non-representational forms in abstract art was not only a break from the past, but also a reflection of broader changes in society, such as the increasing industrialization, technological innovation, and psychological exploration of the 20th century. It reflected the desire to break free from the constraints of realism and engage with the inner emotional and intellectual realms of the human experience. Today, abstract art continues to influence contemporary artists and remains a vital form of expression. Its emphasis on non-representational forms and its challenge to traditional ideas about art's role in society continue to shape modern art, inviting viewers to engage with art in new and meaningful ways. Through abstraction, artists have created a space where color, shape, and form are not just tools for representation, but powerful means of emotional and intellectual communication. Chapter 9: Postmodernism and Contemporary Art. Postmodernism, which emerged in the mid-20th century, represents a departure from the principles of modernism and a reaction to its ideals of progress, unity, and universal truths. Characterized by skepticism, irony, and a playful attitude toward established norms, postmodern art rejects the idea of a single dominant artistic truth or narrative. Instead, it embraces plurality, diversity, and fragmentation, challenging the very notion of artistic authority and encouraging the exploration of multiple perspectives. In doing so, postmodern art questions the boundaries between high and low culture and often blurs the lines between art, media, and everyday life. One of the most significant aspects of postmodernism in art is the rejection of the idea of a singular objective reality. Postmodern artists often deconstruct traditional representations and cultural conventions to reveal how meaning is constructed and how power structures shape our understanding of the world. This can be seen in the works of artists like Jeff Koons, whose Balloon Dog, 1994-2000, appropriates the form of a common inflatable toy but elevates it to the status of high art, challenging the distinctions between mass production and fine art. Koons' work is emblematic of postmodernism's fascination with consumer culture, irony, and the use of kitsch. In addition to the critique of established art hierarchies, postmodernism also brought about an exploration of identity, particularly issues of race, gender, and sexuality. Artists like Cindy Sherman and Barbara Kruger use photography and conceptual art to investigate the ways in which identities are constructed, often drawing attention to the roles that society imposes on individuals. Sherman's Untitled Film Stills, 1977 to 1980, presents herself in various stereotypical female roles, interrogating how women are represented in media and culture. Similarly, Kruger's works, which often feature bold text overlaid on found images, challenge conventional power dynamics and expose how language and visual culture shape perceptions of identity. Another key characteristic of postmodernism in art is the embrace of appropriation. Postmodern artists often borrow, reference, or remix existing cultural symbols, artworks, and historical references. This technique, known as appropriation, is used to subvert or recontextualize meaning, as seen in the work of artists like Richard Prince and Sherry Levine. These artists engage with the history of art and culture, using past images or objects as a way to comment on issues such as originality, authenticity, and authorship in the modern world. As postmodernism evolved, it influenced the development of contemporary art, which encompasses a wide range of styles and mediums, from installation and performance art to digital and video art. Today, contemporary art is marked by its global reach and its emphasis on collaboration and interdisciplinary practice. It is characterized by a constant questioning of boundaries, both artistic and cultural, and by a willingness to engage with social, political, and technological issues. Artists such as Ai Weiwei, Banksy, and Kara Walker continue to explore the role of art in shaping public discourse, using their work to challenge systems of power and question societal norms. Postmodernism and contemporary art have thus ushered in an era of complexity, ambiguity, and diverse voices. By rejecting the modernist belief in a singular, objective truth, postmodern art has opened the door to a multitude of artistic practices and perspectives. The influence of postmodernism remains central to contemporary art, as artists continue to push boundaries and redefine what art can be in an ever-changing world. The shift from modernism to postmodernism. The transition from modernism to postmodernism in art represents a profound shift in both the philosophical underpinnings and artistic practices of the 20th century. Modernism, which emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, was deeply committed to ideals of progress, innovation, and the pursuit of universal truths. Modernist artists believed that art should reflect the evolving nature of society, embracing abstraction, formalism, and the rejection of traditional representations. This belief in the power of art to reveal deeper truths about the human condition and the world around it was central to movements like Impressionism, Cubism, and Abstract Expressionism. However, by the 1960s, many artists began to question the assumptions that had underpinned modernism. The ravages of two world wars, along with the growth of consumer culture and mass media, led to a growing skepticism about the ideals of progress and the notion of art as a means of revealing universal truths. The optimism that characterized modernism started to give way to a sense of disillusionment and fragmentation. Postmodernism emerged as a response to these changes, rejecting the idea of a single unified truth in favor of plurality, relativism, and the recognition that all knowledge and meaning are constructed. Postmodern artists were less interested in creating timeless, transcendent works and more concerned with questioning the very nature of art and its relationship to society. They challenged modernism's emphasis on originality, purity, and abstraction by embracing irony, pastiche, and the blending of high and low culture. While modernism often sought to distill art to its essential elements and create new revolutionary forms, postmodernism embraced complexity, contradiction, and the collapse of boundaries. This shift was reflected in the way postmodern artists used appropriation, sampling, and referencing past works to comment on the cultural and social context in which they worked. In addition to these conceptual shifts, the physical form of postmodern art also departed from modernist ideals. Where modernism often relied on geometric abstraction and a focus on materials and process, postmodernism embraced a wide variety of styles, including surrealism, realism, and kitsch. The postmodern emphasis on representation and the use of everyday objects in art signaled a move away from the deep abstraction of modernism toward more accessible, familiar forms. The rise of conceptual art, installation art, and performance art during the postmodern period also reflected this shift. Postmodern artists like Andy Warhol, Cindy Sherman, and Jeff Koons blurred the lines between art and commerce, often using popular culture, mass media, and commercial products in their work. These artists emphasize the role of the viewer in interpreting meaning, suggesting that art is not a universal language, but one that is shaped by individual experiences and cultural context. The shift from modernism to postmodernism marked a move from certainty to ambiguity, from the search for universal truths to the exploration of subjective perspectives. It was a rejection of the idea that art should embody progress, and instead embrace the complexity, fragmentation, and pluralism of contemporary life. This shift continues to shape the landscape of contemporary art, where multiple voices and interpretations coexist, and where boundaries between disciplines and media continue to be challenged. Key characteristics of postmodern art. Postmodern art, which emerged in the late 20th century, is defined by its rejection of the principles that governed modernist art, such as the belief in universal truths, purity, and formalism. Instead, postmodern art embraces plurality, contradiction, and the idea that meaning is subjective and fluid. One of the key characteristics of postmodern art is its skepticism toward grand narratives or overarching theories, rejecting the notion that there is a single, objective reality that art must represent. This skepticism often manifests as irony, playfulness, and the incorporation of multiple perspectives and styles. A defining feature of postmodern art is its embrace of eclecticism and the mixing of different artistic styles, periods, and media. Whereas modernist art sought to create new and original forms, postmodern art often combines or references existing cultural symbols, historical artworks, and mass media. This technique, known as appropriation, allows postmodern artists to challenge the boundaries of art, culture, and authorship. Artists like Andy Warhol and Sherry Levine used appropriation to critique the concepts of originality and authenticity in the art world. Warhol's famous Campbell's soup cans, 1962, for example, transformed a mass-produced object into a work of fine art, blurring the distinction between high culture and consumer culture. Another key characteristic of postmodern art is its embrace of irony and self-awareness. Postmodern artists often make works that are self-referential, questioning the role of the artist, the viewer, and the art itself. This self-awareness can be seen in the work of artists like Jeff Koons, whose playful use of kitsch and mass-produced imagery challenges traditional ideas of taste and beauty. By using irony and humor, postmodern artists often subvert expectations and invite viewers to question the nature of art and its function in society. Postmodern art also places a strong emphasis on the role of the viewer in the creation of meaning. Unlike modernist art, which often sought to convey a universal or timeless truth, postmodern art suggests that meaning is constructed through the interaction between the artwork and its audience. As a result, postmodern art can be fragmented, ambiguous, and open-ended, encouraging viewers to interpret it in multiple ways. This idea is evident in works of conceptual and installation art, where the physical space, context, and viewer engagement become an integral part of the art itself. Finally, postmodern art often addresses issues of identity, culture, and politics. Many postmodern artists explore themes such as gender, race, class, and sexuality, questioning traditional norms, and highlighting marginalized voices. Artists like Cindy Sherman, with her untitled film stills, 1977 to 1980, used photography to examine the construction of gender and identity, while artists like Kara Walker engage with the complex history of race and power in America. Through these explorations, postmodern art becomes a tool for social critique and a means of addressing contemporary concerns. In sum, postmodern art is characterized by its rejection of the ideals of modernism, its embrace of eclecticism and irony, its questioning of traditional notions of authorship and meaning, and its engagement with issues of identity and social critique. It is a movement that celebrates diversity, complexity, and the multiplicity of voices and perspectives that define contemporary culture. Pop art and the role of consumer culture. Pop art emerged in the mid 20th century as a response to the cultural and social changes brought about by consumerism, mass media, and the rise of popular culture. It is often seen as a rebellion against the elitist tendencies of abstract art and the avant garde movements that preceded it. Instead of focusing on the rarefied or high culture, pop art embraced the imagery and aesthetic of low culture, pulling inspiration from advertising, comic strips, mass-produced consumer goods, and celebrities. By doing so, pop art blurred the lines between fine art and popular culture, making art more accessible and relevant to the everyday life of ordinary people. The hallmark of pop art is its celebration of mass-produced, commercial objects and images. Artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein famously used the language of advertising and consumer products to create art that both critiqued and celebrated consumer culture. Warhol's Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, is one of the most iconic examples of this approach. By elevating a ubiquitous, mass-produced product to the status of fine art, Warhol questioned the notion of originality and the role of consumerism in shaping modern life. His work reflected the growing commodification of culture and the way consumer goods had become integral to American identity. Pop art's embrace of consumer culture extended beyond just objects and imagery. The movement also incorporated techniques from commercial art, such as screen printing and the repetition of familiar motifs, creating a sense of mass production and mechanical reproduction. Warhol, for instance, used silkscreen printing to produce multiple versions of the same image, often using bright, flat colors and simplified forms that mirrored the aesthetic of advertising and packaging. Roy Lichtenstein's work, such as his Wham! 1963, took inspiration from comic book panels, turning the bold, graphic style of popular culture into large-scale paintings that mimicked the visual language of mass entertainment. By doing so, Lichtenstein elevated comic book art, once considered a lowbrow form of entertainment, to the realm of high art, challenging traditional distinctions between different forms of culture and art. Pop art also reflected the increasing dominance of consumerism in post-World War II society, particularly in the United States. As mass production, advertising, and television became central to daily life, artists like Warhol and Lichtenstein used their work to comment on the omnipresence of consumer goods and the way they shaped public consciousness. Through the use of repetition, bold colors, and familiar imagery, pop artists turned everyday objects into icons, underscoring the ubiquity of consumer culture. In essence, pop art was a direct response to the commercialization of culture and the dominance of consumerism in post-war society. By appropriating imagery from advertising, comics, and mass media, pop artists both critiqued and celebrated the role of consumer culture in shaping contemporary life. Through this approach, pop art democratized art, making it more accessible and relevant to the experiences of ordinary people while questioning the very nature of art and its relationship to consumer culture. Minimalism, conceptual art, and performance art. Minimalism, conceptual art, and performance art are three influential movements that emerged in the mid-20th century, each responding to and challenging traditional notions of art, representation, and the role of the artist. These movements, though distinct in style and approach, shared a common interest in reducing the emphasis on aesthetics and materiality in favor of ideas, process, and the artist's intention. Minimalism, which arose in the 1960s, was a reaction against the emotional intensity and complexity of abstract expressionism. Minimalist artists sought to strip art down to its most basic elements, emphasizing simplicity, geometric shapes, and industrial materials. Works of art in this movement often feature repetitive forms and an emphasis on the physical space in which the artwork exists. Artists such as Donald Judd, Dan Flavin, and Agnes Martin rejected the idea of art as a vehicle for personal expression, instead focusing on creating objects that were self-contained, objective, and unambiguous. Minimalist works like Judd's steel and plexiglass boxes or Flavin's light installations removed the human hand and emotional content, presenting pure, unembellished forms that challenged viewers to engage with the experience of the object itself. Conceptual art, which emerged around the same time as minimalism, shifted the focus of art from visual aesthetics to ideas and concepts. Artists like Sol LeWitt, Joseph Kosuth, and Yoko Ono argued that the concept behind the artwork was more important than its physical form. In conceptual art, the process of creating art was often as significant as the final product, and the work could exist as an idea rather than a traditional object. One of the key tenets of conceptual art is the belief that art can be conceptualized through language, instructions, or other non-visual means. Sol LeWitt's wall drawings, for example, consisted of written instructions for creating a specific geometric design, allowing others to execute the work. The movement questioned the need for traditional materials, often using photography, text, or found objects to convey the artwork's message. Performance art, which gained prominence in the 1960s, was another departure from traditional visual art forms. Performance artists such as Marina Abramović, Alan Kaprow, and Carolee Schneemann used their own bodies as the medium for artistic expression, often creating live, time-based works that involved interaction with the audience. Performance art emphasized the ephemeral nature of art, with works that existed only in the moment of the performance and could not be replicated. This form of art pushed boundaries by engaging with themes of identity, politics, sexuality, and social norms. Abramović's The Artist is Present, 2010, is a prime example of how performance art can transform the artist's body into the site of emotional and intellectual exploration, creating a shared experience between the performer and the audience. Together, minimalism, conceptual art, and performance art reshaped the landscape of contemporary art by challenging traditional notions of what art could be. These movements moved away from representational, aesthetic-driven works to explore the relationship between the viewer, the artist, and the idea behind the artwork. By emphasizing process, concept, and performance over materiality and form, these movements expanded the boundaries of artistic expression and laid the groundwork for many of the practices that define contemporary art today. The globalization of contemporary art. The globalization of contemporary art has reshaped the art world in profound ways, particularly since the late 20th century. This phenomenon refers to the increasing interconnectedness of artists, curators, collectors, and institutions across the world, fueled by advances in technology, communication, and transportation. As a result, art has become more fluid, transcending geographic, cultural, and political boundaries. The rise of globalization in contemporary art has led to a more diverse and inclusive art landscape where non-Western artists are gaining prominence and international dialogue is fostering cross-cultural exchanges. One of the key drivers of this globalization is the global art market. As economies have become more interconnected, art fairs, galleries, and auction houses have expanded their reach, allowing artists from all over the world to showcase their work on an international stage. Cities like New York, London, Paris, and Venice continue to serve as major hubs for the art world, but emerging art centers in Asia, Africa, and Latin America have also gained recognition. Art fairs such as Art Basel in Switzerland, Art Dubai, and the Frieze Art Fair in London provide platforms for artists from diverse backgrounds to exhibit their work alongside established names, fostering new networks of collectors, curators, and institutions. Technology and digital media have played a crucial role in the globalization of art. The internet, social media platforms, and online galleries have enabled artists to reach a global audience without the need for physical representation in major art capitals. This digital shift has democratized access to art, allowing artists to share their work instantly with people around the world. Online platforms like Instagram have given rise to new ways of creating, exhibiting, and experiencing art, enabling artists to bypass traditional galleries and connect directly with audiences. Globalization in contemporary art has also fostered a greater awareness of cultural diversity and the complexities of identity. Many contemporary artists address themes such as migration, globalization, and the blending of cultural traditions in their work. These artists often explore how local cultures intersect with global forces, reflecting on issues of power, inequality, and hybridity. For example, the works of Chinese artist Ai Weiwei, Nigerian artist Jideka Akunyili Crosby, and Brazilian artist Ernesto Neto reflect the intersection of global and local influences, addressing socio-political issues such as freedom of expression, identity, and globalization. However, the globalization of contemporary art is not without its challenges. While it has created more opportunities for cross-cultural exchange, it has also raised concerns about cultural appropriation and the commercialization of art. The increasing commodification of art in the global market has led some critics to question whether the diversity and authenticity of contemporary art are being diluted for marketability and profit. Additionally, the dominance of Western institutions and collectors still shapes much of the global art market, sometimes sidelining artists from less economically powerful regions. In conclusion, the globalization of contemporary art has transformed the way art is created, shared, and consumed. It has expanded the scope of artistic expression, created new opportunities for artists from diverse backgrounds, and fostered a more interconnected global art world. While challenges remain, the globalization of contemporary art continues to shape the future of the art world, offering new possibilities for both artists and audiences alike. Chapter 10: Art in the Digital Age. The advent of digital technology has transformed the art world in unprecedented ways, bringing about a revolution in how art is created, distributed, and experienced. From the rise of digital art forms to the integration of virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and social media, the digital age has opened up new possibilities for both artists and audiences. The boundaries between traditional art and technology have blurred, and the ways in which art engages with society have evolved dramatically. One of the most significant developments in the digital age is the emergence of digital art itself. Artists now have access to a wide range of digital tools and software that allow them to create entirely new forms of expression, such as digital paintings, 3D sculptures, and interactive installations. Digital art challenges traditional notions of craftsmanship as it can be endlessly replicated and altered with ease. Programs like Adobe Photoshop, Blender, and Procreate offer artists the flexibility to experiment with techniques that were previously inaccessible. This has allowed for the creation of highly innovative and often immersive works that push the boundaries of visual art. The rise of generative art, where algorithms or artificial intelligence are used to create art, has added a layer of complexity, raising questions about authorship and creativity in a world where machines play a role in the artistic process. Virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality, AR, have also become powerful tools in contemporary art. VR allows artists to create fully immersive experiences that engage viewers in new, interactive ways. Through VR, an audience can step into a 3D space and experience art from within, creating a sense of presence and agency that traditional art forms cannot offer. AR, on the other hand, overlays digital elements onto the real world, enabling artists to create hybrid works that exist both physically and digitally. Both VR and AR have expanded the possibilities of how art can be consumed, allowing for deeper engagement and participation from the audience. The rise of social media has also revolutionized the distribution and visibility of art. Platforms like Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok allow artists to share their work with a global audience, bypassing traditional galleries and institutions. These platforms have democratized access to art, enabling emerging artists to gain recognition without the need for institutional approval. The instant feedback from online communities has created new forms of dialogue and collaboration, making art a more interactive and dynamic experience. However, the digital age has also raised questions about the nature of ownership, authenticity, and value in art. The ability to replicate and distribute digital art has made issues of copyright and originality more complex. The rise of NFTs, non-fungible tokens, has provided a way to establish digital ownership, but it has also sparked debates about the environmental impact of blockchain technology and the speculative nature of the digital art market. In conclusion, art in the digital age has opened up new dimensions of creativity and expression. Artists now have a vast array of tools at their disposal, allowing for innovative practices and new forms of interaction with audiences. As technology continues to evolve, the possibilities for digital art will only expand, offering new challenges and opportunities for both artists and the broader art world. The impact of technology on art production. Technology has dramatically transformed the way art is produced, opening up new possibilities for creative expression while challenging traditional methods of making art. From the invention of the camera to the use of artificial intelligence and digital tools, technological advances have reshaped the tools, processes, and mediums that artists use. These changes have not only expanded the range of artistic possibilities, but also raised important questions about authorship, originality, and the nature of creativity itself. One of the most significant ways technology has influenced art production is through the development of digital tools and software. Programs such as Adobe Photoshop, Illustrator, and 3D modeling software like Blender have allowed artists to create intricate works that would have been impossible or extremely labor-intensive using traditional media. Digital technology has made it easier for artists to experiment with new styles, colors, and forms without the physical constraints of paint, canvas, or sculpture materials. The accessibility and versatility of these tools have also democratized the art-making process, enabling more people to explore artistic expression, regardless of formal training. Another area where technology has impacted art production is in the realm of photography and video. The invention of the camera fundamentally changed the way artists approached representation. Photography allowed for a more precise and immediate way of capturing reality, while video introduced the ability to record movement and time, enabling artists to explore temporal and narrative aspects of art. Digital cameras, video editing software, and the advent of high-definition and 3D imaging have further expanded the possibilities for artists working in these mediums. The digital manipulation of images allows for alterations in ways that challenge our perception of reality, and the boundaries between photography, painting, and other visual art forms have become increasingly fluid. The rise of artificial intelligence, AI, has introduced a new frontier in art production. AI programs can now generate original artwork, often based on algorithms that mimic certain artistic styles, or even create entirely new ones. Artists can use AI as a tool to enhance their creative process or collaborate with it to produce works that explore the intersection between human and machine creativity. This technological development has sparked debates about the role of the artist in a world where machines can generate art autonomously. Questions about authorship, originality, and the authenticity of AI-generated works have become central to discussions about the future of art. Moreover, 3D printing and digital fabrication have allowed artists to create sculptures and installations in new ways. Using 3D modeling software, artists can design complex structures that are then printed layer by layer with a range of materials, including plastic, metal, and even biological substances. This technology has revolutionized sculpture, allowing for more precise, intricate, and customizable works than ever before. 3D printing also facilitates the creation of prototypes, enabling artists to experiment with form and structure before committing to a final piece. While technology has undoubtedly expanded the creative potential of artists, it has also raised important questions about the relationship between the artist and the tools they use. Some critics argue that the reliance on digital tools and AI diminishes the value of human labor and craftsmanship in art making. Others contend that technology enhances the artist's ability to push the boundaries of their practice and create works that are more engaging, accessible, and innovative. In conclusion, the impact of technology on art production has been transformative, offering artists new ways to experiment, create, and engage with their audiences. From digital tools and AI to 3D printing and photography, technological advancements have expanded the range of artistic possibilities and challenged traditional notions of what art can be. As technology continues to evolve, it will undoubtedly continue to shape the future of art production, offering exciting new opportunities for both artists and viewers. Digital and new media art. Digital and new media art represent a significant departure from traditional art forms, embracing the technologies and digital tools that have reshaped how art is created, experienced, and distributed. These art forms incorporate new technologies, such as computer-generated imagery, CGI, video, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and interactive installations to engage audiences in innovative and often immersive ways. The rise of digital and new media art has expanded the boundaries of creative expression, offering new possibilities for artists and challenging our traditional notions of what constitutes art. One of the key features of digital and new media art is its reliance on technology as both a medium and a tool for creation. Artists working in this field use computers, software, and digital devices to produce works that can range from static images and videos to dynamic, interactive installations. For example, digital art includes works created with graphic design programs, photography that has been digitally manipulated, or digitally painted images. Video art and digital animation, which use moving images and sound, have become popular mediums in this genre, often exploring themes of time, space, and perception. The ability to manipulate images in real time allows for more complex layers of meaning, as artists can create a sense of constant flux and transformation. New media art is also heavily characterized by its interactivity. Many artists incorporate elements of participation from the audience, turning the viewer into an active participant rather than a passive observer. Interactive installations may involve the audience physically engaging with the artwork, triggering a response from sensors or affecting the progression of a digital narrative. This shift to interactivity represents a break from traditional passive experiences of art, where viewers would simply observe static works of art from a distance. In this new context, the art is constantly evolving, often driven by the presence and actions of the audience. Virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality, AR, are two technologies that have had a particularly significant impact on new media art. VR allows artists to create fully immersive environments where viewers can explore and interact with the artwork from within, providing an entirely new sensory experience. Similarly, AR overlays digital elements onto the physical world, offering a hybrid form of art that engages both the digital and real worlds simultaneously. These immersive technologies enable artists to engage viewers in a deeper, more personal way, allowing them to experience art beyond the constraints of traditional viewing spaces. Artificial intelligence, AI, has also entered the realm of digital art, with algorithms and machine learning being used to generate new works of art. AI can create visual art, music, and even poetry, either by replicating existing styles or generating entirely new forms of expression. This technology challenges traditional ideas of authorship as the line between human artist and machine becomes blurred. While some view AI as a tool to assist the artist, others argue that AI-generated art raises questions about the nature of creativity and originality, offering new debates about the role of the artist in the creative process. The democratization of art distribution has also been a significant outcome of the rise of digital and new media art. The internet and social media platforms, such as Instagram, YouTube, and Vimeo, have provided artists with global exposure, allowing them to bypass traditional galleries and institutions. Online art platforms have enabled a broader range of artists to reach diverse audiences, creating a more inclusive art scene. Additionally, digital art is easily replicable and shareable, enabling the circulation of art beyond geographic limitations. In conclusion, digital and new media art have transformed the art world, opening up new possibilities for artistic creation and engagement. Through the use of technology, artists are able to explore innovative techniques, create immersive experiences, and engage viewers in interactive ways that were previously unimaginable. As these technologies continue to evolve, they will undoubtedly shape the future of art, expanding the horizons of what art can be and how it can be experienced. Virtual art and online exhibitions. Virtual art and online exhibitions have emerged as pivotal components in the modern art world, transforming how art is created, displayed, and experienced. With the increasing digitization of culture and the rise of the internet, artists, curators, and institutions have adapted to the changing landscape by using virtual platforms to showcase their work. These innovations have revolutionized the accessibility of art, allowing global audiences to engage with creative expression regardless of their geographical location or physical limitations. Virtual art refers to works created in or for digital environments, often incorporating interactive, immersive, or multimedia elements. Unlike traditional art forms, which are bound by physical space and material constraints, virtual art exists within digital platforms or virtual spaces, allowing for limitless experimentation and manipulation. Artists can use virtual tools and software to create digital sculptures, paintings, animations, and installations that exist entirely in cyberspace. The artwork may also be created in virtual reality, VR, or augmented reality, AR environments, where viewers can interact with and alter the work in real time. These immersive experiences provide an opportunity to experience art in a more dynamic and participatory way than traditional viewing methods allow. Online exhibitions represent a broader shift in how art is presented and consumed. The internet has made it easier than ever for artists to share their work with a wide audience, bypassing traditional gallery spaces and reaching people across the world. Virtual galleries, websites, and social media platforms provide artists with the ability to display their work without the need for physical space, and online exhibitions can take many forms, from curated online galleries to virtual museum tours. These exhibitions often feature digital renderings of physical artworks or original works created specifically for digital platforms. They can also incorporate interactive elements, such as 3D walkthroughs, live stream performances, or digital chats between artists and audiences. The benefits of online exhibitions are numerous, particularly in terms of accessibility. People who may not have the ability to visit physical galleries due to distance, health concerns, or financial constraints can now explore exhibitions from the comfort of their homes. Virtual exhibitions are also more inclusive, allowing for greater diversity in artists and artworks that might not otherwise be seen in mainstream institutions. Additionally, the reach of online exhibitions is potentially limitless, allowing curators to attract viewers from around the globe and fostering a global dialogue in the art world. Furthermore, virtual art and online exhibitions have become increasingly important during times of crisis or restrictions, such as during the COVID-19 pandemic, when physical spaces were closed or limited in access. In this context, online exhibitions became a vital way to keep art alive and accessible. Many museums and galleries around the world embraced virtual tours, offering visitors an opportunity to walk through their exhibits digitally, even as they were physically closed. Despite the many advantages, virtual art and online exhibitions do present challenges. One concern is the lack of physicality in experiencing art online. The tangible connection one feels when standing before a painting or sculpture is hard to replicate through a screen. The experience of viewing art in person is a multisensory encounter that includes scale, texture, and presence, elements that are difficult to translate into digital formats. Additionally, issues of digital preservation and the environmental impact of digital platforms, such as data storage and energy consumption, have raised questions about the long-term sustainability of virtual art spaces. In conclusion, virtual art and online exhibitions have reshaped the art world by offering unprecedented access and visibility to both artists and audiences. These digital platforms have democratized the art experience, allowing people to engage with art in new and diverse ways. As technology continues to evolve, virtual art and online exhibitions will likely continue to play a central role in how art is produced, shared, and appreciated in the future. The role of social media in art promotion. Social media has fundamentally altered the way artists promote their work and connect with audiences, offering both established and emerging artists unprecedented opportunities to showcase their creativity. Platforms like Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube have become vital tools for artistic self-promotion, allowing artists to bypass traditional gatekeepers such as galleries and museums. In doing so, social media has democratized the art world, enabling artists to reach global audiences directly, fostering new forms of artistic expression, and creating a more inclusive and accessible art community. One of the primary ways social media has changed art promotion is by offering artists a direct line to their audience. In the past, gaining visibility in the art world often required physical exhibitions in galleries or the endorsement of curators and collectors. With social media, artists can present their work to millions of people with just a few clicks. Platforms like Instagram, in particular, have become hubs for visual art, where artists share images and videos of their work, allowing followers to engage with and comment on their pieces. This direct interaction between artists and their audience can lead to increased exposure, collaboration opportunities, and even sales. Social media has also provided artists with the ability to build and maintain personal brands, fostering a sense of community around their work and their creative process. Moreover, social media platforms offer a space for artists to experiment with new ways of engaging with their followers. For example, live streaming services on platforms like Instagram and TikTok allow artists to showcase their creative process in real time, offering followers a behind-the-scenes glimpse of their work. These live sessions also provide opportunities for interaction, as viewers can ask questions, provide feedback, or participate in the creative process. This real-time engagement helps establish a deeper connection between the artist and their audience, making the art creation process feel more personal and accessible. Social media also plays a crucial role in connecting artists with other creatives, curators, and institutions. Artists can network with peers, find collaborators, and engage in conversations about art trends and practices. This online network can lead to gallery exhibitions, commissions, and other career-building opportunities. Social media also amplifies the voices of marginalized or underrepresented artists, helping them gain recognition and exposure that they might not have had access to through traditional art channels. Additionally, social media has made it easier for art to go viral. A well-timed post, an engaging video, or a popular hashtag can catapult an artist's work into the public consciousness. Memes, viral trends, and challenges have created new ways for art to spread and gain traction quickly. This viral potential has given artists the ability to achieve recognition almost overnight, although the fame can be fleeting. Despite its advantages, social media also presents some challenges. The pressure to constantly produce new content can lead to burnout for artists, as they are often expected to update their feeds regularly to maintain visibility. Moreover, the focus on visual appeal and aesthetics on platforms like Instagram can sometimes prioritize style over substance, creating a culture that may favor popular trends over more experimental or conceptual work. The algorithms that govern social media platforms can also make it harder for artists to reach their target audiences without paid advertising, as engagement rates and visibility are often determined by complex algorithms rather than pure merit. In conclusion, social media has become an essential tool for artists in promoting their work and building a following. By providing a direct connection between artists and audiences, Social media has democratized art promotion, giving rise to new forms of artistic engagement and expanding the possibilities for artistic expression. However, artists must also navigate the challenges that come with maintaining a social media presence, balancing creativity with the demands of the digital age. Emerging art forms, NFTs, and interactive art. In recent years, two emerging art forms, non-fungible tokens, NFTs, and interactive art, have gained significant attention, reshaping the art world by introducing new ways for artists to create, sell, and engage with audiences. These innovations leverage technology to explore novel methods of artistic expression, challenging traditional boundaries, and redefining what art can be. NFTs have become a groundbreaking development in the art world, offering a digital means of ownership and provenance for artworks. An NFT is a unique digital asset stored on the blockchain, which certifies the ownership and authenticity of a specific piece of digital art, whether it be an image, video, audio file, or animation. By using blockchain technology, NFTs ensure that artists can create limited editions of digital works that can be bought, sold, and traded much like traditional artworks. One of the key benefits of NFTs is their ability to empower artists financially. Through smart contracts embedded within the NFT, artists can earn royalties on secondary sales, creating a long-term revenue stream that was previously not available in the digital realm. This offers artists greater control over their work and the potential for continued profit beyond the initial sale. However, the NFT space has also sparked debates regarding environmental concerns, as the energy consumption required for minting and trading NFTs on certain blockchain platforms can be high. Despite this, NFTs have opened up new opportunities for digital artists, enabling them to reach global markets and gain recognition in ways that were once difficult to achieve. Interactive art, another emerging form, emphasizes the engagement of the audience as an integral part of the artwork. Unlike traditional art forms that typically present a fixed, unchanging piece for passive viewing, interactive art invites viewers to actively participate and influence the outcome of the work. These artworks often involve digital elements, sensors, or virtual environments, enabling viewers to alter the piece in real time through their actions. For example, interactive installations might use touchscreens, motion sensors, or augmented reality to create dynamic, evolving artworks that respond to the presence or input of the viewer. In some cases, the artwork may change based on audience choices, allowing for personalized experiences and a sense of co-creation. This active participation breaks down the traditional divide between artist and viewer, fostering a deeper connection to the art. Interactive art also explores the intersection of technology, interactivity, and narrative, inviting viewers to become part of the story being told. The growing popularity of VR and AR technologies has also enhanced interactive art, allowing for fully immersive experiences where the audience becomes an integral part of the artwork's world. Both NFTs and interactive art are pushing the boundaries of what is possible in the art world. NFTs offer a new way for digital artists to monetize their work and establish ownership, while interactive art challenges the passive consumption of art by making the viewer an active participant. These new art forms reflect broader shifts in the art world as artists embrace technological advancements to engage with contemporary audiences in innovative ways. Although still in their infancy, NFTs and interactive art are likely to continue shaping the future of art, influencing how artists create, share, and interact with their audience in the digital age. Chapter 11, Art and Society, the Interplay of Culture and Politics. Art has long served as a mirror to society, reflecting cultural, social, and political climates throughout history. The interplay between art and society is a complex relationship, where art not only captures the essence of the time in which it was created, but also has the power to influence and shape public consciousness. From ancient civilizations to contemporary movements, artists have used their work to respond to and critique the political and cultural issues of their eras. In turn, society has often used art as a tool to express collective identity, national pride, resistance, or political agendas. Throughout history, art has played an essential role in shaping societal narratives. In ancient cultures, art was often commissioned by the ruling elite or religious institutions to reinforce their power and authority. Egyptian tomb paintings, for instance, depicted pharaohs and gods in idealized forms, cementing the divine right of kings and their connection to the gods. Similarly, in ancient Rome, imperial portraiture served as a form of political propaganda, glorifying the emperor and his reign. The message was clear. Art could be used to project power and establish a certain narrative about a ruler or nation's identity. During the Renaissance, art became a powerful tool for expressing humanism, a cultural movement that emphasized individualism, human potential, and reason. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael depicted the human form with unprecedented realism, challenging medieval ideas of religious symbolism and celebrating the capacity of the human mind and body. This period marked a shift in how art intersected with politics, as the patronage of wealthy families, like the Medici in Florence, allowed artists to explore new ideas and express the growing influence of secular power. The relationship between art and politics took on a more direct form during the modern era, especially with movements like Romanticism and Realism, which were often born out of political unrest. Artists like Francisco Goya used their work to critique the Spanish monarchy and expose the horrors of war. Similarly, in France, the revolutionary ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity were visualized in the paintings of Jacques-Louis David, whose works became symbols of revolutionary change. Art was no longer just a passive reflection of society. It became an active agent for social and political change. In the 20th century, art movements like Dadaism, Surrealism, and later pop art challenged societal norms and questioned traditional power structures. The political upheavals of the world wars, as well as rapid industrialization and the rise of consumer culture, prompted artists to push the boundaries of artistic expression. Artists like Pablo Picasso, Salvador Dalí, and Andy Warhol used their works to critique political ideologies, explore the subconscious, and comment on the commodification of art and culture. The role of art in society continues to evolve in the contemporary world. Today, artists are engaging with a wide range of political issues, from environmental concerns to racial justice, gender identity, and global conflicts. Social media has provided artists with a platform to speak out and influence public discourse on a global scale. Art remains a vital tool for political commentary, offering a powerful means for individuals and communities to resist, question, and reshape the cultural and political landscapes they inhabit. In conclusion, the interplay between art and society is a dynamic and reciprocal relationship. Art is both a reflection of the times and a catalyst for change. By challenging societal norms and engaging with political and cultural issues, art continues to shape the world in profound ways, offering both a voice for the marginalized and a means of reflecting on the complexities of human experience. The influence of politics on art movements. Politics and art have always been intertwined, with political contexts often shaping the creation, reception, and purpose of art movements. Throughout history, art has been a tool for both the expression and the critique of political ideologies, social structures, and national identities. Political events and movements, such as revolutions, wars, and social upheavals, have catalyzed the development of distinct artistic styles and movements, providing a platform for artists to respond to, challenge, or support prevailing political climates. One of the most significant ways politics influences art is through the patronage system. In ancient and medieval times, powerful political and religious institutions commissioned art to affirm their authority and propagate certain ideologies. For instance, during the reign of the Catholic Church in Europe, religious art was used to communicate the divine authority of the Church and its teachings. Artworks like Michelangelo's frescoes in the Sistine Chapel served not only as expressions of religious devotion, but also as powerful political tools, reinforcing the influence of the papacy. In the modern era, political movements became more directly intertwined with art, especially during times of revolution or social change. The rise of Romanticism in the late 18th century, for example, was largely shaped by political revolutions, such as the French Revolution. Romantic artists, including Eugène Delacroix and Francisco Goya, used their works to reflect the tumultuous political climate of their time, addressing themes of freedom, human rights, and the horrors of war. Romanticism emphasized emotion and individualism, and artists used their work to express political ideals, such as the longing for liberty and the revolt against oppressive regimes. The influence of politics on art was particularly evident in the early 20th century, with movements like Dadaism and Surrealism emerging as reactions to the societal and political chaos caused by World War I. Dada artists, including Marcel Duchamp and Hannah Höch, rejected traditional notions of art, using absurdity and anti-aesthetic approaches to critique the values they believed had led to war and destruction. Similarly, Surrealist artists like Salvador Dali and René Magritte used dreamlike imagery and irrational juxtapositions to explore the subconscious and question the rationality of society, which they saw as politically and socially oppressive. In the mid-20th century, political movements continued to shape art, particularly in the context of post-World War II social and political landscapes. Abstract Expressionism, a movement led by artists like Jackson Pollock and Willem de Kooning, was partly influenced by the political tension of the Cold War. The movement's focus on individual expression and spontaneity became a symbol of American democracy, especially in contrast to the rigid ideologies of the Soviet Union. On the other hand, pop art, led by artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein, engaged with the growing consumer culture and media landscape, critiquing mass production and the commodification of culture. Political movements have continued to inspire contemporary art, as artists today use their work to address issues such as racial inequality, environmental degradation, and gender politics. Street art, for instance, has become an important medium for political protest, with artists like Banksy and Shepard Fairey using public spaces to make bold political statements. These works often challenge authority and call for social change, demonstrating how art remains a potent tool for political engagement. In conclusion, politics has played an undeniable role in shaping art movements throughout history. From the commissioned works of the Renaissance to the revolutionary expressions of Romanticism and Dada, art has been a powerful medium through which political ideologies and societal struggles are communicated, whether as a form of protest, a tool for propaganda, or a reflection of societal change. Art continues to be deeply influenced by the political forces that shape the world. Art as social commentary and activism. Throughout history, art has played a powerful role as a tool for social commentary and activism, providing a platform for individuals and communities to voice their concerns, challenge societal norms, and call for change. Artists have long used their work to reflect the issues of their time, whether through direct political commentary, the exploration of social inequalities, or by questioning dominant cultural narratives. The transformative power of art lies in its ability to engage emotions, provoke thought, and spark conversation, making it an ideal vehicle for advocating for social and political causes. In many instances, artists have used their work to shed light on injustices, inequality, and oppression. For example, during the civil rights movement in the United States, African American artists like Jacob Lawrence and Charles White used their art to depict the struggles of African Americans and the fight for equality. Lawrence's Migration series vividly illustrated the mass movement of African Americans from the rural South to urban centers in the North, highlighting themes of racial injustice, migration, and the quest for better opportunities. Similarly, the works of artists such as Kara Walker and Faith Ringgold confront issues of race, identity, and history, giving a voice to marginalized groups and challenging stereotypes. The role of art in activism became especially prominent during times of social and political upheaval. In the 1960s, as protests for civil rights, women's liberation, and anti-war movements gained momentum, artists responded with bold works that critiqued the status quo. The Vietnam War, for example, sparked a wave of anti-war art, with artists like Robert Rauschenberg and Norman Rockwell using their art to express the pain and devastation caused by the conflict. War imagery, such as the famous photograph of the My Lai massacre, was immortalized in art, drawing attention to the human cost of war and the horrors of violence. Social commentary through art was also evident in the feminist art movement, where artists like Judy Chicago and Barbara Kruger challenged gender norms and the portrayal of women in art. Through works like The Dinner Party, which honored the history of women through elaborate place settings for historical female figures, Chicago questioned the erasure of women from history. Kruger's conceptual works, combining text and image, exposed the pervasive nature of advertising and the ways in which it objectifies and commodifies women's bodies. In the contemporary era, social commentary in art continues to thrive, particularly with the rise of street art and digital platforms. Artists like Banksy have used public spaces as a canvas to make bold political statements, addressing issues such as war, poverty, and government corruption. The accessibility of the internet and social media has allowed artists to reach a global audience, amplifying their message and creating a platform for activism in the digital age. Art as social commentary and activism remains a vital part of the artistic landscape. From questioning authority to challenging deeply ingrained societal structures, artists continue to use their work as a means of speaking truth to power, encouraging reflection, and inspiring action. Whether through visual imagery, performance, or interactive media, art offers a unique and impactful way to engage with the world, fostering dialogue and promoting change. Gender, race, and identity in art. Art has long been a powerful medium through which concepts of gender, race, and identity are explored, expressed, and challenged. Throughout history, artists have used their work to interrogate societal norms, question stereotypes, and provide representation for marginalized groups. As a reflection of both personal and collective identity, art can serve as a means of confronting social issues, amplifying voices that have historically been silenced, and reshaping cultural narratives. The exploration of gender, race, and identity in art provides valuable insight into the dynamics of power, privilege, and inequality, as well as the ways in which identity is constructed and experienced. Gender, in particular, has been a central theme in art, especially in the context of feminist movements. Traditionally, women were underrepresented in the art world, often depicted through the male gaze as passive objects of desire, rather than active subjects with their own agency. However, feminist artists of the 20th century, such as Judy Chicago, Cindy Sherman, and Georgia O'Keeffe, challenged these portrayals and brought attention to the ways in which women's bodies and experiences had been objectified and marginalized in art history. Through their work, they sought to redefine women's roles both as artists and as subjects of art, exploring themes of female empowerment, sexuality, and identity. Feminist art also pushed against the boundaries of traditional gender roles, offering new ways to consider identity beyond the binary. Artists like Magdalena Abakanowicz and Marisol Escobar created sculptures that questioned rigid conceptions of gender, reflecting a more fluid understanding of identity. Performance art, such as that by Marina Abramović, explored the body's role in expressing power, vulnerability, and resistance, often addressing themes of gendered experiences in ways that transcended the physical form. Race and identity have also been central concerns in art, with artists of color using their work to comment on issues of racial injustice, cultural representation, and the complexities of belonging. The Harlem Renaissance, for example, was a cultural movement in the early 20th century that elevated African American identity through visual art, music, and literature. Artists like Aaron Douglas and Jacob Lawrence use their art to tell stories of Black life and history, rejecting stereotypes and affirming Black cultural pride. Similarly, artists such as Faith Ringgold and Kara Walker have addressed race, identity, and history through their work, using storytelling and symbolism to confront the legacy of slavery, racism, and inequality in America. The question of racial representation in art continues to evolve as contemporary artists address the ways in which race intersects with culture, history, and power structures. The work of artists like Kehinde Wiley, whose portraits reimagine the classical tradition with Black subjects, and Kara Walker, whose intricate silhouettes challenge the history of race and slavery, forces viewers to confront uncomfortable truths about race and its portrayal in Western art history. Art also serves as a means of exploring intersectionality, the interconnected nature of race, gender, class, and sexuality. Contemporary artists are increasingly using their work to explore how these identities intersect and influence the lived experiences of individuals. Works by artists such as Zanella Muholi, who documents the lives of Black lesbians in South Africa, or David Hammonds, who critiques racial identity in America, illustrate how art can act as a tool for examining the complexities of identity in a multicultural world. In conclusion, the exploration of gender, race, and identity in art is an ongoing and evolving process that continues to shape the discourse surrounding these crucial aspects of human experience. Through art, marginalized voices find expression, traditional narratives are questioned, and new possibilities for understanding identity are created. Art, in all its forms, provides a space for reflection, dialogue, and ultimately social change. The role of museums and galleries in shaping art. Museums and galleries play a crucial role in the development, preservation, and dissemination of art. These institutions are not just spaces for displaying art, they are active participants in shaping cultural narratives, influencing public perception, and defining the value and significance of artworks. Through their curatorial choices, exhibitions, educational programs, and collections, museums and galleries influence how art is experienced, interpreted, and understood by the public. Historically, museums and galleries have been central to the preservation of cultural heritage. They serve as custodians of art, maintaining and safeguarding artworks for future generations. Many museums, such as the Louvre in Paris, the British Museum in London, or the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, house collections that span centuries and continents, providing a rich resource for scholars and visitors alike. Through their efforts to conserve and protect art, these institutions ensure that works of cultural, historical, and artistic importance remain accessible and intact. Museums also contribute to the ongoing study of art history, offering scholars opportunities to research and analyze artworks in depth, which in turn enhances our understanding of art movements, techniques, and cultural contexts. In addition to preservation, museums and galleries actively shape the public's understanding of art through their curatorial practices. Curators are responsible for selecting and organizing exhibitions that bring artworks into dialogue with one another, creating narratives that reflect specific themes, movements, or historical periods. Through these curated exhibitions, museums influence how art is interpreted and contextualized. For example, an exhibition focused on contemporary art may highlight the latest trends and innovations, while a retrospective of an artist's work offers a comprehensive view of their career and artistic evolution. The curatorial process also involves decisions about which artists and artworks are included or excluded, which can have a significant impact on the visibility and recognition of certain movements, artists, or styles. This power to shape the narrative around art can elevate the reputations of certain artists or art forms while marginalizing others. Museums and galleries also serve as platforms for public engagement with art. Educational programs, guided tours, and interactive exhibits offer visitors the opportunity to deepen their understanding of the artworks on display. Museums foster creativity and learning, inspiring visitors to think critically about the role of art in society. Many institutions also host temporary exhibitions that bring cutting-edge art to the public, allowing contemporary artists to showcase their work and engage with a wide audience. These exhibitions can serve as forums for social commentary and activism, highlighting important issues such as race, gender, politics, and environmental concerns. In the digital age, museums and galleries are expanding their influence by embracing new technologies. Virtual exhibitions and online collections have made art more accessible to global audiences, breaking down geographical and financial barriers. Institutions can now reach a broader range of people, offering a more inclusive and diverse experience of art. The use of social media has also transformed how art is shared and discussed, with galleries and museums reaching new audiences through digital platforms and online communities. In conclusion, museums and galleries are pivotal in shaping the landscape of art. Through their roles in preserving, curating, and exhibiting art, these institutions influence how art is perceived, understood, and valued. They provide vital spaces for engagement, learning, and reflection, ensuring that art continues to be a dynamic and transformative force in society. The future of art in a changing world. The future of art is deeply intertwined with the rapid pace of societal, technological, and cultural changes. As the world continues to evolve, so too does the way art is created, consumed, and understood. New technologies, shifting cultural values, and the increasing interconnectedness of the global community are all contributing to the transformation of the art world, offering both challenges and exciting possibilities for the future. One of the most significant factors shaping the future of art is the rise of technology. Digital tools, virtual reality, VR, artificial intelligence, AI, and blockchain are transforming not only the creation of art, but also its distribution and consumption. Artists are now able to experiment with new media and processes, creating immersive experiences, digital installations, and interactive artworks that were previously unimaginable. The emergence of digital art forms such as NFTs, non-fungible tokens, has created new ways for artists to monetize their work and establish provenance in the digital realm, while also sparking debates about the intersection of art, technology, and ownership. As technology advances, the line between the physical and digital realms continues to blur. Virtual and augmented reality are offering new dimensions for artistic expression, allowing viewers to engage with art in dynamic and interactive ways. Online platforms have democratized the art world, enabling artists to share their work with a global audience, while virtual galleries and online exhibitions allow art to be experienced by people who may never set foot in a traditional museum or gallery. These digital spaces are reshaping how art is experienced, creating opportunities for artists to engage with audiences on a larger scale and for viewers to engage with art in more personalized ways. In addition to technological advancements, the future of art will likely be shaped by the changing cultural and political climate. As global issues such as climate change, social justice, and inequality take center stage, art has become an important tool for social commentary and activism. Artists are increasingly using their work to address pressing issues, challenge societal norms, and advocate for change. The art world is becoming more inclusive, with marginalized voices gaining greater recognition and platforms to share their stories. As a result, the art of the future will likely be more diverse, reflecting a broader range of experiences and perspectives from different cultures and communities. Moreover, the ongoing globalization of culture means that art is becoming more interconnected, with artists drawing inspiration from multiple cultures and working across borders. Collaborative and cross-disciplinary approaches are likely to become more prevalent, as artists work alongside scientists, technologists, and activists to explore new ideas and address contemporary challenges. The blending of art with other fields, such as architecture, technology, and science, will open up new avenues for innovation and experimentation. Ultimately, the future of art will be shaped by the continued evolution of human creativity and the ever-changing forces of the world around us. The boundaries of what art is and can be will continue to expand as artists embrace new tools, technologies, and ideas. The democratization of art through digital platforms and the increasing focus on social issues will further redefine the role of art in society. As the world changes, art will remain a vital form of expression, reflection, and engagement, helping us to make sense of and navigate an increasingly complex world. Chapter 12, Conclusion. Art, throughout history, has been a mirror reflecting the values, beliefs, and aspirations of society. From the earliest cave paintings to the complex digital art of today, the journey of art has been shaped by human experience, technological advancements, and cultural evolution. The study of art history reveals how it has continually adapted to the changing world around it, serving as both a record of our past and a visionary glimpse into the future. As we have explored, the development of art is intrinsically linked to shifts in society, politics, and culture. Each period of artistic production, whether it be the grandeur of ancient civilizations, the intellectual awakening of the Renaissance, or the radical experimentation of modernism, reflects the particular needs, challenges, and values of its time. The evolution of art movements, from realism to abstraction, from romanticism to postmodernism, demonstrates the transformative power of creativity in responding to and reshaping the world. Moreover, art has always played an essential role in society beyond aesthetics. It has served as a tool for communication, a means of social commentary, and a medium through which individuals and communities have expressed their identities. Whether addressing issues of race, gender, or class, art has often been at the forefront of social movements, providing a platform for voices that challenge the status quo. The role of art in shaping and reflecting political landscapes has been crucial, from the protests captured in photographs to the rebellious performances that have challenged artistic and social norms. In the contemporary world, art is more diverse and accessible than ever before. Technology has revolutionized both the creation and consumption of art, making it possible for artists to reach global audiences and for viewers to experience art in new and interactive ways. Digital art, online platforms, and social media have democratized the art world, breaking down traditional barriers to entry and allowing for a more inclusive representation of voices and stories. The emergence of NFTs and virtual art spaces indicates the continuing evolution of art in the digital age, where the boundaries between the physical and the virtual are becoming increasingly fluid. As we look to the future, it is clear that art will continue to evolve, influenced by both technological advancements and the changing social, cultural, and political climate. Art will remain a powerful form of expression and reflection, helping us to navigate the complexities of our rapidly changing world. Whether it is through new mediums or traditional forms, art will continue to inspire, challenge, and transform the way we understand ourselves and the world around us. In the end, art is not just about creating beauty. It is about creating meaning and connection, offering a way for humanity to express its deepest truths and its most profound questions. Ways of Seeing: An Introduction to Art Criticism and Appreciation, written by Haya Vent, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, The Nature of Seeing. Seeing is more than a passive act. It is an active process shaped by perception, experience, and cultural influences. When we look at a work of art, we do not merely register its colors and forms. We interpret, analyze, and respond to it in ways that are deeply personal, yet shaped by broader social and historical contexts. The nature of seeing is central to understanding art as it determines how we engage with and make meaning from visual experiences. Perception plays a crucial role in how we see and interpret art. While vision allows us to receive images, perception involves processing and assigning meaning to them. Our brains fill in gaps, emphasize certain details, and downplay others based on past experiences, biases, and cultural conditioning. This is why two people can look at the same artwork and derive completely different meanings. For example, an abstract painting might evoke a sense of freedom and movement in one viewer, while appearing chaotic and meaningless to another. Culture and context further shape the way we see. The same artwork may carry different meanings across different societies or historical periods. A religious icon from the Renaissance might be viewed with reverence by those familiar with its symbolic meaning, but might appear as merely an ornate historical artifact to a modern secular viewer. Similarly, contemporary street art may be interpreted as vandalism by some, and as a powerful form of social commentary by others. Understanding an artwork often requires knowledge of the time and place in which it was created, as well as an awareness of the artist's intentions and the audience's expectations. One of the fundamental questions in art criticism is whether seeing can ever be truly objective. While formal analysis allows us to describe an artwork's technical aspects, such as color, composition, and technique, our interpretation is always influenced by personal and cultural factors. Subjectivity plays a major role in art appreciation, and this diversity of perspectives is what makes art so rich and meaningful. Rather than seeking a single correct interpretation, art criticism embraces multiple viewpoints and encourages dialogue. Ultimately, the act of seeing is a conversation between the viewer and the artwork. Just as artists make choices about what to depict and how to depict it, viewers bring their own perspectives, emotions, and knowledge to the experience of looking. The way we see art is not fixed. It evolves as we learn more, as our tastes develop, and as society changes. By understanding the nature of seeing, we become more aware of our own perceptions and open ourselves to deeper, more meaningful engagements with art. The role of perception in art. Perception is the bridge between the viewer and the artwork, shaping how we interpret and emotionally respond to what we see. While vision provides the raw sensory input, perception organizes and gives meaning to these visual experiences. It is a dynamic process influenced by psychological, cultural, and individual factors, making art appreciation deeply personal, yet also rooted in shared human experiences. One of the key aspects of perception in art is how the brain processes visual stimuli. Artists use elements such as color, light, perspective, and composition to guide the viewer's eye and create a sense of movement, depth, or focus. Optical illusions, for example, reveal how perception can be manipulated. What appears to be one image at first glance might transform into something entirely different upon closer examination. Similarly, an artist's use of perspective can trick the eye into seeing three-dimensional depth on a flat canvas. These techniques highlight the active nature of perception. It is not merely about receiving images, but about interpreting and making sense of them. Memory and personal experience also shape perception. When encountering a work of art, viewers often draw on their own emotions, past experiences, and subconscious associations. A particular shade of blue might evoke a sense of calm in one person, while reminding another of sadness or isolation. A painting of a vast, empty landscape might feel peaceful to some and lonely to others. These differing responses demonstrate how perception is not solely about what is present in the artwork, but also about what the viewer brings to it. Cultural background plays a crucial role in perception as well. Artistic symbols and visual conventions vary across cultures, affecting how people interpret an image. A motif that signifies good fortune in one society might carry a completely different meaning in another. Traditional Western perspective techniques, such as linear perspective, may seem natural to those raised in that artistic tradition, while other cultures have historically emphasized different approaches, such as flattened space or symbolic representation. This variation shows that perception is not universal. It is shaped by the cultural and historical contexts in which we live. Ultimately, perception is what makes art an interactive experience rather than a static object. It allows for multiple interpretations. making art rich with meaning and open to discussion. By understanding how perception works, viewers can become more aware of their own biases and assumptions, leading to a deeper and more nuanced appreciation of art. Recognizing the role of perception in art helps us see beyond the surface, engaging with artworks in ways that are both intellectually and emotionally fulfilling. The influence of culture and context. Culture and context play a fundamental role in shaping how art is created, interpreted, and valued. No artwork exists in isolation. It is always a product of the time, place, and cultural environment in which it was made. The symbols, styles, and themes in art often reflect societal beliefs, historical events, and shared traditions, making cultural awareness essential for a deeper understanding of artistic expression. Art serves as a mirror of the society from which it emerges. For example, the grandeur and religious devotion of Renaissance paintings reflect the deep influence of Christianity in Europe during that time, while the geometric patterns and calligraphy of Islamic art reveal a cultural emphasis on abstraction and spirituality. Similarly, the bold, politically charged murals of Mexican artists such as Diego Rivera were shaped by the country's revolutionary history and struggles for social justice. Each of these artistic traditions carries meanings that are deeply tied to the historical and cultural contexts in which they developed. Context also influences how viewers perceive and interpret art. The same image can have vastly different meanings depending on where and when it is seen. A work of art that was once considered radical or controversial may later be celebrated as a masterpiece, while another piece that was once revered may lose significance over time. For instance, Vincent van Gogh's paintings were largely dismissed during his lifetime, but later became some of the most admired works in art history. Similarly, contemporary audiences might view ancient sculptures differently than the people for whom they were originally created, as the cultural meanings and intended functions have shifted over centuries. Cross-cultural interactions have further shaped artistic evolution. As societies have become more interconnected through trade, migration, and globalization, artistic styles and techniques have been influenced by diverse traditions. Japanese ukiyo-e prints, for example, had a profound impact on Impressionist painters in 19th century France, leading to new approaches to composition and color. Likewise, African masks and sculptures played a crucial role in the development of modernist movements such as Cubism, influencing artists like Pablo Picasso. These exchanges highlight how art is not confined to a single cultural framework, but instead evolves through constant dialogue between different traditions. Ultimately, understanding culture and context enriches the experience of viewing and interpreting art. It allows us to see beyond surface aesthetics and recognize the deeper meanings embedded within an artwork. By considering the historical, social, and cultural background of a piece, we gain insight into the artist's intentions and the values of the society that shaped it. This awareness not only enhances our appreciation of art, but also fosters a greater understanding of different cultures and perspectives. Subjectivity versus objectivity in art interpretation. Art interpretation exists at the intersection of subjectivity and objectivity, creating a dynamic tension between personal experience and universal principles. While some aspects of art analysis rely on objective criteria, much of what we perceive and feel when engaging with a work of art is shaped by individual perspectives, emotions, and cultural backgrounds. This balance between subjective and objective interpretation is what makes art both deeply personal and broadly meaningful. Objectivity in art interpretation is grounded in elements that can be analyzed without personal bias. These include formal qualities such as color, composition, technique, and structure. For instance, a painting can be objectively described based on its use of light and shadow, its adherence to or deviation from artistic conventions, and its technical execution. Art historians and critics often rely on objective analysis to compare works across different periods and styles, assessing how artists have innovated or adhered to traditional techniques. Similarly, understanding an artwork's historical and cultural context can provide objective insights into its intended meaning, purpose, or symbolism. However, even the most detailed formal analysis cannot fully capture the essence of a work of art without considering the subjective experience of the viewer. Subjectivity in art interpretation acknowledges that emotions, personal memories, and cultural conditioning all shape the way individuals perceive and respond to art. A single painting can evoke different emotions in different viewers. What one person sees as a joyful and vibrant depiction of life, another might interpret as chaotic or overwhelming. Personal associations, life experiences, and even mood at the moment of viewing can all influence how an artwork is understood. The debate between subjectivity and objectivity in art interpretation raises important questions about artistic intent and viewer response. Should the meaning of a work of art be determined solely by the artist's intention, or does meaning emerge through the interaction between the artwork and its audience? Some theories, such as the death of the author concept in literary and art criticism, suggest that the viewer's interpretation holds as much weight as the artist's original message. Others argue that an artwork's meaning should be rooted in historical and contextual evidence to avoid misinterpretation or distortion. Ultimately, the most enriching approach to art interpretation involves both objective analysis and subjective engagement. While formal study provides a foundation for understanding artistic techniques and historical significance, personal reflection allows viewers to connect with art on a deeper emotional level. The coexistence of these perspectives is what makes art interpretation endlessly fascinating, allowing for multiple viewpoints and continuous dialogue across time, cultures, and personal experiences. How seeing shapes understanding. Seeing is not a passive act, but an active process that shapes the way we understand the world and, by extension, art. When we look at something, our brains do more than simply register visual information. They interpret, filter, and construct meaning based on past experiences, cultural conditioning, and cognitive biases. This complex interaction between vision and perception plays a crucial role in how we engage with and understand art. Our understanding of art begins with what we see, but it does not end there. Artists manipulate visual elements such as color, form, light, and composition to guide the viewer's attention and evoke specific responses. For example, the dramatic use of light and shadow in Baroque paintings, such as those by Caravaggio, creates a sense of depth and emotional intensity that draws the viewer into the scene. Similarly, abstract artists use color and shape to evoke emotions or challenge conventional ways of seeing. The way an artwork is visually structured influences how we interpret its meaning, often without us being fully aware of it. However, seeing is not a neutral or purely objective process. What we notice and how we interpret what we see is shaped by our experiences, expectations, and cultural background. A person familiar with religious iconography might immediately recognize the symbolism in a Renaissance painting, while someone without that background might focus more on its aesthetic qualities. The same image can carry different meanings for different viewers based on their personal and cultural perspectives. This is why an artwork can be seen as beautiful, unsettling, or thought-provoking, depending on who is looking at it and what they bring to the experience. Context also plays a significant role in shaping understanding. The way we see an artwork is influenced by where and how it is presented. A painting displayed in a museum carries a different significance than the same painting found in a private home or on a billboard. Street art, for example, often gains meaning from its urban surroundings, engaging with political or social issues in ways that would not be as powerful if the same imagery were placed in a gallery. The environment in which we encounter art affects how we perceive and interpret it, reinforcing the idea that seeing is an active and contextual process. Ultimately, seeing shapes understanding by filtering and framing our perception of art. It is not just about what is physically present in an artwork, but also about how we process and interpret it. Recognizing this can lead to a more conscious and engaged approach to viewing art, allowing for deeper connections and a greater appreciation of the diverse ways in which artists communicate meaning. The relationship between viewer and artwork. The relationship between a viewer and an artwork is an interactive and ever-changing experience shaped by perception, emotions, personal history, and cultural background. Art is not merely a static object to be observed. It is a conversation, a connection formed between what the artist has created and how the viewer interprets it. This relationship is what gives art its depth and significance, allowing it to evoke emotions, provoke thought, and inspire new perspectives. One of the most fascinating aspects of this relationship is that it is not fixed. The way a person engages with an artwork can change over time based on new experiences, knowledge, or emotional states. A painting that once seemed confusing or uninteresting may later resonate deeply with a viewer after they have gained new insights or gone through personal growth. Likewise, an artwork that once evoked joy might later take on a melancholic tone due to changes in the viewer's life. This fluidity highlights the subjective nature of art appreciation and the evolving dialogue between the viewer and the work. The role of interpretation is central to this connection. While artists may create their work with specific intentions or meanings, the viewer ultimately plays a crucial role in completing the experience of the artwork. A single piece can hold multiple interpretations, each influenced by the unique perspective of the observer. This is especially evident in abstract and conceptual art, where meaning is often open-ended and shaped by the viewer's emotions, memories, and imagination. Even in more representational works, elements such as symbolism, composition, and color can be understood in different ways depending on the viewer's background and experiences. Cultural and historical context further influences this relationship. The meaning of an artwork can shift depending on where and when it is viewed. A political mural that speaks to contemporary struggles may be seen differently in the future when the social context has changed. Similarly, classical paintings that once held religious or political significance may be appreciated today more for their aesthetic qualities than their original intended messages. The viewer's cultural lens determines how they engage with art, making it a dynamic and layered experience. Ultimately, the connection between a viewer and an artwork is what makes art powerful and enduring. It allows for emotional resonance, intellectual engagement, and personal reflection. By recognizing that this relationship is both personal and influenced by broader social factors, viewers can develop a deeper and more meaningful appreciation of art, seeing it not just as an object, but as an experience that evolves with them over time. Chapter 2: The Language of Art. Art, like language, is a form of communication that conveys meaning, emotion, and ideas. While spoken and written language rely on words, art uses visual elements such as color, line, shape, texture, and composition to express messages. Understanding the language of art allows viewers to engage more deeply with artworks, decoding their meanings and appreciating the techniques that artists use to create impact. At the core of this visual language are the elements of art. Line, for example, can be used to guide the viewer's eye, create movement, or establish a sense of structure. Bold, jagged lines may convey tension or energy, while soft, curved lines can create a sense of calm or fluidity. Shape and form contribute to composition and depth, distinguishing between two-dimensional and three-dimensional representations. Color, one of the most powerful elements, influences mood and symbolism. Warm colors like red and yellow can evoke excitement or passion, while cooler tones like blue and green often suggest tranquility or introspection. Artists carefully select and arrange these elements to guide interpretation and emotional response. In addition to elements, the principles of design play a crucial role in how art is organized. Concepts such as balance, contrast, rhythm, and unity help artists create harmony or tension within a piece. Symmetrical compositions often feel stable and orderly, while asymmetry can create movement and unpredictability. Contrast, achieved through differences in color, texture, or shape, directs attention and enhances visual impact. These principles shape how the viewer experiences an artwork, much like grammar and sentence structure shape spoken and written language. Symbolism further enriches the language of art by embedding deeper meanings within visual elements. Throughout history, artists have used symbols to convey messages beyond the literal appearance of their work. A skull in a painting may symbolize mortality, a broken chain might represent freedom, and a dove could signify peace. Cultural context is key to understanding these symbols, as meanings can vary across societies and time periods. The interpretation of symbols requires an awareness of historical and social influences that shape an artwork's meaning. Ultimately, the language of art is not confined to a single set of rules or definitions. It is fluid and open to interpretation, allowing for multiple layers of meaning. Just as spoken language evolves over time and across cultures, artistic expression adapts to new movements, technologies, and perspectives. By learning to read and analyze the visual language of art, viewers can deepen their appreciation and understanding, engaging with artworks on a more profound level, and recognizing the ways in which artists communicate through form, color, and composition. Elements of art: line, shape, color, texture, and space. The elements of art are the fundamental building blocks that artists use to create visual compositions. Among these, line, shape, color, texture, and space play essential roles in conveying meaning, guiding the viewer's eye, and evoking emotions. By understanding these elements, viewers can develop a deeper appreciation for how artworks are constructed and interpreted. Line is one of the most basic yet expressive elements in art. It can be used to outline forms, create movement, or suggest depth. Lines can vary in thickness, direction, and intensity, each variation influencing the overall mood of the piece. A jagged, erratic line might convey tension or chaos, while a smooth, flowing line can create a sense of harmony or grace. Artists use lines not only to define objects, but also to guide the viewer's gaze through a composition, leading them from one area of focus to another. Shape, closely related to line, refers to the two-dimensional areas defined by boundaries. Shapes can be geometric, such as circles, squares, and triangles, or organic, appearing more natural and free-flowing. The choice of shapes within an artwork affects its visual impact and interpretation. For instance, rigid geometric shapes often suggest stability or structure, while irregular, organic shapes may feel more dynamic or expressive. When depth is added to shape, it becomes form, transforming two-dimensional space into three-dimensional representation. Color is one of the most powerful elements of art, influencing mood, symbolism, and perception. The color wheel, composed of primary, secondary, and tertiary colors, provides a foundation for understanding relationships between colors. Warm colors like red, orange, and yellow often evoke energy, passion, or warmth, while cool colors such as blue, green, and purple create a sense of calm, distance, or melancholy. Artists use color contrast and harmony to create emphasis, unity, or dramatic effects within their compositions. Additionally, the intensity and value of a color, how bright or dark it appears, further influence the emotional and visual experience of an artwork. Texture refers to the surface quality of an artwork, either real or implied. Actual texture is physically present, as seen in thick layers of paint in an impasto painting or the rough surface of a sculpture. Implied texture, on the other hand, is visually suggested through artistic techniques, making a two-dimensional image appear as though it has a tangible surface. Texture enhances the sensory experience of art, adding richness and depth to compositions. Space is the element that defines depth, perspective, and the arrangement of objects within a composition. Artists use techniques such as overlapping, scale, and linear perspective to create the illusion of three-dimensionality on a flat surface. Positive space refers to the objects or subjects in an artwork, while negative space is the empty area surrounding them. Effective use of space can create balance, focus, and movement, drawing attention to key elements within a piece. Together, these elements of art form the foundation of visual expression, allowing artists to communicate ideas and emotions while shaping the way viewers engage with their work. Principles of design: balance, contrast, rhythm, and unity. The principles of design serve as the guidelines for arranging the elements of art in a way that creates harmony, interest, and effective communication. Among these principles, balance, contrast, rhythm, and unity play a crucial role in shaping how a composition is perceived and experienced. Artists use these principles to create visually engaging works that guide the viewer's eye, establish emphasis, and evoke emotions. Balance refers to the distribution of visual weight within an artwork. It ensures that no single part of the composition overpowers the others, creating a sense of stability and order. There are three main types of balance: symmetrical, asymmetrical, and radial. Symmetrical balance, where elements are evenly distributed on either side of a central axis, often conveys a sense of formality and harmony. Asymmetrical balance, on the other hand, creates visual interest by distributing different elements in a way that still feels stable, even if they are not identical. Radial balance arranges elements around a central point, often seen in circular designs, creating a dynamic yet structured composition. Contrast is the principle that emphasizes differences between elements to create visual impact and draw attention. It can be achieved through variations in color, shape, texture, or size. A stark contrast between dark and light areas, known as chiaroscuro, was famously used by artists like Caravaggio to create dramatic effects. Contrast can also be used to highlight focal points, making certain aspects of an artwork stand out. By incorporating strong contrasts, artists add depth, energy, and emphasis to their compositions. Rhythm in art is created through the repetition of visual elements, leading the viewer's eye across the composition in a structured way. Just as rhythm in music creates a sense of movement and flow, visual rhythm guides how an artwork is experienced. There are different types of rhythm, including regular, flowing, and progressive. Regular rhythm repeats elements in a consistent pattern, while flowing rhythm mimics natural movements like waves or curves. Progressive rhythm gradually changes elements in a sequence, creating a sense of transformation or motion. Rhythm brings dynamism to a piece, preventing it from feeling static or disjointed. Unity is the principle that brings all elements of a composition together to create a cohesive and harmonious whole. When an artwork achieves unity, every part feels connected, working together to support the overall message or aesthetic. Artists achieve unity by repeating colors, shapes, or textures, as well as by ensuring that all elements contribute to a single, unified idea. Without unity, an artwork may feel chaotic or fragmented. However, a strong sense of unity provides visual satisfaction and a sense of completeness. By applying these principles, artists create compositions that are engaging, well-structured, and emotionally compelling. Balance, contrast, rhythm, and unity work together to shape how a viewer interacts with and interprets an artwork, making them essential to effective artistic communication. Symbolism and meaning in visual representation. Symbolism is a powerful tool in visual representation, allowing artists to convey deeper meanings, emotions, and ideas beyond the literal appearance of their work. Throughout history, symbols have been used in art to communicate cultural values, religious beliefs, political statements, and personal expressions. By understanding symbolism, viewers can uncover hidden layers of meaning and engage more deeply with an artwork. Symbols can take many forms, from objects and colors to figures and gestures. In religious art, for example, halos around figures signify holiness, while the use of light often represents divine presence or enlightenment. In Renaissance paintings, a skull might symbolize mortality and the fleeting nature of life, while a broken mirror could suggest illusion or loss. Similarly, national flags, animals, and mythological figures often serve as representations of identity, power, or virtue. These symbols carry meaning that extends beyond their immediate appearance, shaped by historical and cultural contexts. Color plays a crucial role in symbolism, as different hues evoke distinct emotions and meanings. Red is often associated with passion, danger, or power, while blue can represent calmness, spirituality, or melancholy. In some cultures, white symbolizes purity and innocence, while in others, it is linked to mourning and death. Artists strategically use color to enhance the emotional and symbolic impact of their work, guiding the viewer's interpretation. Cultural and historical context heavily influences the meaning of symbols. An image that conveys one idea in one culture might have a completely different meaning in another. For instance, the lotus flower in Western art might simply be seen as a beautiful plant, but in Eastern traditions, it symbolizes spiritual enlightenment and rebirth. Similarly, a raised fist can signify solidarity and resistance in some contexts, while in others, it may be interpreted differently depending on historical and political associations. Understanding these cultural nuances is essential for accurately interpreting symbolism in art. Artists also use symbolism to challenge or subvert traditional meanings, creating ambiguity and inviting multiple interpretations. Surrealist painters, such as Salvador Dali, often combined ordinary objects in unexpected ways to provoke thought and explore the subconscious. Contemporary artists frequently employ symbols to comment on social and political issues, using familiar imagery in ways that challenge conventional understandings. This ability to reshape meaning through symbolism makes art a dynamic and ever-evolving form of communication. Ultimately, symbolism in visual representation enriches the artistic experience, offering layers of meaning that go beyond what is immediately visible. By recognizing and interpreting these symbols, viewers can engage with art on a deeper level, uncovering personal, cultural, and historical significance embedded within each piece. Whether traditional or abstract, intentional or open-ended, symbolism remains one of the most effective ways for artists to communicate complex ideas and emotions. The role of composition in art interpretation. Composition is the arrangement of visual elements within an artwork, playing a crucial role in how it is perceived and interpreted. Artists use composition to guide the viewer's eye, create emphasis, and establish balance, ultimately shaping the meaning and emotional impact of a piece. A well-structured composition enhances the clarity and effectiveness of an artwork, ensuring that its message is communicated in a compelling way. One of the key functions of composition is directing the viewer's gaze. Through strategic placement of lines, shapes, and colors, artists control how the eye moves across the artwork. Leading lines, for example, can create pathways that guide the viewer toward focal points. In Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper, the lines of the table and walls draw the eye toward the central figure of Christ, reinforcing his importance in the scene. Similarly, triangular compositions, frequently used in Renaissance paintings, create stability and focus by organizing subjects in a way that naturally leads the eye from one point to another. Balance is another essential aspect of composition that affects interpretation. Symmetrical compositions, where elements are evenly distributed, often convey harmony, order, and formality. This can be seen in religious and classical paintings, where symmetry reinforces a sense of divine perfection or structured authority. In contrast, asymmetrical compositions create visual tension and dynamism, often making a piece feel more spontaneous or dramatic. Artists use this technique to evoke movement and emotion, as seen in works like Francisco Goya's The 3rd of May, 1808, where the off-center arrangement intensifies the sense of chaos and urgency. Composition also influences the mood and atmosphere of an artwork. A tightly framed composition, where subjects fill most of the space, can create a sense of intimacy or claustrophobia, depending on the context. Conversely, an open composition with ample negative space can evoke tranquility, isolation, or vastness. In Japanese ink paintings, for example, large areas of empty space contribute to a meditative and contemplative mood, emphasizing the beauty of simplicity. The placement of subjects within a composition can further shape meaning. In portraiture, positioning a figure centrally with direct eye contact often conveys authority or confidence, while placing a figure off-center or in shadow might suggest introspection or vulnerability. The rule of thirds, a common compositional guideline, divides an image into 9 equal sections, positioning focal points along intersecting lines to create balance and visual interest. Ultimately, composition is not just about aesthetics. It is a deliberate tool that shapes interpretation. By carefully arranging visual elements, artists create rhythm, hierarchy, and emphasis, ensuring that their message is conveyed effectively. Recognizing these compositional choices allows viewers to engage more deeply with art, appreciating both its technical craftsmanship and its underlying meaning. The power of visual metaphors. Visual metaphors are a powerful means of communication in art, allowing artists to convey complex ideas, emotions, and themes through imagery. Unlike literal representations, metaphors create symbolic connections between seemingly unrelated elements, encouraging viewers to engage in deeper interpretation. By using visual metaphors, artists can express abstract concepts, evoke emotions, and challenge perspectives in ways that words alone cannot. One of the most compelling aspects of visual metaphors is their ability to convey meaning subtly, yet effectively. A single image can carry multiple layers of interpretation, depending on its context and the viewer's perspective. For example, in Frida Kahlo's The Two Fridas, the depiction of two versions of herself, one in traditional Mexican clothing and the other in European attire, symbolizes her struggle with identity and dual heritage. This visual metaphor expresses an internal conflict in a way that is both deeply personal and universally relatable. Artists also use visual metaphors to critique society and provoke thought. In political and social commentary, metaphorical imagery often highlights issues that might be difficult to address directly. Banksy, the anonymous street artist, frequently employs visual metaphors to challenge authority and consumer culture. One of his famous works, depicting a child reaching out for a heart-shaped balloon, can symbolize lost innocence, unattainable dreams, or fleeting hope, depending on the viewer's interpretation. The ambiguity of visual metaphors allows them to resonate across different audiences and cultural backgrounds. Color, composition, and juxtaposition play key roles in reinforcing visual metaphors. The placement of objects, contrasts between elements, and the use of light and shadow can all enhance metaphorical meaning. Salvador Dali's The Persistence of Memory, for instance, uses melting clocks as a metaphor for the fluid and subjective nature of time. By distorting a familiar object, Dali transforms time into something surreal and uncertain, inviting viewers to question their own perception of reality. Nature is another frequent source of visual metaphors in art. A stormy sky might symbolize turmoil or impending change, while a blooming flower can represent growth, renewal, or fleeting beauty. In traditional Chinese painting, elements like mountains, rivers, and birds are often used metaphorically to express philosophical and spiritual ideas. These metaphors transcend language barriers, allowing emotions and messages to be understood universally. Ultimately, visual metaphors enrich artistic expression by encouraging viewers to think beyond the obvious. They create connections between the familiar and the abstract, transforming ordinary images into profound statements. By engaging with these metaphors, viewers can uncover deeper meanings, making the experience of art more thought-provoking and emotionally resonant. Chapter 3, Historical Perspectives on Art. Art has played a fundamental role in human history, reflecting cultural values, societal changes, and evolving artistic techniques. From prehistoric cave paintings to contemporary digital media, artistic expression has continuously developed in response to historical events, technological advancements, and philosophical shifts. Understanding the historical context of art provides insight into how societies have viewed the world, expressed their beliefs, and shaped their identities over time. The earliest known artworks, such as the cave paintings in Lascaux, France, date back over 17,000 years and serve as evidence of early humans' desire to communicate and record their experiences. These images of animals and hunting scenes suggest that art was not merely decorative, but had a deeper purpose, possibly linked to rituals, storytelling, or spiritual beliefs. As civilizations emerged, artistic expression became more sophisticated, with the ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans developing distinct styles that reflected their religious, political, and philosophical ideals. In ancient Egypt, art was deeply tied to religion and the afterlife. The rigid, hierarchical compositions of Egyptian paintings and sculptures emphasized order and divine authority, reinforcing the belief that pharaohs were godlike rulers. Similarly, Greek art, particularly in sculpture and architecture, focused on harmony, proportion, and idealized human forms. The Parthenon and statues like the Discobolus exemplify the Greek pursuit of beauty and balance, while later Roman art expanded on Greek traditions, incorporating realism and grandeur in their depictions of emperors and historical events. The Middle Ages saw a shift in artistic focus, with religious themes dominating European art. Gothic cathedrals, illuminated manuscripts, and Byzantine mosaics emphasized spirituality, often portraying biblical figures in stylized, symbolic ways. The Renaissance, however, marked a turning point, as artists such as Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo embraced humanism, perspective, and anatomical accuracy. This period witnessed groundbreaking innovations in painting, sculpture, and architecture, leading to masterpieces like The Last Supper and David. With the advent of the Industrial Revolution and modernity, art movements became increasingly diverse and experimental. The 19th and 20th centuries saw the rise of Impressionism, Cubism, Surrealism, and Abstract Expressionism, each challenging traditional artistic norms. Figures like Claude Monet, Pablo Picasso, and Jackson Pollock redefined artistic boundaries, exploring new techniques and perspectives. Today, contemporary art continues to push the limits of creativity, integrating technology, performance, and multimedia elements. Art remains a reflection of society, responding to political, environmental, and cultural issues. By examining historical perspectives on art, we gain a deeper appreciation for the ways in which artistic expression has evolved and how it continues to shape our understanding of the world. Art in ancient civilizations. Art played a central role in ancient civilizations, serving as a means of communication, religious expression, and political propaganda. From the grand pyramids of Egypt to the intricate pottery of the Greeks, artistic achievements from these early societies provide valuable insights into their beliefs, values, and technological advancements. Each civilization developed distinct artistic styles that reflected their culture, leaving a lasting impact on the history of visual expression. In ancient Egypt, art was deeply intertwined with religion and the afterlife. Egyptian artists adhered to strict conventions, using a formal, stylized approach to depict figures in profile with rigid poses. Wall paintings and carvings in tombs and temples illustrated scenes of daily life, mythology, and divine rulership, reinforcing the belief in an eternal existence beyond death. Monumental architecture, such as the pyramids and the Sphinx, demonstrated the Egyptians' advanced engineering skills and their dedication to honoring gods and pharaohs. Hieroglyphics, a unique system of pictorial writing, further exemplified how art functioned as both decoration and a means of communication. In Mesopotamia, often called the cradle of civilization, art was closely linked to governance and religion. The Sumerians, Babylonians, and Assyrians created impressive relief sculptures depicting war victories, religious ceremonies, and mythological tales. The Ziggurat of Ur, a massive temple structure, showcased their architectural prowess and devotion to the gods. One of the most well-known artifacts from this region is the Stele of Hammurabi, which features one of the earliest recorded legal codes inscribed beneath an image of King Hammurabi receiving laws from the sun god, Shamash. Such works demonstrate how art in Mesopotamia was not just aesthetic, but also functional, reinforcing social hierarchies and divine authority. The art of ancient Greece emphasized humanism, idealized beauty, and balance. Greek sculptors, such as Phidias and Polykleitos, perfected the portrayal of the human form, creating lifelike statues that celebrated athleticism and harmony. Architecture flourished, with the Parthenon standing as a testament to Greek innovation in design and symmetry. Vase paintings, often adorned with mythological scenes, provided a glimpse into Greek daily life, rituals, and storytelling traditions. The Greeks' emphasis on realism and proportion set the foundation for Western artistic traditions, influencing later Roman and Renaissance art. Meanwhile, in ancient China, art reflected philosophical ideals and a deep connection to nature. The Shang and Zhou dynasties produced elaborate bronze vessels used in ancestral worship, while calligraphy and ink painting became highly revered forms of artistic expression. Traditional Chinese art often emphasized harmony, simplicity, and spiritual symbolism, elements that persisted through centuries of artistic evolution. Across these civilizations, art served as more than mere decoration. It was a means of documenting history, reinforcing power, and expressing cultural identity. The artistic legacies of these ancient societies continue to inspire and inform modern art, highlighting the timeless nature of human creativity. The Renaissance and the birth of perspective. The Renaissance was a period of cultural rebirth that transformed art, science, and philosophy in Europe between the 14th and 17th centuries. One of its most groundbreaking developments was the introduction of linear perspective, a technique that allowed artists to create the illusion of depth and three-dimensionality on a flat surface. This innovation marked a dramatic departure from the flat, symbolic representations of the Middle Ages, leading to a new era of realism and artistic mastery. Before the Renaissance, medieval art largely focused on religious themes, often presenting figures in a stylized, hierarchical manner without natural proportions or spatial depth. The Renaissance, influenced by the revival of classical Greek and Roman ideals, placed a greater emphasis on humanism, observation, and the study of nature. Artists sought to depict the world as accurately as possible, leading to experiments in light, shadow, anatomy, and spatial relationships. The birth of perspective is often credited to the Italian architect and artist Filippo Brunelleschi, who conducted a series of experiments in the early 15th century to mathematically determine how parallel lines converge toward a single vanishing point. This discovery laid the foundation for linear perspective, a technique that allowed artists to create depth by organizing space logically. Leon Battista Alberti, another key figure, formalized these ideas in his treatise on painting, 1435, providing a systematic approach to constructing perspective in art. One of the earliest masterpieces to fully embrace linear perspective was the Holy Trinity, 1425, by Masaccio. In this fresco, the use of a vanishing point at the base of the cross creates a striking sense of depth, drawing the viewer's eye into the receding architectural space. This work demonstrated how perspective could enhance realism, making scenes appear more immersive and natural. Leonardo da Vinci, a central figure of the High Renaissance, further refined perspective through his meticulous studies of anatomy and light. His masterpiece, The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, exemplifies perfect perspective, with Christ positioned at the focal point of converging lines, emphasizing his central role in the composition. Similarly, Raphael's The School of Athens, 1511, showcases Renaissance perspective at its peak, creating a vast, harmonious architectural space that reinforces the grandeur of classical knowledge. Perspective revolutionized art, allowing for more dynamic and realistic compositions. It not only changed the way artists depicted space, but also influenced architecture, theater design, and scientific illustration. By mastering perspective, Renaissance artists elevated art to new heights, bridging the gap between artistic expression and empirical observation. Their discoveries continue to shape artistic techniques today, proving that the Renaissance was truly a turning point in the history of visual representation. Modernism and the break from tradition. Modernism emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as a radical departure from traditional artistic conventions. It was a response to rapid industrialization, urbanization, and shifting philosophical perspectives, leading artists to reject historical styles in favor of innovation and experimentation. Modernist artists sought to redefine the purpose and function of art, emphasizing individual expression, abstraction, and a break from realism. One of the defining characteristics of modernism was the rejection of academic art, which had dominated Western culture for centuries. Traditional techniques, such as perspective and idealized forms, were abandoned in favor of new approaches that emphasized the artist's subjective experience. The Impressionists, including Claude Monet and Edgar Degas, were among the first to challenge established norms by capturing fleeting moments with loose brushwork and vibrant color. Their works defied the rigid compositions of the past, focusing instead on light, movement, and atmosphere. As modernism evolved, artists pushed further into abstraction. Cubism, pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, deconstructed reality into geometric shapes, challenging the notion that art must represent the world as it appears. This fragmentation of form marked a profound shift in artistic thinking, leading to movements such as Futurism, which celebrated speed and technology, and Dada, which rejected logic and embraced absurdity. The Dadaists, including Marcel Duchamp, questioned the very definition of art, famously presenting everyday objects like a urinal, Fountain, 1917, as artistic statements. Expressionism, another key modernist movement, focused on emotional intensity and distortion of form to convey inner experience. Artists like Edvard Munch and Egon Schiele used exaggerated colors and dynamic compositions to express psychological depth. Meanwhile, Surrealism, led by figures like Salvador Dalí and René Magritte, explored the world of dreams and the subconscious, creating enigmatic, thought-provoking imagery that defied rational interpretation. The modernist break from tradition was not limited to painting and sculpture. It also influenced architecture, literature, and music. Architects such as Le Corbusier and Frank Lloyd Wright embraced functionalism and minimalism, creating buildings that prioritize structure over ornamentation. In literature, writers like James Joyce and Virginia Woolf experimented with stream of consciousness narratives, breaking away from conventional storytelling techniques. Modernism redefined the boundaries of artistic expression, challenging viewers to see the world in new ways. By rejecting historical constraints and embracing innovation, modernist artists paved the way for contemporary art movements, proving that art is not confined by tradition, but is instead an evolving reflection of human experience and cultural change. Postmodernism and the questioning of meaning. Postmodernism emerged in the mid to late 20th century as a reaction against the ideals of modernism, challenging notions of absolute truth, artistic purity, and linear progress. Unlike modernists, who sought to break from tradition to create new artistic languages, postmodernists questioned whether originality was even possible. They embraced ambiguity, irony, and fragmentation, rejecting the idea that art should have a singular meaning or definitive interpretation. A key feature of postmodern art is its skepticism toward grand narratives, overarching explanations that claim to define history, culture, or artistic progress. Thinkers like Jean-François Lyotard argued that these narratives were constructed illusions, leading postmodern artists to embrace a more pluralistic and self-aware approach. As a result, postmodern works often blur the boundaries between high and low culture, incorporating elements of mass media, advertising, and pop culture to challenge traditional hierarchies of artistic value. One of the most recognizable forms of postmodern art is pop art, led by artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein. Warhol's repetition of consumer goods, Campbell's soup cans, and celebrity portraits, Marilyn Diptyque, questioned the nature of originality and authorship, suggesting that art could be as much about reproduction as creation. Similarly, Lichtenstein's comic book-inspired paintings blurred distinctions between commercial and fine art, forcing viewers to reconsider what qualifies as artistic expression. Postmodern artists also played with appropriation. the act of borrowing or repurposing existing images, styles, or cultural references. Cindy Sherman's self-portraits, which mimic film stills and historical portraits, challenge ideas of identity and representation, while Barbara Kruger's bold text-based works critique consumerism and gender politics. By recontextualizing familiar imagery, these artists prompt viewers to question the meanings imposed by society and media. Architecture, too, saw a major shift under postmodernism. Figures like Robert Venturi and Frank Gehry rejected the strict functionalism of modernist architecture, instead incorporating playful, eclectic designs that mixed historical references with unconventional forms. Buildings became less about rigid principles and more about diversity, humor, and contradiction. Conceptual art, performance art, and installation art also thrived in the postmodern era, further challenging traditional artistic boundaries. Works like Marcel Duchamp's Fountain, though predating postmodernism, and later artists like Damien Hirst and Jeff Koons pushed the idea that art could be anything, often raising questions about commercialism, authorship, and meaning itself. Ultimately, postmodernism does not offer clear answers, but rather raises questions. By embracing uncertainty, irony, and multiple perspectives, it forces both artists and audiences to reconsider the foundations of meaning in art. In doing so, it continues to influence contemporary artistic practice, ensuring that art remains a space for dialogue, reflection, and reinterpretation. Art movements and their impact on perception. Throughout history, art movements have shaped the way people perceive the world, challenging conventions and redefining visual language. Each movement emerges as a response to cultural, social, and technological changes, influencing not only artistic styles, but also how viewers interpret and engage with art. By shifting aesthetic norms and introducing new ways of seeing, these movements expand the possibilities of artistic expression and perception. The Renaissance, for instance, revolutionized perception by introducing linear perspective, proportion, and anatomical accuracy. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo sought to depict the world realistically, emphasizing harmony and balance. This shift in visual representation allowed for a greater sense of depth and realism, fundamentally altering how people viewed art and the physical world. The invention of perspective made paintings feel immersive, changing the relationship between the viewer and the artwork. In contrast, Impressionism, emerging in the 19th century, challenged traditional academic painting by focusing on light, movement, and fleeting moments. Rather than meticulously detailed realism, artists such as Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir used loose brushwork and vibrant colors to capture the essence of a scene. This approach shifted perception by emphasizing subjective experience over objective accuracy. Impressionist works encouraged viewers to engage with art emotionally, interpreting forms and colors rather than relying on precise details. The rise of Cubism in the early 20th century further disrupted traditional ways of seeing. Pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, Cubism broke down objects into geometric shapes and multiple perspectives, rejecting the notion of a single viewpoint. This radical approach forced viewers to reconstruct images in their minds, challenging them to consider different angles and interpretations simultaneously. By fracturing reality into abstract forms, Cubism reshaped perception, highlighting the complexity of vision and representation. Surrealism, influenced by Sigmund Freud's theories of the subconscious, took perception into the realm of dreams and irrational imagery. Artists like Salvador Dali and René Magritte created works that defied logic, blending reality with fantasy. These dreamlike compositions encouraged viewers to question their own perceptions, suggesting that reality is not always as it seems. By exploring the unconscious mind, Surrealism expanded the way art could be experienced, making room for deeper psychological engagement. Modern and contemporary movements, from abstract expressionism to conceptual art, continue to challenge and redefine perception. Jackson Pollock's action paintings emphasize the physical act of painting itself, shifting focus from the finished product to the creative process. Meanwhile, conceptual artists like Yoko Ono and Marcel Duchamp questioned whether art needed to be visual at all, suggesting that ideas and context are just as important as aesthetics. Art movements continuously reshape perception by pushing boundaries, encouraging new interpretations, and redefining the nature of artistic experience. By engaging with these shifts, viewers expand their understanding of both art and the world around them. Chapter 4: The Artist's Intent versus Viewer Interpretation. The relationship between an artist's intent and a viewer's interpretation has long been a central debate in art criticism. While artists create works with specific ideas, emotions, or messages in mind, viewers bring their own experiences, cultural backgrounds, and personal perceptions to the process of interpretation. This dynamic interplay raises questions about artistic meaning. Does the artist's original intent determine the true meaning of a work, or is meaning shaped by the audience's reception? Historically, many artists and theorists have argued that intent is crucial to understanding a piece of art. Renaissance masters like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo meticulously planned compositions, using perspective, symbolism, and proportion to convey specific themes. In literary and artistic theory, the concept of the authorial intent suggests that a work's meaning is rooted in the creator's original vision. Artists often leave clues, whether through titles, artist statements, or historical context, that guide audiences toward an intended interpretation. However, as art evolved, especially in the 20th century, many critics and philosophers began to challenge the dominance of the artist's intent. In his influential 1967 essay, The Death of the Author, Roland Barthes argued that the meaning of a work is not fixed by the creator, but is instead constructed by the audience. According to this view, art takes on multiple meanings depending on who is engaging with it, their personal history, and the cultural moment in which they experience it. This shift in thinking opened up new possibilities for interpretation, giving viewers an active role in shaping an artwork's significance. Abstract and conceptual art highlight this tension between intention and interpretation. Jackson Pollock's drip paintings, for instance, were created through spontaneous movement, emphasizing emotion and process over explicit messages. While Pollock may have had certain intentions regarding energy and rhythm, each viewer brings their own perspective to the seemingly chaotic compositions. Similarly, artists like Marcel Duchamp, who presented everyday objects as art, Fountain, 1917, invited audiences to reconsider the definition of art itself, making interpretation an integral part of the experience. Modern and contemporary art often embrace ambiguity, allowing for multiple interpretations rather than a single authoritative meaning. This openness can lead to debates about misinterpretation or whether an artwork can mean something entirely different from what its creator intended. Some artists, like Mark Rothko, resisted interpretations that strayed too far from their personal vision, while others, such as John Cage in music and Yoko Ono in conceptual art, welcomed the unpredictability of audience response. Ultimately, the tension between artist intent and viewer interpretation reflects the evolving nature of artistic engagement. Art is not a static entity, but a conversation, one that shifts with time, culture, and individual perspective. Rather than seeking a single correct meaning, the richness of art often lies in the dialogue it creates between creator and observer. The role of the artist in meaning making. Artists play a central role in the creation of meaning within their work, shaping the themes, emotions, and messages that audiences engage with. Through choices in subject matter, medium, style, and technique, artists embed layers of significance that invite interpretation. However, the extent to which an artist controls meaning is a subject of ongoing debate, as meaning is not solely determined by the creator, but also by historical context and viewer perception. Throughout history, artists have used their work to communicate specific ideas, whether religious, political, or personal. In medieval and Renaissance art, for instance, painters and sculptors often worked under strict patronage, creating pieces that conveyed theological or societal messages. The placement of symbols, gestures, and compositions was intentional, guiding viewers toward a particular interpretation. Similarly, artists like Francisco Goya and Pablo Picasso used their work to critique war and injustice, embedding clear political meaning in paintings such as the 3rd of May 1808 and Guernica. In these cases, the artist acts as a storyteller, shaping the narrative through visual elements. However, the role of the artist in meaning-making becomes more complex in modern and contemporary art. With the rise of abstraction, conceptualism, and postmodernism, many artists have embraced ambiguity, leaving their work open to multiple interpretations. Figures like Mark Rothko insisted that their work carried deep emotional and spiritual weight, but resisted assigning specific meanings, instead allowing viewers to bring their own emotions and experiences to the piece. Similarly, artists like John Cage and Yoko Ono have engaged in participatory art, where meaning emerges through interaction rather than a predetermined message. The degree to which an artist's intent matters also depends on how art is received by different audiences. Some artists provide written statements or interviews explaining their motivations, hoping to guide interpretation. Others, such as Marcel Duchamp with Fountain, deliberately challenge conventional meaning, allowing context and cultural discourse to shape the significance of their work. As art moves through time, meanings shift. What was once seen as radical may later be embraced as tradition, and political or social messages can be reevaluated in new historical contexts. Ultimately, the artist plays a crucial role in meaning-making, but does not hold exclusive authority over interpretation. While artistic decisions set the foundation for how a work is understood, meaning is also shaped by cultural background, personal experience, and historical perspective. Art remains a dynamic form of communication where the interaction between creator, audience, and time continues to shape its significance. Can art exist without an audience? The question of whether art can exist without an audience challenges fundamental ideas about the purpose and nature of artistic creation. Traditionally, art has been seen as a means of communication, intended to be viewed, experienced, and interpreted by others. However, some argue that art can exist independently of an audience, created purely for personal expression or even existing in isolation without human perception. This debate raises important philosophical and aesthetic questions about the role of the artist, the necessity of interpretation, and the nature of artistic existence itself. On one hand, art is often thought to require an audience to fulfill its purpose. Many artists create with the intention of evoking emotions, conveying messages, or engaging in dialogue with society. Art movements such as Impressionism, Surrealism, and conceptual art were shaped not only by the artists themselves, but also by how their work was received and interpreted. Without an audience to view, critique, or respond to a work of art, one could argue that it remains incomplete, an unactivated potential rather than a fully realized creation. In this view, art gains meaning through engagement, and without perception, it ceases to function as art. However, some believe that art can exist independently of an audience. Many artists create work that is deeply personal, never intending for it to be shared. Journals filled with poetry, paintings kept in private studios, or music composed but never performed may still be considered art, even if they are never seen or heard by others. In these cases, the act of creation itself is enough to validate the work as art, regardless of whether an external viewer experiences it. This perspective aligns with the idea that art is a form of self-expression, existing as a reflection of the artist's inner world, rather than something requiring external validation. There is also the question of art that exists in isolation or outside human perception. If a painting is locked away in a vault and never seen, does it cease to be art? What about naturally occurring patterns in landscapes that resemble artistic compositions? Some might argue that art is a human construct, and without a perceiver to recognize it as such, It remains merely an object or a phenomenon rather than a work of art. Others suggest that art has an intrinsic existence, separate from whether it is observed. Ultimately, whether art can exist without an audience depends on how one defines art itself. If art is seen as communication, then an audience is essential. If it is understood as self-expression or pure creation, then it can exist independently. This question remains open-ended, reflecting the evolving and subjective nature of art itself. Open-ended versus fixed meanings in art. The interpretation of art has long been a subject of debate, particularly regarding whether artworks carry fixed meanings as intended by the artist, or whether they remain open to multiple interpretations by viewers. Some believe that meaning is embedded in the work itself, shaped by the artist's intentions, historical context, and formal elements. Others argue that meaning is fluid, constructed by the audience through personal experience, cultural background, and changing societal values. This tension between fixed and open-ended meanings shapes the way art is understood, experienced, and discussed. Fixed meanings suggest that an artwork carries a specific message or purpose, determined by the artist. Many artists throughout history have used their work to convey religious, political, or philosophical ideas with clear intent. In Renaissance paintings, for example, religious iconography followed established conventions so that viewers could immediately recognize figures such as the Virgin Mary, saints, or biblical scenes. Similarly, political art, such as Francisco Goya's The 3rd of May 1808 or Picasso's Guernica, was created to make strong statements about war and oppression. In such cases, the meaning of the artwork is not meant to be ambiguous, but to communicate a clear narrative or emotion. However, as art evolved, especially in the modern and postmodern eras, many artists moved away from fixed meanings, embracing ambiguity and inviting multiple interpretations. Abstract artists like Mark Rothko and Jackson Pollock resisted providing specific explanations for their work, allowing viewers to form their own emotional or intellectual connections. Surrealist painters like Salvador Dali created dreamlike, irrational scenes that encouraged open-ended readings based on the subconscious mind. In these cases, meaning is not dictated but emerges differently for each viewer, shaped by their personal perceptions and emotions. The idea of open-ended meanings aligns with the theories of thinkers like Roland Barthes, who, in The Death of the Author, argued that meaning is not solely determined by the creator, but is instead generated by the audience. According to this view, interpretation is a collaborative act, and no single reading of an artwork is definitive. This perspective is particularly relevant in conceptual and contemporary art, where artists often prioritize viewer interaction and interpretation over authorial intent. Ultimately, whether meaning in art is fixed or open-ended depends on the work itself, the artist's approach, and the audience's engagement. While some artworks are designed to communicate a clear message, others thrive on ambiguity, evolving in meaning over time. The richness of art lies in this dynamic interplay, allowing it to remain a deeply personal and ever-changing experience. The influence of time and context on interpretation. Art is not static. Its meaning evolves over time as cultural, historical, and social contexts shift. What an artwork conveys to one generation may be entirely different from how it is understood by another. This fluidity in interpretation highlights the powerful influence of time and context on how art is perceived, appreciated, and analyzed. Changes in societal values, political climates, and technological advancements all contribute to how meaning is constructed and reconstructed across different eras. Historical context plays a crucial role in shaping the initial interpretation of an artwork. When an artist creates a piece, it is deeply embedded in the cultural and political environment of its time. For example, Edouard Manet's Olympia, 1863, was considered scandalous when it was first exhibited because it challenged traditional representations of the female nude and social class dynamics. However, in contemporary discussions, the painting is often viewed through feminist and post-colonial lenses, exploring themes of gender, race, and power. This shift in interpretation demonstrates how historical distance allows for new perspectives to emerge. Similarly, political and social movements influence how art is understood. Picasso's Guernica, created in response to the Spanish Civil War, was immediately recognized as an anti-war statement. However, as time passed, its relevance extended beyond its original context, becoming a universal symbol against violence and oppression. Artworks often take on new meanings when they are re-examined in light of contemporary events. Statues and monuments, for instance, may be celebrated in one era and contested in another, reflecting changing societal values and attitudes toward history. The evolution of artistic movements also impacts interpretation. When Impressionism first emerged, it was dismissed by critics as unfinished and unskilled. Today, it is widely regarded as a revolutionary movement that transformed the understanding of light, color, and perception. The same pattern can be observed in modern and contemporary art, where works that were once seen as radical or controversial later gain recognition and appreciation. Time allows for reevaluation, and what may initially be misunderstood or rejected can later be seen as groundbreaking. Technological advancements and new media also influence how art is perceived. Digital art, interactive installations, and AI-generated works challenge traditional notions of authorship and originality. As technology continues to evolve, so too does the way we engage with and interpret art. The ability to access historical works online and engage in global conversations about art further expands the range of perspectives and interpretations. Ultimately, art exists in an ongoing dialogue with time and context. As society changes, so too does the lens through which we view artistic expression. This evolving nature of interpretation ensures that art remains relevant, allowing each generation to find new meaning and significance in the works of the past. Art as a dialogue between creator and observer. Art is more than an isolated act of creation. It is a form of communication, a dialogue between the artist and the viewer. While the artist expresses ideas, emotions, or perspectives through their work, the observer brings their own experiences, cultural background, and interpretation to the encounter. This dynamic exchange allows art to be a living entity, evolving in meaning as it is perceived and reinterpreted over time. Artists use various elements, such as composition, color, symbolism, and technique, to communicate their intentions. Whether through the brushstrokes of a painting, the structure of a sculpture, or the movement of a performance, the artist provides a foundation for meaning. Some artists explicitly guide interpretation through statements, titles, or contextual clues, while others embrace ambiguity, allowing the viewer to engage freely with the work. This interaction creates a bridge between the creator's vision and the audience's perception. However, meaning is not solely determined by the artist. Once a work is completed and presented to the world, it enters a broader cultural conversation. Viewers engage with it based on their own knowledge, emotions, and personal experiences. A single artwork can evoke different responses from different people. What one person sees as joyful, another might interpret as melancholic. This subjectivity is a key aspect of the artistic dialogue, as it transforms art into a shared experience rather than a fixed message. Historical and social context further shape this dialogue. A painting created during the Renaissance might have been understood one way in its original time, yet contemporary audiences may view it through a different lens. For example, Diego Velázquez's Las Meninas, 1656, was once seen primarily as a royal portrait, but modern interpretations often explore its complex perspective and self-referential nature, analyzing the relationship between the artist, the subject, and the observer. Similarly, works of protest art take on new layers of meaning as political landscapes shift. The role of interpretation is especially evident in conceptual and abstract art. Artists like Marcel Duchamp, Mark Rothko, and Yoko Ono deliberately create works that require audience participation, where meaning is not dictated, but rather co-constructed by the observer. In interactive installations and performance art, this dialogue becomes even more direct. as the audience's physical and emotional engagement becomes part of the artwork itself. Ultimately, art is not a one-way transmission of ideas, but an ongoing conversation. The artist initiates the dialogue, but it is the observer who completes it, bringing their own perspective to the work. This exchange ensures that art remains dynamic, ever-changing, and deeply personal, fostering a connection that transcends time, culture, and individual experience. Chapter 5: The Function of Art in Society. Art has played a fundamental role in human civilization, serving as a means of expression, communication, and cultural reflection. Across history, art has functioned in multiple ways, shaping political discourse, preserving history, challenging social norms, and providing personal and collective identity. Whether through painting, sculpture, literature, music, or performance, art influences society by evoking emotions, inspiring change, and offering new perspectives on the human experience. One of the primary functions of art is to reflect and document the world around us. From ancient cave paintings that recorded early human life to contemporary photography capturing modern struggles, art serves as a historical record. Artworks preserve stories, traditions, and cultural values, allowing future generations to understand the past. Without artistic documentation, much of human history would be lost, as art often conveys emotions and perspectives that written records alone cannot fully capture. Art also functions as a tool for social and political activism. Throughout history, artists have used their work to critique power structures, protest injustice, and advocate for change. The Mexican muralists, such as Diego Rivera, created large-scale paintings that depicted the struggles of the working class, making political commentary accessible to the public. Similarly, protest art, such as the posters of the Civil Rights Movement or the graffiti of Banksy, challenges societal norms and provokes conversations about inequality, war, and human rights. By making powerful statements, art can inspire movements and amplify voices that might otherwise go unheard. Beyond politics, art plays a crucial role in shaping cultural identity and fostering community. It allows people to express their heritage, beliefs, and traditions, strengthening social bonds and creating a sense of belonging. Festivals, music, theater, and visual art serve as communal experiences that bring people together, reinforcing shared values and histories. In multicultural societies, art also becomes a medium for dialogue, bridging gaps between different groups and promoting understanding. On a personal level, art serves as a means of emotional expression and psychological well-being. Whether through painting, music, dance, or writing, creative expression provides an outlet for individuals to process emotions, cope with trauma, and explore personal identity. Art therapy is widely used to help individuals navigate mental health challenges, demonstrating its power to heal and transform. Additionally, the experience of viewing or engaging with art can be deeply moving, offering moments of introspection, inspiration, and connection. Ultimately, the function of art in society is multifaceted and ever-evolving. It documents history, challenges the status quo, strengthens communities, and nurtures personal growth. As long as human beings continue to seek meaning, expression, and connection, art will remain a vital force in shaping the world we live in. Art as political commentary. Art has long been a powerful tool for political commentary, serving as a medium for expressing dissent, challenging authority, and provoking critical thought. Whether through paintings, posters, graffiti, film, or performance, artists have used their work to reflect societal struggles, question power structures, and inspire change. By engaging with political themes, art has the ability to raise awareness, ignite conversations, and provide an emotional connection to complex social issues. Throughout history, artists have responded to political events and injustices by using their work as a form of protest. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, Francisco Goya's series, The Disasters of War, exposed the horrors of the Napoleonic Wars, offering a raw and unsettling depiction of violence and suffering. Similarly, Pablo Picasso's Guernica, 1937, became one of the most iconic anti-war paintings of all time, condemning the bombing of a Spanish town during the Spanish Civil War. These works were not only artistic expressions, but also urgent political statements meant to stir public opinion and challenge those in power. In the modern era, political art continues to be a means of resistance and activism. The Mexican muralist movement, led by artists like Diego Rivera and David Alfaro Siqueiros, depicted the struggles of the working class and indigenous people, reinforcing socialist and revolutionary ideals. Street art and graffiti have also played a crucial role in political discourse, particularly in times of unrest. The works of Banksy, for example, often highlight themes of war, capitalism, surveillance, and government corruption, using satire and symbolism to critique the status quo. Art's ability to transcend language and literacy barriers makes it an effective medium for political expression. During the civil rights movement in the United States, posters, protest banners, and songs were essential in uniting activists and conveying messages of justice and equality. More recently, the Black Lives Matter movement has been accompanied by murals and visual art that honor victims of police brutality and demand systemic change. Art in public spaces transforms streets into sites of resistance, making political messages accessible to a wide audience. Performance and conceptual art have also been used to confront political issues. Ai Weiwei, a Chinese contemporary artist, has repeatedly challenged government oppression through his installations, sculptures, and social media activism. His works, such as Sunflower Seeds and Remembering, address themes of censorship, human rights violations, and state control, demonstrating how art can function as a form of defiance against authoritarian regimes. Ultimately, art as political commentary is a testament to the power of creativity as a force for change. While not all art is explicitly political, its ability to question, critique, and inspire action ensures that it remains an essential part of political and social discourse. Whether through historical masterpieces or modern street murals, art continues to be a voice for those who demand justice, challenge oppression, and envision a better world. Art and social movements. Art has always played a crucial role in social movements, serving as a catalyst for change, a means of resistance, and a tool for spreading awareness. Whether through murals, posters, music, theater, or digital media, artists have used their work to amplify voices, inspire activism, and unite communities around shared causes. Art's ability to evoke emotion and provoke thought makes it an effective medium for challenging injustices, celebrating resilience, and imagining a better future. Historically, art has been intertwined with movements for civil rights, labor rights, gender equality, and political revolution. In the early 20th century, the Mexican muralist movement, led by artists like Diego Rivera and José Clemente Orozco, sought to educate the public about social and political struggles through large-scale public artworks. These murals depicted the hardships of the working class, indigenous heritage, and revolutionary ideals, ensuring that art remained accessible to the people rather than confined to elite galleries. Similarly, the civil rights movement in the United States relied heavily on visual and performance art to communicate its message. Protest posters, photography, and songs became symbols of resistance, while artists such as Jacob Lawrence and Faith Ringgold documented the Black experience through their work. The Black arts movement of the 1960s and 1970s further emphasized the importance of cultural expression in the fight for racial justice, encouraging Black artists to create work that reflected their struggles and aspirations. Feminist movements have also embraced art as a means of activism. In the 1970s, the Guerrilla Girls, an anonymous group of women artists, used posters, billboards, and performances to expose gender inequality in the art world and beyond. Their work challenged the underrepresentation of women in museums, the gender pay gap, and issues of sexism in the media. More recently, feminist artists have used digital art and social media campaigns to highlight issues such as body autonomy, sexual harassment, and reproductive rights. Street art and graffiti have become particularly significant in contemporary social movements. The Arab Spring uprisings saw an explosion of politically charged graffiti, with artists using public walls to voice dissent against oppressive regimes. In movements like Black Lives Matter, large-scale murals honoring victims of police brutality have turned city streets into spaces of mourning and solidarity. The accessibility of street art allows messages of protest and hope to reach a broad audience, transforming public spaces into sites of resistance. Ultimately, art and social movements share a common goal: to challenge the status quo and push society toward progress. By giving voice to the marginalized, preserving stories of struggle, and offering visions of a better world, art continues to be a vital force in the ongoing fight for justice and equality. The role of public art in urban spaces. Public art plays a vital role in shaping urban environments, transforming cityscapes into spaces of cultural expression, historical reflection, and community engagement. Unlike art displayed in galleries or museums, public art is accessible to all, embedded in the daily lives of residents and visitors. It fosters a sense of place, stimulates dialogue, and enhances the aesthetic and social fabric of cities. From murals and sculptures to interactive installations and performance pieces, public art contributes to the identity and vibrancy of urban spaces. One of the key functions of public art is to create a sense of belonging and cultural representation. Cities are home to diverse populations, and public art can reflect the histories, traditions, and voices of different communities. Murals in neighborhoods often celebrate local heritage, honor influential figures, or highlight social issues relevant to the area. For example, Chicano muralism in Los Angeles serves as a visual archive of Mexican-American identity and activism, preserving cultural history while inspiring future generations. Public art also serves as a tool for social and political commentary. Many urban art projects challenge dominant narratives, critique power structures, or address themes such as inequality, environmental sustainability, and human rights. Graffiti and street art, in particular, have been used as grassroots forms of protest, offering marginalized communities a platform for self-expression. Banksy's politically charged murals, for instance, critique consumerism, war, and government surveillance, transforming city walls into spaces of debate and reflection. Beyond its cultural and political significance, public art contributes to the economic and social revitalization of urban areas. Cities with strong public art programs often attract tourism, encourage local business growth, and improve the overall quality of life for residents. The creation of outdoor galleries, sculpture parks, and artist-led revitalization projects can turn once neglected spaces into cultural hubs. The Wynwood Walls in Miami, for example, transformed a once industrial neighborhood into an internationally recognized art district, drawing visitors from around the world and supporting a thriving creative economy. Public art also plays an essential role in humanizing urban spaces by fostering emotional and social connections. Interactive installations, community-driven projects, and site-specific artworks encourage public engagement, inviting people to interact with their surroundings in meaningful ways. Temporary installations, such as pop-up exhibits or performance art, activate public spaces and create shared experiences, strengthening the bond between people and place. Ultimately, public art enhances the urban landscape by making art an integral part of daily life. It challenges, inspires, educates, and beautifies, turning streets, parks, and buildings into canvases for cultural expression and civic engagement. As cities continue to evolve, public art remains a powerful force in shaping the way we experience and connect with the world around us. The intersection of art and technology. The relationship between art and technology has continually evolved, shaping new forms of creative expression and expanding the possibilities of artistic practice. From early innovations such as the camera and printing press, to contemporary advancements in digital media, artificial intelligence, and virtual reality, technology has provided artists with new tools to explore, create, and engage with audiences in unprecedented ways. This intersection has not only transformed the way art is produced and experienced, but has also redefined traditional notions of creativity, authorship, and artistic value. One of the most significant developments in the art-technology relationship is digital art. With the rise of computers, software, and digital imaging, artists have moved beyond traditional materials to create works that exist purely in digital space. Programs like Photoshop, Illustrator, and 3D modeling software allow for highly detailed and manipulable creations, while digital painting tablets have replaced conventional canvases for many artists. The internet has further revolutionized digital art, enabling creators to share their work instantly and reach global audiences through platforms like Instagram, Behance, and NFT marketplaces. Technology has also played a crucial role in interactive and immersive art experiences. Virtual reality (VR) and augmented reality (AR) have opened new dimensions for artistic exploration, allowing viewers to engage with art in more participatory ways. VR exhibitions, such as those created by contemporary artists like Marina Abramović, transport audiences into digital environments where they can navigate and interact with the artwork. Similarly, AR has been integrated into public art, allowing users to experience digital layers over physical spaces through their smartphones. Artificial intelligence, AI, is another frontier reshaping art. AI-generated works challenge traditional ideas of authorship and creativity, as algorithms can now produce paintings, poetry, music, and even films. Artists like Mario Klingemann and Refik Anadol use machine learning to generate complex and evolving visuals, pushing the boundaries of human and machine collaboration. While some critics argue that AI threatens originality and artistic intent, others see it as an innovative tool that expands creative possibilities. Technology has also transformed the way art is preserved, restored, and exhibited. Museums and galleries now use high-resolution scanning and 3D printing to restore damaged artworks and digitize collections, making cultural heritage more accessible. Online virtual museums allow global audiences to explore exhibitions remotely, democratizing access to art. Additionally, blockchain technology and NFTs, non-fungible tokens, have introduced new ways of authenticating and monetizing digital art, creating opportunities for artists to sell and distribute their work outside traditional gallery systems. As technology continues to evolve, its impact on art will only deepen, shaping new forms of expression and interaction. While some fear that technological advancements may overshadow traditional artistic practices, history has shown that innovation often fuels creativity, leading to exciting and uncharted artistic frontiers. The fusion of art and technology continues to redefine what is possible, offering endless opportunities for artistic evolution and cultural transformation. Art as a reflection of cultural identity. Art has long served as a powerful reflection of cultural identity, embodying the values, traditions, and histories of different societies. Through visual arts, music, literature, and performance, cultures express their unique perspectives, preserving their heritage while adapting to changing times. Art not only showcases the diversity of human experience, but also strengthens communal bonds, allowing people to connect with their roots and share their stories with the world. One of the most important ways art reflects cultural identity is through traditional practices passed down through generations. Indigenous art, for example, often carries deep symbolic meanings tied to ancestral knowledge, spirituality, and the natural world. The intricate patterns of Native American pottery, the vibrant textiles of the Andean weavers, and the Dreamtime paintings of Aboriginal Australians all serve as visual narratives of cultural heritage. These art forms function as both historical records and living traditions, ensuring that cultural knowledge endures. Art also plays a crucial role in preserving language and folklore, particularly in cultures where oral storytelling is a key aspect of identity. Many African and Asian cultures, for instance, incorporate visual elements into storytelling through intricate masks, dance, and calligraphy. Similarly, Latin American muralism has been used to depict cultural and political struggles, as seen in the works of Diego Rivera and David Alfaro Siqueiros. By embedding historical events and social commentary into public spaces, these murals keep cultural narratives alive and accessible to future generations. The fusion of traditional and contemporary art demonstrates how cultural identity evolves over time. Globalization and migration have led to hybrid artistic expressions that blend influences from multiple backgrounds. Contemporary artists often explore themes of diaspora, displacement, and identity, using their work to navigate the complexities of belonging. For example, artists like Ai Weiwei and Kara Walker create thought-provoking pieces that examine cultural history, oppression, and resilience, connecting the past with modern struggles. Art also fosters cross-cultural understanding by providing insight into different ways of life. Exhibitions, films, literature, and music introduce audiences to cultural perspectives they may not have encountered otherwise. The popularity of Japanese anime, Indian Bollywood films, and African Afrofuturism in global media showcases how artistic expression can transcend borders, fostering appreciation for diverse cultures. Ultimately, art serves as both a mirror and a bridge, reflecting cultural identity while connecting people across different backgrounds. Whether through traditional crafts, contemporary installations, or digital media, art remains a vital force in shaping, preserving, and sharing the rich tapestry of human culture. As societies continue to evolve, art will continue to adapt, carrying the essence of cultural identity into the future. Chapter 6: Approaches to Art Criticism. Art criticism is the practice of analyzing, interpreting, and evaluating works of art. It provides a framework for understanding artistic intent, cultural context, and aesthetic value, allowing viewers to engage more deeply with visual expression. Over time, different approaches to art criticism have emerged, each offering unique perspectives on how to assess and appreciate art. These approaches range from formal analysis and contextual criticism to psychological and theoretical interpretations, reflecting the diverse ways in which art can be understood. One of the most fundamental approaches is formalism, which focuses on the visual and structural elements of an artwork rather than its meaning or historical context. Formalist critics analyze aspects such as composition, color, line, texture, and balance, assessing how these elements interact to create a cohesive work. This method, championed by art historians like Clement Greenberg, is particularly useful for examining abstract and modernist art, where form and technique take precedence over narrative or symbolism. Another key approach is contextual criticism, which considers the historical, cultural, and social background of an artwork. This method seeks to understand how external factors, such as politics, religion, and societal norms, shape artistic production. For instance, a contextual analysis of Francisco Goya's The 3rd of May, 1808 would take into account the political turmoil of the Napoleonic Wars, interpreting the painting as a powerful anti-war statement. Contextual criticism helps situate art within its time and place, revealing the deeper significance behind artistic choices. Psychological and psychoanalytic criticism explores the emotional and subconscious dimensions of art. This approach, influenced by thinkers like Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, examines how an artist's personal experiences, dreams, and psychological states manifest in their work. For example, Salvador Dali's surrealist paintings are often analyzed through a psychoanalytic lens, with scholars interpreting his melting clocks and distorted figures as reflections of subconscious fears and desires. Psychological criticism allows for an intimate understanding of the artist's inner world and motivations. Another important perspective is ideological criticism, which examines art through the lens of power, politics, and social structures. This method is often associated with feminist, Marxist, and post-colonial theories, which challenge dominant narratives and highlight issues of oppression, inequality, and representation. For instance, Feminist art critics analyze how gender roles are depicted in art history, questioning the exclusion of female artists and the portrayal of women in traditional paintings. Ideological criticism pushes viewers to consider how art both reflects and reinforces social hierarchies. Each approach to art criticism offers valuable insights, and often, multiple methods are used together to form a more comprehensive understanding of a work. Whether examining an artwork's formal qualities, historical significance, psychological depth, or political implications, art criticism enriches the viewing experience, allowing audiences to engage with art on a deeper and more meaningful level. Formal analysis. Examining the visual aspects. Formal analysis is a method of art criticism that focuses on the visual elements and design principles within an artwork. Rather than considering historical context or symbolic meaning, this approach examines the composition, structure, and techniques used by the artist. By analyzing an artwork's form, viewers can develop a deeper appreciation for the ways in which artists manipulate visual elements to create meaning and impact. One of the primary aspects of formal analysis is composition, the arrangement of elements within the artwork. Composition determines how a viewer's eye moves across the piece, guiding attention to focal points and creating a sense of balance or tension. Artists use principles such as symmetry, asymmetry, and the rule of thirds to structure their compositions. For example, Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper demonstrates a meticulously planned composition, with converging lines directing focus toward the central figure of Christ. Color is another crucial component of formal analysis. Artists use color to convey mood, establish contrast, and create harmony within a work. Warm colors like red and yellow can evoke energy or passion, while cool tones such as blue and green often create a sense of calm or melancholy. The Impressionists, for instance, relied on vibrant, unblended colors to capture the fleeting effects of light and atmosphere, as seen in Claude Monet's Water Lilies series. Analyzing an artist's color choices can reveal how they manipulate emotion and perception. Line and shape also play a fundamental role in formal analysis. Lines can be expressive, guiding movement within a composition, or defining the contours of a subject. Sharp, angular lines often convey a sense of rigidity or tension, while flowing, curved lines create a sense of movement and softness. Similarly, geometric shapes can evoke stability and order, while organic shapes appear more natural and dynamic. Pablo Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon uses bold, angular lines and fragmented shapes to create a sense of disorientation and abstraction, characteristic of early Cubism. Texture and space contribute to the overall impact of an artwork as well. Texture can be physical, created through thick brushstrokes or sculptural materials, or implied, where artists use shading and detail to simulate different surfaces. Space, on the other hand, refers to the illusion of depth or the arrangement of figures within a scene. Renaissance artists like Raphael mastered perspective techniques to create realistic depth, while modern artists like Mark Rothko flattened space to emphasize pure color and form. By closely examining these visual aspects, formal analysis allows viewers to appreciate the technical and aesthetic decisions made by the artist. It provides a structured way to engage with art, focusing on the craftsmanship and design that shape an artwork's visual and emotional impact. Contextual analysis, understanding historical and cultural influences. Contextual analysis is an approach to art criticism that examines the historical, cultural, social, and political circumstances surrounding an artwork. Unlike formal analysis, which focuses on visual elements, contextual analysis seeks to understand how external influences shape artistic expression. By considering the time period, location, and societal values that informed an artist's work, viewers can gain deeper insight into its meaning and significance. One of the primary aspects of contextual analysis is historical context. Art does not exist in isolation. It reflects the events and ideologies of its time. For example, Francisco Goya's The 3rd of May, 1808 is best understood within the context of the Napoleonic Wars. The painting depicts the execution of Spanish rebels by French soldiers, serving as a powerful commentary on war and oppression. Without knowledge of this historical backdrop, the full emotional and political impact of the work might be lost. Cultural influences also play a crucial role in shaping art. Different societies develop unique artistic traditions, symbols, and themes that reflect their values and beliefs. In ancient Egyptian art, rigid, hierarchical compositions were used to convey divine order and social structure. In contrast, the dynamic brushwork of Chinese ink paintings emphasizes the philosophical principles of harmony and spontaneity found in Taoism. Recognizing these cultural foundations allows viewers to appreciate the deeper meanings embedded in artistic works. Religious and ideological factors further influence artistic production. Throughout history, religious institutions have commissioned works that reflect spiritual beliefs and reinforce doctrine. Michelangelo's frescoes in the Sistine Chapel, for instance, were created within the context of Renaissance Catholicism and its emphasis on divine beauty and human potential. Similarly, Islamic art avoids figurative representation in religious contexts, instead emphasizing intricate geometric patterns and calligraphy to express spiritual devotion. Understanding these ideological frameworks helps contextualize artistic choices. Social and political conditions also shape artistic movements and individual works. The rise of modernism in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, for example, was influenced by industrialization, urbanization, and shifts in philosophical thought. Artists like Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque developed Cubism as a response to changing perceptions of space and reality, influenced by technological advancements and scientific discoveries. More recently, contemporary artists have used their work to address issues such as climate change, racial inequality, and globalization. By engaging with the historical and cultural contexts of an artwork, viewers can move beyond surface-level appreciation and uncover the deeper forces that have shaped artistic expression. Contextual analysis enriches the understanding of art, revealing its connections to broader human experiences and historical narratives. Expressive analysis, emphasizing emotion and personal response. Expressive analysis is an approach to art criticism that focuses on the emotional impact of an artwork and the personal response it evokes in the viewer. This method emphasizes the ways in which artists convey feelings, moods, and psychological states through their work, as well as how individual viewers interpret and connect with these expressions. Unlike formal or contextual analysis, which examines structure and historical influences, expressive analysis prioritizes the subjective experience of both the artist and the audience. One of the most fundamental aspects of expressive analysis is understanding how artists use visual elements to communicate emotion. Colors, for instance, can evoke different psychological responses. Warm tones like red and orange often suggest passion or intensity, while cool hues like blue and green can create a sense of calm or melancholy. In The Scream by Edvard Munch, the swirling sky and exaggerated figure express anxiety and existential dread, allowing viewers to feel the emotional turmoil captured in the painting. The distortion of form and intense use of color make the work a prime example of how artists externalize inner emotions. Gesture and brushwork also contribute to the expressive quality of an artwork. Loose, energetic strokes can suggest movement, excitement, or chaos, while controlled, precise lines can create a sense of order or restraint. Artists like Vincent van Gogh employed thick, swirling brushstrokes to infuse his works with raw emotion, as seen in Starry Night. The dynamic, turbulent sky reflects not just a landscape, but a deeply personal expression of the artist's emotions and state of mind. Personal interpretation plays a crucial role in expressive analysis. Each viewer brings their own experiences, memories, and emotions to an artwork, leading to different responses. While some may see a particular painting as joyful and uplifting, others may perceive it as sorrowful or unsettling. Abstract art, in particular, invites subjective interpretation, as it often lacks a clear narrative or recognizable imagery. Mark Rothko's large color field paintings, for example, evoke deep emotional responses despite their simplicity as viewers project their own feelings onto the work. Expressive analysis also considers the artist's intent and emotional state. Many artists create works as a means of personal expression, processing emotions, trauma, or philosophical ideas through their art. Frida Kahlo's self-portraits, filled with symbolic imagery of pain and resilience, offer insight into her struggles with physical suffering and personal identity. By examining an artwork through the lens of expression, viewers can develop a more intimate connection with both the artist's experience and their own emotional response. Ultimately, expressive analysis highlights the deeply personal and emotional power of art. It allows viewers to engage with artwork on a visceral level, emphasizing the ways in which artistic expression transcends language and cultural boundaries to communicate universal human emotions. Comparative analysis, relating one artwork to another. Comparative analysis is an approach to art criticism that examines similarities and differences between two or more artworks. By analyzing how different artists approach similar themes, techniques, or subjects, viewers can gain a deeper understanding of artistic intention, historical context, and evolving styles. This method allows for a broader perspective on artistic traditions and innovations, highlighting the connections between works across time periods, cultures, and artistic movements. One of the most common ways to conduct a comparative analysis is by examining how different artists interpret the same subject matter. For example, Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper and Salvador Dali's The Sacrament of the Last Supper both depict the biblical scene of Jesus and his disciples, yet their approaches are vastly different. Da Vinci's Renaissance masterpiece focuses on realism, perspective, and human expression, capturing a moment of tension and betrayal. In contrast, Dali's surrealist interpretation incorporates dreamlike imagery, transparent figures, and geometric symbolism, transforming the sacred event into a mystical, almost otherworldly experience. Comparing these two works highlights the shift from Renaissance ideals of harmony and realism to the surrealist exploration of the subconscious. Another important aspect of comparative analysis is studying how artistic styles evolve over time. For instance, a comparison of Eugène Delacroix's Liberty Leading the People and Pablo Picasso's Guernica reveals contrasting approaches to political and social commentary. Delacroix's romantic painting glorifies revolution through dramatic movement, rich color, and heroic symbolism, whereas Picasso's Cubist masterpiece deconstructs war's brutality through fragmented forms and monochromatic tones. While both pieces express the impact of war and struggle, they reflect different artistic movements and historical contexts, demonstrating how the representation of conflict changes over time. Comparative analysis can also explore differences between cultural perspectives. Examining traditional Japanese ukiyo-e prints alongside European Impressionist paintings, for example, reveals how Japanese artists like Katsushika Hokusai influenced Western artists such as Claude Monet and Vincent van Gogh. The flat planes of color, asymmetrical compositions, and emphasis on nature in Japanese prints inspired Impressionists to break away from academic realism and embrace more spontaneous, vibrant compositions. This cross-cultural exchange demonstrates how artistic techniques and ideas travel beyond geographical boundaries. By analyzing multiple works side by side, comparative analysis deepens our appreciation of artistic diversity and interconnectedness. Whether comparing works from different historical periods, artistic movements, or cultural traditions, this approach helps reveal the evolving nature of art and the ways in which artists continually influence and respond to one another. The ethics of art criticism. Art criticism plays a vital role in shaping how artworks are perceived, understood, and valued. However, with this influence comes an ethical responsibility to approach critique with fairness, sensitivity, and intellectual integrity. The ethics of art criticism involve issues of bias, cultural sensitivity, the power dynamics between critics and artists, and the broader impact of judgments on artistic expression and public perception. One key ethical concern in art criticism is the question of objectivity versus subjectivity. While critics inevitably bring their own perspectives and preferences to their evaluations, ethical criticism requires a balance between personal interpretation and a fair assessment of an artwork's merits. Dismissing a piece solely based on personal taste or ideological bias can be harmful, particularly when a critic wields significant influence in the art world. Ethical critics strive to acknowledge their own biases while providing thoughtful, well-reasoned critiques that engage with the work on its own terms. Cultural sensitivity is another crucial aspect of ethical art criticism. As art often reflects diverse cultural, historical, and social contexts, critics must be mindful of the potential for misinterpretation or ethnocentric judgments. Works created outside of the critic's cultural framework should be approached with an awareness of the artist's background, intentions, and the cultural traditions that inform the piece. Dismissing or misrepresenting art from marginalized communities can perpetuate exclusion and misunderstanding, reinforcing historical imbalances in artistic representation. Ethical criticism, therefore, involves a commitment to inclusivity and cultural literacy. The relationship between critics and artists also raises ethical questions. While criticism is a necessary part of artistic discourse, overly harsh or dismissive reviews can have a significant impact on an artist's career and mental well-being. Ethical critics aim to provide constructive feedback rather than simply tearing down a work. Even when critiquing art they find unsuccessful, critics should articulate their reasoning in a way that encourages dialogue rather than discouraging creative expression. Conversely, conflicts of interest, such as personal relationships with artists, financial incentives, or institutional pressures, can compromise the integrity of criticism, leading to biased or overly favorable reviews. Transparency about such relationships is essential in maintaining ethical standards. Another ethical consideration is the evolving nature of art and criticism in the digital age. Social media and online platforms have amplified the reach of art criticism, allowing for greater accessibility, but also increasing the risk of uninformed or reactionary judgments. Ethical criticism requires careful engagement with artworks rather than snap judgments based on viral trends or public opinion. Critics must ensure that their evaluations contribute meaningfully to artistic discourse rather than simply seeking attention or controversy. Ultimately, ethical art criticism requires a commitment to fairness, cultural awareness, and intellectual honesty. By approaching art with an open mind, engaging with it in good faith, and considering the broader implications of their critiques, ethical critics help foster a more thoughtful, inclusive, and responsible discourse around artistic expression. Chapter 7: The Power of Perspective. Perspective is one of the most powerful tools in both the creation and interpretation of art. It influences how artists construct their compositions, how viewers engage with visual narratives, and how meaning is shaped through spatial relationships. Whether used literally, as in linear perspective, or conceptually, as in an artist's personal viewpoint, perspective determines how we see and understand artwork. The study of perspective in art is not just about technique. It is about perception, interpretation, and the way visual experiences are structured. The development of linear perspective during the Renaissance revolutionized artistic representation. Before the 15th century, many artworks depicted space in a flattened, symbolic manner, with little concern for realism. However, Renaissance artists such as Filippo Brunelleschi and Leonardo da Vinci introduced mathematical precision to perspective, creating depth and three-dimensionality in their compositions. Linear perspective uses vanishing points and horizon lines to simulate the way the human eye perceives space, allowing for more lifelike and immersive visual experiences. This innovation not only transformed painting and architecture, but also influenced the way viewers engage with images, making them feel more spatially connected to the scenes depicted. Beyond its technical application, perspective is also a conceptual tool that shapes artistic meaning. The choice of perspective in an artwork can manipulate the viewer's emotional and psychological response. For instance, extreme angles and distorted perspectives, as seen in expressionist paintings or cubist works, challenge traditional viewpoints and force viewers to reconsider how they engage with visual reality. Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, pioneers of Cubism, rejected single-point perspective in favor of fragmented, multiple perspectives within the same image, emphasizing the idea that reality is complex and multifaceted. Perspective also plays a significant role in storytelling. In visual art, the placement of figures, the direction of lines, and the scale of objects all contribute to the narrative structure of an image. Baroque artists like Caravaggio used dramatic perspective and chiaroscuro, strong contrasts of light and dark, to direct the viewer's eye toward focal points of tension and drama. Similarly, cinematographers in film employ perspective through camera angles and framing to create mood and guide audience attention. On a deeper level, perspective extends beyond composition and into the realm of interpretation. Each viewer brings their own background, emotions, and experiences to an artwork, meaning that no two people see a piece in exactly the same way. This subjectivity reinforces the idea that art is not a fixed entity, but an evolving dialogue between creator and observer. The power of perspective lies in its ability to shape perception, invite multiple interpretations, and reveal new dimensions within artistic expression. How perspective shapes meaning. Perspective is not just a technical aspect of art. It is a fundamental tool that influences how meaning is conveyed and interpreted. The way an artist chooses to depict space, depth, and viewpoint affects the emotional, psychological, and conceptual impact of a work. Perspective determines the relationship between the viewer and the subject, guiding interpretation and shaping the narrative within an artwork. Whether through traditional techniques like linear perspective or more abstract approaches that challenge spatial conventions, the manipulation of perspective plays a crucial role in meaning making. One of the most direct ways perspective shapes meaning is through its ability to create a sense of realism or distortion. In works that use linear perspective, such as Renaissance paintings, the illusion of depth creates a structured and orderly vision of the world. For example, Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper uses a central vanishing point behind Christ's head, directing the viewer's focus and reinforcing the significance of the moment depicted. The controlled perspective enhances the balance and harmony of the composition, reflecting the ideals of the time. In contrast, artists like Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque rejected traditional perspective in favor of Cubism, where multiple viewpoints coexist within a single image. This fragmentation forces the viewer to engage with the artwork in a different way, encouraging an understanding of reality as dynamic and multifaceted rather than fixed. Perspective also influences the emotional response to an artwork. Dramatic foreshortening, as seen in Andrea Mantegna's Lamentation of Christ, creates an intense, immersive effect that brings the viewer into direct confrontation with the subject. Similarly, exaggerated or distorted perspectives, such as those in expressionist paintings, evoke feelings of anxiety, unease, or heightened emotion. Vincent van Gogh's Bedroom in Arles, for example, uses skewed angles and compressed space to convey a sense of personal tension and psychological depth. Through these distortions, the artist's emotional state is embedded in the work, making perspective a key tool in expressive communication. In addition to shaping emotion and realism, perspective plays a crucial role in power dynamics and symbolism. A low perspective, looking up at a subject, can create a sense of grandeur or authority, as seen in historical portraits of rulers and religious figures. Conversely, a high perspective, looking down on a subject, can make figures appear vulnerable, insignificant, or isolated. In photography and film, perspective is often used deliberately to manipulate audience perception, reinforcing themes of dominance, oppression, or intimacy. Ultimately, Perspective is more than a means of arranging space, it is a vehicle for meaning. Through its use, artists can control how their work is experienced, directing attention, evoking emotion, and shaping interpretation. By understanding how perspective functions, viewers can engage with art on a deeper level, recognizing the subtle ways in which vision influences understanding. Linear and atmospheric perspective in visual art. Perspective is a fundamental tool in visual art that helps create the illusion of depth and three-dimensionality on a flat surface. Among the various techniques used to achieve this effect, linear and atmospheric perspective are two of the most significant. While linear perspective relies on mathematical principles to organize space through converging lines and vanishing points, atmospheric perspective uses changes in color, contrast, and detail to simulate the natural way distant objects appear hazier and less distinct. Both methods contribute to the way viewers perceive depth, guiding their understanding of spatial relationships within an artwork. Linear perspective was first formalized during the Renaissance by artists and architects such as Filippo Brunelleschi and Leon Battista Alberti. It is based on the principle that parallel lines appear to converge at a single point on the horizon, known as the vanishing point. This system allows artists to create structured, realistic compositions that mirror how the human eye perceives distance. A clear example of linear perspective can be seen in Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper, where the architectural lines of the room converge behind Christ's head, reinforcing his centrality in the composition. Linear perspective helps organize space logically, making scenes appear more lifelike and grounded in reality. In contrast, atmospheric perspective, also known as aerial perspective, does not rely on geometric precision, but rather on optical effects observed in nature. As objects recede into the distance, they tend to lose contrast, become less detailed, and shift in color due to the scattering of light in the atmosphere. This technique was used by artists long before the formalization of linear perspective, appearing in ancient Chinese landscape paintings and later in works by European painters such as J.M.W. Turner and Claude Monet. In paintings like Turner's The Fighting Temeraire, the distant ship and sky appear softened and muted, enhancing the sense of vast space and atmospheric depth. While linear and atmospheric perspective can be used independently, many artists combine both to create more immersive and convincing depictions of space. For instance, Renaissance painters often employed linear perspective to define architectural structures, while using atmospheric perspective to render vast landscapes fading into the horizon. Similarly, in modern photography and digital art, both techniques continue to be essential for crafting realistic environments and guiding viewer perception. By understanding the principles of linear and atmospheric perspective, artists can manipulate space to enhance realism, direct attention, or evoke emotion. These techniques not only provide a sense of structure, but also help convey mood and atmosphere, making them essential tools in the visual artist's repertoire. The role of optical illusions in artistic expression. Optical illusions have long played a significant role in artistic expression, challenging the way viewers perceive and interpret visual information. By manipulating elements such as line, color, light, and perspective, artists create illusions that trick the eye, distort reality, or introduce multiple layers of meaning within a composition. These illusions can enhance depth, movement, and ambiguity, engaging the viewer in an active process of interpretation. Whether used for realism, abstraction, or conceptual exploration, optical illusions demonstrate how perception is not always as straightforward as it seems. One of the earliest and most prominent uses of optical illusions in art is trompe-l'œil, a technique that creates the illusion of three-dimensional objects on a flat surface. This French term, meaning deceive the eye, describes artworks that appear so realistic that viewers might mistake them for actual objects. Artists such as Samuel van Hoogstraten and William Harnett mastered this technique, painting everyday objects like books, letters, or windows with meticulous detail to create the illusion of physical presence. Trompe-l'œil forces viewers to question the boundaries between art and reality, blurring the line between representation and the tangible world. Beyond realism, optical illusions have also played a major role in modern and abstract art. The op art movement, led by artists such as Bridget Riley and Victor Vasarely, experimented with geometric patterns and high contrast colors to create dynamic, vibrating visual effects. These works give the impression of movement or shifting space, despite being entirely static. Bridget Riley's Fall, 1963, for example, uses repetitive black and white curves that seem to ripple across the canvas, disorienting the viewer's perception. This type of illusion explores how the human eye processes patterns and contrast, highlighting the psychological and neurological aspects of vision. M.C. Escher, another artist known for his use of optical illusions, created intricate compositions that defy logic and spatial expectations. His works, such as Relativity, 1953, feature impossible staircases and shifting perspectives that challenge conventional understandings of space. By distorting perspective and gravity, Escher's art plays with paradox and infinity, engaging viewers in a puzzle-like exploration of reality. Optical illusions in art are not just visual tricks. They are powerful tools for engaging audiences, exploring perception, and questioning reality. Whether through the hyperrealism of trompe-l'œil, the visual dissonance of op art, or the mind-bending structures of Escher's work, these illusions remind us that what we see is shaped by our minds as much as by our eyes. Through their use, artists continue to push the boundaries of visual experience, turning perception itself into a subject of artistic inquiry. Perspective and subjectivity in photography. Photography is often perceived as a medium that captures reality with precision, yet it is deeply influenced by perspective and subjectivity. Every photograph is shaped by the choices of the photographer: what to include, what to exclude, how to frame the shot, and what angle to use. These decisions impact how the viewer interprets the image, demonstrating that photography is not a neutral record of the world, but an artistic and often subjective representation of it. Through perspective, composition, and focus, photographers guide perception and construct meaning. One of the most direct ways perspective influences photography is through camera angle and framing. A low-angle shot, looking up at a subject, can make the subject appear powerful or imposing, while a high-angle shot can make it seem small or vulnerable. Similarly, close-up shots emphasize detail and intimacy, whereas wide-angle shots provide context and a sense of scale. Street photographers, for example, use perspective to create dynamic compositions that capture the energy of urban life, while portrait photographers carefully position their subjects to evoke specific emotions or narratives. Lens choice also plays a crucial role in shaping photographic perspective. A wide-angle lens exaggerates depth, making objects in the foreground appear larger and more prominent, while a telephoto lens compresses space, bringing distant elements closer together. This manipulation of space affects how viewers interpret relationships within the image. For example, documentary photographers may use wide-angle lenses to emphasize the environment surrounding their subjects, while fashion photographers often use telephoto lenses to isolate models against a blurred background, creating a sense of elegance and focus. Beyond technical considerations, perspective in photography extends to the photographer's personal vision and intent. Every image reflects a particular viewpoint, shaped by the photographer's experiences, emotions, and cultural background. Two photographers capturing the same scene may produce dramatically different images depending on what aspects they choose to highlight. This subjectivity is especially evident in photojournalism, where framing and composition can influence how events are perceived. A tightly cropped image of a protest might emphasize conflict, while a wider shot could reveal a more peaceful demonstration. Photography's ability to shape perception underscores its role as both an artistic and documentary medium. While a photograph may seem like an objective record of reality, it is always filtered through the choices and perspectives of the person behind the camera. This interplay between perspective and subjectivity is what makes photography a powerful storytelling tool, capable of evoking emotion, shaping narratives, and challenging the way we see the world. Challenges in depicting perspective in abstract art. Perspective, a fundamental principle in traditional art, presents unique challenges in the realm of abstract art, where conventional spatial depth is often distorted or entirely abandoned. Unlike representational art, which follows structured rules of linear or atmospheric perspective to create the illusion of three-dimensional space, abstract art challenges these norms, often prioritizing emotional expression, movement, or conceptual depth over realism. However, even in abstraction, artists must consider how they manipulate space and depth to create meaning and visual impact. One of the primary challenges in depicting perspective in abstract art is the absence of recognizable spatial cues. Traditional art relies on vanishing points, overlapping objects, and shading to suggest depth and spatial relationships. In abstract compositions, where forms may be fragmented, geometric, or entirely non-representational, establishing a coherent sense of space becomes more complex. Artists must find alternative ways to create movement and depth without adhering to the rigid rules of traditional perspective. Another challenge is balancing spatial ambiguity with visual coherence. Many abstract artists deliberately obscure or distort perspective to challenge the viewer's perception, as seen in the works of Wassily Kandinsky and Kazimir Malevich. Their paintings often reject linear depth in favor of floating forms and intersecting planes, creating compositions that are dynamic yet spatially ambiguous. This ambiguity, while intentional, can also make it difficult for viewers to engage with the work if they struggle to find visual anchors or interpret spatial relationships. Color and texture play a crucial role in suggesting depth within abstract compositions. Warmer, more saturated colors tend to appear closer, while cooler, less intense colors recede, an effect often used in representational art to simulate atmospheric perspective. Abstract artists can manipulate this color depth to create the illusion of space, but without clear reference points, the effectiveness of these techniques depends on the viewer's perception. Similarly, texture can imply spatial relationships, with thick impasto paint appearing closer and smoother areas receding. However, these effects remain subjective, making it challenging to control how perspective is perceived. The lack of a fixed viewpoint in many abstract works also adds complexity to perspective. Unlike traditional compositions, which often guide the viewer's eye through a structured focal point, abstract pieces may encourage multiple interpretations of depth and space. This openness can be both a strength and a challenge, as artists must strike a balance between intentional spatial disruption and an engaging visual experience. Ultimately, depicting perspective in abstract art requires innovative approaches, relying on composition, color, and form rather than traditional rules. While perspective in abstraction may not be literal, its manipulation is essential in shaping how viewers interact with and interpret the artwork. Chapter 8: Art and Emotion. Art has long been a powerful vehicle for expressing and evoking emotion. Whether through painting, sculpture, music, or performance, artists use their work to communicate feelings that may be difficult to articulate with words. Emotion in art can be deeply personal, reflecting the inner world of the creator, or universal, resonating with audiences across cultures and time periods. By engaging with art, viewers can experience a wide range of emotions, from joy and awe to sorrow and introspection, making art an essential part of human emotional experience. One of the primary ways art conveys emotion is through its formal elements: color, composition, line, and texture. Different colors, for instance, can elicit distinct emotional responses. Warm colors like red, orange, and yellow often convey energy, passion, or intensity, while cool colors like blue and green evoke calmness, sadness, or serenity. Abstract expressionist artists such as Mark Rothko use color fields to create emotional depth, encouraging viewers to engage with the feelings elicited by the work rather than any concrete subject matter. Beyond color, composition plays a significant role in shaping emotional impact. A chaotic, unbalanced arrangement of forms can create a sense of tension or unease, while a harmonious, symmetrical composition can evoke peace or stability. Artists like Francisco Goya and Edvard Munch use dynamic and distorted compositions to amplify feelings of fear, anxiety, or despair. Munch's The Scream is a prime example, where swirling lines and exaggerated perspective heighten the painting's intense emotional charge. Art also has the power to connect with personal and collective emotions by reflecting human experiences. Portraiture, for example, captures subtle expressions and body language that convey deep psychological states. In literature and theater, character-driven narratives allow audiences to empathize with complex emotions. Music, with its ability to shift tone, tempo, and volume, can directly influence mood and provoke emotional responses without the need for lyrics. The combination of artistic elements across different mediums ensures that emotional communication remains one of art's most compelling functions. The relationship between art and emotion is not one-sided. Viewers bring their own experiences, memories, and emotions into their interpretation of a work. A single piece of art may evoke different responses depending on a person's background and state of mind. This interaction between artist, artwork, and audience makes art a dynamic and evolving experience, continuously reshaped by those who engage with it. Ultimately, art's ability to express and evoke emotion is what makes it so profoundly impactful. Whether through deliberate artistic choices or personal interpretation, art creates a space for emotional exploration, offering both catharsis and connection in ways that transcend language and logic. The psychological impact of colors and forms. Color and form play a fundamental role in shaping the way people experience and interpret art. Psychological studies and artistic traditions alike have demonstrated that colors evoke specific emotional and cognitive responses, while forms influence perception, movement, and meaning. Artists have long used these elements to elicit reactions from viewers, guiding their emotional engagement and shaping their overall experience of a work. By understanding how colors and forms interact with human psychology, artists can create compositions that resonate deeply on both a conscious and subconscious level. Colors have a direct impact on mood and emotion, often triggering instinctive psychological reactions. Warm colors, such as red, orange, and yellow, are typically associated with energy, passion, and intensity. Red, for example, is often linked to strong emotions like love, anger, or urgency, while yellow can evoke happiness and optimism. In contrast, cool colors like blue, green, and purple tend to produce calming or introspective effects. Blue is frequently associated with serenity, stability, and melancholy, while green symbolizes nature, renewal, and tranquility. These associations are not just cultural, but are also rooted in human perception and biology. For instance, studies have shown that exposure to the color blue can lower heart rates and promote relaxation, whereas red can increase alertness and stimulate action. Beyond color, form influences how people engage with an artwork. Sharp, angular forms often create a sense of tension or aggression, as seen in the dynamic, fractured compositions of cubism. In contrast, curved, organic shapes tend to evoke a sense of harmony and softness, often used in depictions of nature or fluid movement. Abstract artists like Wassily Kandinsky explored how shapes and lines could express emotion independently of recognizable subject matter, using jagged, erratic forms to convey chaos or distress, and smooth, circular shapes to represent balance and unity. The combination of colors and forms can heighten their psychological impact. A composition dominated by deep reds and sharp angular shapes may feel intense or confrontational, while a painting with soft blues and flowing curves can suggest peace and introspection. This interplay is particularly evident in movements such as Expressionism, where exaggerated forms and bold colors are used to convey heightened emotional states. Edvard Munch's The Scream, for example, employs swirling lines and an unsettling color palette to evoke anxiety and existential dread. Ultimately, the psychological effects of colors and forms demonstrate how deeply visual elements influence human emotion and cognition. Whether through deliberate artistic choices or subconscious reactions, these elements shape how viewers experience and connect with art, reinforcing its ability to communicate beyond words. How art evokes empathy and connection. Art has a profound ability to evoke empathy and foster a sense of connection between individuals, cultures, and experiences. Whether through painting, sculpture, literature, music, or film, artistic expression allows people to step into different perspectives, experience emotions beyond their own, and develop a deeper understanding of others. This capacity for empathy is what makes art a powerful tool for social awareness, personal growth, and emotional healing. One of the ways art evokes empathy is through storytelling. Narrative-driven art forms, such as literature, theater, and film, immerse audiences in the lives of characters, allowing them to experience joy, sorrow, struggle, and triumph through another's eyes. A well-crafted novel or a compelling performance can make the viewer feel the emotions of a protagonist as if they were their own. This emotional engagement helps break down barriers of distance, background, and culture, making unfamiliar experiences feel deeply personal. Visual art also has the ability to generate empathy by capturing raw human emotion. Portraits, for instance, often communicate deep psychological states through facial expressions, body language, and composition. The haunting gaze in a Rembrandt painting or the quiet sorrow in a Picasso drawing can make the viewer feel connected to the subject in a profound way. Similarly, artists throughout history have depicted scenes of suffering, resilience, and joy that transcend time and cultural boundaries, allowing viewers to relate to emotions that are universally human. Music and abstract art can evoke empathy even without direct representation. A melancholy piece of music can stir feelings of sadness or longing, while an energetic, uplifting melody can inspire joy. Abstract paintings, through their use of color, texture, and movement, can create an emotional atmosphere that resonates with viewers on a subconscious level. Artists such as Mark Rothko used large, immersive color fields to evoke deep emotional responses, drawing viewers into a space of introspection and connection. Art also plays a critical role in fostering social empathy by shedding light on marginalized voices and untold stories. Many artists use their work to highlight injustice, suffering, or shared human experiences, encouraging audiences to reflect on perspectives they may not have otherwise encountered. Whether through documentary photography, protest art, or literature that explores social issues, art has the power to spark awareness and compassion. Ultimately, art's ability to evoke empathy and connection lies in its capacity to bridge emotional and experiential gaps. By engaging with art, viewers not only witness another's experience, but in a sense live it. This emotional resonance fosters understanding, compassion, and a deeper appreciation for the shared human experience. The role of memory and personal experience in art appreciation. Art appreciation is a deeply subjective experience, shaped by an individual's memory, emotions, and personal history. When people engage with a work of art, they do not view it in isolation. Rather, they bring their past experiences, cultural background, and subconscious associations to the interpretation. Memory plays a crucial role in how individuals connect with and understand art, making each interaction unique and deeply personal. One of the most powerful ways memory influences art appreciation is through emotional recall. A painting, song, or film may trigger memories of past experiences, evoking feelings of nostalgia, joy, sadness, or longing. For example, a particular shade of blue in a painting might remind someone of the sky from their childhood home, or a certain melody in a song might bring back memories of a loved one. These personal associations add layers of meaning to an artwork, making it resonate differently with each viewer. Beyond emotional connections, cultural memory also plays a role in how art is perceived. People from different backgrounds may interpret the same artwork in vastly different ways based on their cultural narratives and collective experiences. A historical painting may evoke a strong sense of pride or grief, depending on a person's understanding of the events depicted. While symbols and motifs that hold deep significance in one culture may be unfamiliar or interpreted differently by someone from another background. This dynamic nature of interpretation highlights how art is never experienced in a vacuum, but is instead filtered through the lens of memory and social identity. Personal experience also influences the ability to appreciate and understand abstract or conceptual art. A viewer with a background in music may find a deeper emotional connection to a painting that evokes rhythm and movement, while someone with a scientific background may appreciate the geometric precision of a modernist composition. This interaction between life experience and artistic perception enhances the richness of art appreciation, making it an evolving process rather than a static event. Memory can also affect how individuals revisit and reinterpret art over time. A work that seemed confusing or uninteresting at one stage in life may take on new meaning after a significant life event. A person who once viewed a somber painting with indifference may later find it deeply moving after experiencing loss. In this way, art appreciation is not fixed, but continually reshaped by personal growth and changing perspectives. Ultimately, memory and personal experience make art appreciation an intimate and ever-changing process. The meaning of an artwork is not solely dictated by the artist's intent, but is co-created by the viewer's past, emotions, and evolving understanding. This personal engagement with art allows it to remain relevant and meaningful across different times and contexts. The science of aesthetic experience. The experience of beauty and artistic appreciation is not merely a matter of personal taste. It is also deeply rooted in the brain's cognitive and emotional processes. The science of aesthetic experience explores how perception, emotion, memory, and neural activity interact when individuals engage with art. Recent advancements in neuroscience and psychology have provided insight into why certain images, sounds, and compositions captivate us, revealing that the appreciation of art is both a biological and cultural phenomenon. One of the key areas of study in aesthetics is the brain's response to beauty. Neuroimaging research has shown that when people view visually pleasing images, listen to harmonious music, or read compelling literature, specific areas of the brain associated with pleasure and reward become activated. The ventral striatum and orbitofrontal cortex, which are also involved in experiences of love, joy, and even addictive behaviors, respond strongly to aesthetic pleasure. This suggests that our appreciation of art is closely linked to the fundamental ways in which we process enjoyment and desire. Beyond the reward system, aesthetic experience also involves higher-order cognitive functions, particularly in the prefrontal cortex. This region of the brain is responsible for abstract thinking, pattern recognition, and decision-making, all of which play a role in interpreting and making sense of art. When viewers engage with complex or ambiguous artworks, such as abstract paintings or avant-garde music, their brains work to find meaning, creating a sense of intellectual stimulation that adds to the aesthetic experience. Another important factor in aesthetics is the role of emotional resonance. Art that evokes strong emotions tends to have a greater impact on the viewer, even when the emotions themselves are negative. People may find beauty in melancholic music, tragic literature, or unsettling paintings because these experiences engage the limbic system, the brain's emotional processing center. This explains why art can be cathartic, allowing individuals to process emotions in a safe and meaningful way. Cultural and personal background also shape aesthetic experience. While some aspects of beauty, such as symmetry and balance, appear to be universally appealing, personal history, cultural upbringing, and exposure to different artistic traditions influence what individuals find aesthetically pleasing. Aesthetic preferences can change over time as the brain adapts to new stimuli, explaining why art movements that were once considered radical or unappealing can later be embraced as masterpieces. Ultimately, the science of aesthetic experience reveals that art appreciation is a complex interplay of biological, emotional, and cognitive processes. By understanding how the brain responds to artistic stimuli, researchers continue to uncover the profound ways in which art enriches human experience, fostering emotional connection, intellectual engagement, and a sense of beauty that transcends language and culture. Can art be emotionally neutral? Art, by its very nature, is often thought of as an emotional experience, capable of evoking joy, sorrow, anger, or nostalgia. However, the question of whether art can be emotionally neutral challenges the assumption that all artistic expression must carry an emotional charge. While some argue that certain artworks are devoid of strong emotional content, others suggest that even the most seemingly neutral pieces still provoke some level of reaction in the viewer. One argument in favor of emotionally neutral art is that certain forms of minimalist, conceptual, or purely decorative art may not be intended to evoke deep feelings. Some geometric abstractions, architectural blueprints, or technical illustrations are created primarily for structural or aesthetic purposes rather than emotional expression. Artists such as Donald Judd and Sol LeWitt, who were central to the minimalist movement, focused on form, material, and repetition rather than conveying personal feelings or narratives. Their works can appear objective, detached, and unemotional, leading some viewers to perceive them as emotionally neutral. However, even in the absence of explicit emotional content, art is often shaped by the interpretation of the viewer. The way people experience art is deeply subjective, and an artwork that seems neutral to one person may evoke a response in another based on personal associations, memories, or cultural context. A plain, white canvas may feel empty and meaningless to one viewer, but provoke contemplation or a sense of peace in another. In this sense, true emotional neutrality is difficult to achieve, as perception is inherently shaped by individual experience. Additionally, the context in which art is presented can influence whether it feels emotionally neutral. A stark, industrial sculpture placed in a bustling urban environment might seem purely functional, yet when placed in a quiet gallery, it may take on a more meditative or even melancholic quality. Similarly, art that is created for utilitarian purposes, such as corporate branding or instructional design, might initially appear emotionally neutral, but can still elicit reactions based on color choices, shapes, or past experiences associated with similar visuals. Even when an artist deliberately attempts to strip emotion from their work, the very act of creating can carry implicit meaning. The choice to avoid sentimentality or narrative can itself be seen as an artistic statement, leading to philosophical discussions about what qualifies as emotional content in art. Ultimately, while some artworks may strive for neutrality, complete emotional detachment is nearly impossible, as all forms of artistic expression exist within a cultural and perceptual framework that invites interpretation. Chapter 9: Art Across Cultures. Art is a universal form of human expression, yet it varies widely across cultures, reflecting the values, beliefs, and histories of different societies. From the intricate patterns of Islamic calligraphy to the bold symbolism of indigenous art, each culture develops its own artistic traditions that shape the way people see and interpret the world. Exploring art across cultures not only reveals the diversity of human creativity, but also highlights the shared themes and emotions that connect people across time and geography. One of the most striking aspects of cross-cultural art is the use of symbolism and storytelling. Many cultures have developed artistic traditions that communicate myths, religious beliefs, or historical events. For example, ancient Egyptian art was deeply symbolic, with hieroglyphs and images carefully arranged to convey the journey of the soul in the afterlife. Similarly, indigenous Australian dot paintings tell ancestral stories known as Dreamtime, using symbols and colors to represent landscapes, animals, and spiritual figures. These artistic practices demonstrate how visual language is used to preserve and transmit cultural knowledge. Materials and techniques also vary based on regional resources and traditions. In Japan, the art of ink wash painting, sumie, emphasizes simplicity and the beauty of imperfection, influenced by Zen Buddhist philosophy. In contrast, African mask making often incorporates wood, metal, and beads, each chosen for their symbolic and spiritual significance. The distinct artistic techniques developed within each culture reflect not only aesthetic preferences, but also practical adaptations to the environment. Despite cultural differences, certain artistic themes remain universal. Concepts of beauty, identity, power, and spirituality appear in nearly every artistic tradition. Portraiture, for instance, has been used across civilizations to convey status and character, from the detailed realism of Renaissance paintings to the stylized masks of West African societies. Similarly, depictions of nature appear in various forms, whether in Chinese landscape paintings that evoke harmony with nature, or the bold depictions of animals in Native American totem poles. These shared themes reveal the fundamental human need to express experiences and emotions through art. Globalization and technological advancements have further influenced the way cultures interact and exchange artistic ideas. Modern artists often blend traditional techniques with contemporary influences, creating hybrid styles that transcend cultural boundaries. Street artists in cities around the world, for example, incorporate elements from multiple artistic traditions, merging graffiti with classical painting techniques or incorporating motifs from different cultures. This blending of artistic styles demonstrates how cultural exchange continues to shape the evolution of art. Ultimately, art across cultures is a testament to both human diversity and interconnectedness. While artistic styles and meanings may differ, the impulse to create and communicate through visual expression is a shared human experience. Studying art from various cultures fosters appreciation, understanding, and respect, reminding us that creativity knows no borders. Western versus non-Western artistic traditions. Artistic traditions across the world have developed in response to cultural, philosophical, and historical influences, leading to distinct approaches in Western and non-Western art. While both traditions share the fundamental human drive for expression, they differ in their aesthetic values, materials, functions, and perspectives on representation. Understanding these differences and the ways in which they overlap provides a richer appreciation of global artistic practices. Western art has historically been shaped by the traditions of ancient Greece and Rome, which emphasized realism, proportion, and the human form. This foundation continued through the Renaissance, where artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo sought to create depth and naturalism through techniques such as perspective and chiaroscuro. In contrast, many non-Western traditions prioritize stylization, abstraction, and symbolic meaning over realism. For example, traditional Chinese painting often values expressive brushwork and balance rather than strict adherence to perspective, while African sculptures are designed to capture spiritual or ancestral significance rather than precise anatomical accuracy. Another major difference lies in the role of individuality versus communal identity. Western art has often celebrated the individual artist as a creative genius, a concept that became especially prominent during the Renaissance and later in movements like Romanticism and Modernism. Artists such as Van Gogh and Picasso are recognized for their unique styles and personal innovations. By contrast, many non-Western traditions emphasize collective artistic practices, where works are created within a shared cultural framework. Indigenous art from Australia, for instance, often follows strict symbolic conventions passed down through generations, with the focus being on preserving cultural narratives rather than personal artistic expression. The function of art also varies significantly. In Western traditions, art is often created for aesthetic enjoyment, intellectual exploration, or personal expression. Museums and galleries serve as spaces to contemplate art as an autonomous form. Non-Western art, however, is frequently tied to religious, spiritual, or functional purposes. Islamic calligraphy, for example, is deeply intertwined with spirituality and religious devotion, while Japanese tea bowls in the wabi-sabi tradition reflect a philosophy of imperfection and mindfulness. In many African, oceanic, and indigenous American cultures, masks, textiles, and sculptures are used in ceremonies, storytelling, or rituals, making art an active part of life rather than an object for passive viewing. Despite these distinctions, artistic traditions are not rigidly separate. Globalization and cultural exchange have influenced artists worldwide, leading to hybrid styles that blend Western and non-Western elements. Contemporary artists often challenge traditional boundaries, drawing from multiple traditions to create works that transcend singular cultural narratives. Ultimately, Western and non-Western artistic traditions offer unique perspectives, yet both reveal the universal human impulse to create, communicate, and find meaning through visual expression. Indigenous art and its symbolic meanings. Indigenous art is deeply rooted in cultural traditions, spiritual beliefs, and storytelling, serving as a visual language that preserves and communicates ancestral knowledge. Found across diverse communities from Australia to the Americas, Africa, and the Arctic, Indigenous art often carries meanings that extend beyond aesthetic appreciation. These artworks are not just decorative. They function as records of history, expressions of identity, and connections to the natural and spiritual worlds. Symbolism plays a central role in Indigenous art, with colors, patterns, and motifs conveying specific meanings. In Aboriginal Australian dot paintings, symbols such as concentric circles represent waterholes or meeting places, while wavy lines indicate water or travel routes. These artworks often depict Dreamtime stories, which narrate the creation of the world and serve as guides for Indigenous laws and customs. Similarly, Native American art, including totem poles, beadwork, and sand paintings, uses symbolic imagery to represent clans, spirits, and historical events. Animals frequently appear as powerful symbols. Bears may signify strength, eagles can represent wisdom or a connection to the divine, and snakes might symbolize transformation. Many Indigenous artistic traditions are closely tied to spirituality and ceremonial practices. In African tribal art, masks play a crucial role in rituals, often embodying spirits, deities, or ancestors. These masks are worn during dances and ceremonies, allowing the wearer to channel supernatural forces and communicate with the spiritual realm. Similarly, Inuit art, particularly in the form of carvings and prints, often depicts spirits and animals that hold significance in Inuit mythology, such as Sedna, the sea goddess who controls marine life and the success of hunters. Materials used in Indigenous art are often sourced from the surrounding environment, reinforcing a deep connection to nature. Natural pigments, wood, and textiles are commonly used, with each material holding cultural significance. For example, in the Andean regions of South America, the weaving of intricate textiles reflects the wearer's social status, regional identity, and spiritual beliefs. The use of vibrant patterns and natural dyes made from plants and minerals further enhances the symbolic depth of these artworks. Despite colonization and globalization, Indigenous artists continue to preserve and innovate within their artistic traditions, using contemporary mediums to express cultural resilience and identity. Today, many Indigenous artists blend traditional symbols with modern techniques, creating works that speak to both historical continuity and contemporary struggles. Whether through painting, sculpture, textiles, or digital media, Indigenous art remains a powerful testament to the endurance of cultural heritage and the enduring significance of symbolic meaning in artistic expression. Cross-cultural influences in contemporary art. Contemporary art is increasingly shaped by cross-cultural influences, as artists draw inspiration from diverse traditions, histories, and global movements. With the expansion of technology, migration, and cultural exchange, the boundaries between artistic styles have blurred, leading to innovative works that merge different visual languages, materials, and philosophies. This blending of artistic traditions challenges rigid classifications of art and highlights the interconnectedness of cultures. One of the most significant ways cross-cultural influences appear in contemporary art is through the fusion of traditional techniques with modern approaches. Many artists from indigenous and non-Western backgrounds incorporate ancestral motifs and storytelling methods into contemporary forms such as digital media, street art, and conceptual installations. For example, contemporary Aboriginal artists like Emily Kame Ngware reinterpreted traditional dot painting techniques in large-scale canvases that resonate with modern abstraction. Similarly, artists from African and Asian diasporas often incorporate textile patterns, calligraphy, or folklore into paintings and sculptures that engage with contemporary social issues. Globalization has also led to an increased exchange of materials and artistic processes. Japanese anime and manga have influenced Western graphic novels and street art, while African and Latin American mural traditions have been embraced by artists worldwide to create public art that engages with local communities. The Mexican tradition of Dia de los Muertos, Day of the Dead, has inspired artists globally, with sugar skull imagery appearing in fashion, tattoo art, and digital design beyond its original cultural context. These examples demonstrate how artistic elements travel beyond their origins and gain new meanings in different cultural settings. Cross-cultural influences are also evident in the themes contemporary artists explore. Issues such as migration, identity, and cultural hybridity have become central to many artistic practices. Artists like Yinka Shonibare, who explores post-colonial identity through Victorian-era fashion made with African textiles, challenge viewers to reconsider history and cultural ownership. Similarly, Ai Weiwei incorporates traditional Chinese craftsmanship in his politically charged installations, using familiar materials to critique modern global issues. These artists demonstrate how cross-cultural influences can serve as both artistic inspiration and a means of addressing complex social narratives. While cultural exchange has enriched contemporary art, it also raises questions about appropriation versus appreciation. Some critics argue that borrowing from another culture without understanding its significance can lead to superficial or exploitative representations. However, when done with respect and knowledge, cross-cultural artistic practices can foster greater understanding and dialogue between societies. Ultimately, contemporary art thrives on the fusion of diverse perspectives, pushing creative boundaries and reflecting the globalized world we live in. By embracing cross-cultural influences, artists create works that are dynamic, layered, and rich with meaning, offering new ways to see and interpret the ever-evolving landscape of art. The globalization of artistic styles. The globalization of artistic styles has transformed the way art is created, shared, and understood across cultures. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected through technology, travel, and media, artistic traditions that were once confined to specific regions are now influencing and blending with others on a global scale. This exchange has led to the emergence of hybrid styles that incorporate diverse techniques, themes, and aesthetics, redefining traditional boundaries between artistic movements. One of the most significant factors in the globalization of artistic styles is the ease of access to different cultural influences. The internet and social media platforms allow artists to explore works from around the world, drawing inspiration from a wide range of artistic traditions. A painter in New York can study traditional Japanese woodblock prints, while a digital artist in Africa can incorporate elements of Renaissance composition into their work. This instant access to global art history enables artists to experiment with styles that transcend cultural origins, leading to innovative artistic expressions. Another way globalization shapes artistic styles is through international art institutions, biennials, and exhibitions that bring artists from different backgrounds into conversation with one another. Events like the Venice Biennale, Art Basel, and the Documenta series provide platforms for artists from diverse regions to showcase their work, leading to greater cross-pollination of ideas. These spaces encourage collaboration and dialogue, allowing for the blending of traditional and contemporary influences. For example, artists from indigenous communities might adapt their ancestral techniques to engage with modern materials and digital tools, creating new artistic languages that resonate globally. The rise of urban art and street art also reflects the globalization of artistic styles. Graffiti, which originated as a subcultural movement in the United States, has evolved into a worldwide phenomenon, with artists from South America to Asia incorporating local symbols, historical narratives, and political themes into their murals. Similarly, contemporary design and architecture often integrate elements from various cultural traditions, creating hybrid aesthetics that reflect global influences while maintaining regional identity. Despite the richness of global artistic exchange, the blending of styles also raises concerns about cultural appropriation and the loss of local artistic identities. Some critics argue that when dominant cultures adopt and commercialize elements of marginalized traditions without proper acknowledgement, it can lead to the erasure or commodification of cultural heritage. However, when approached with respect and understanding, the globalization of artistic styles can serve as a powerful tool for cultural dialogue and mutual enrichment. Ultimately, the globalization of artistic styles reflects the evolving nature of creativity in a connected world. By merging historical traditions with contemporary innovations, artists continue to push the boundaries of visual expression, creating works that speak to both local and global audiences. Challenges in interpreting art from different cultures. Interpreting art from different cultures presents unique challenges, as cultural context, symbolism, and artistic conventions vary widely across societies. What may seem straightforward or familiar within one tradition can carry entirely different meanings in another, making cross-cultural interpretation a complex process. Understanding these challenges is essential for appreciating art in a way that respects its origins and deeper significance. One of the primary difficulties in interpreting art from different cultures is the role of cultural symbolism. Many artistic traditions use colors, shapes, and figures that carry specific meanings that may not be immediately recognizable to outsiders. For example, in Chinese culture, red is often associated with luck and prosperity, whereas in Western traditions, it can symbolize passion, danger, or revolution. Similarly, animals depicted in indigenous art often hold spiritual significance, representing ancestors or guiding spirits, which may be lost on viewers unfamiliar with these belief systems. Without knowledge of these cultural frameworks, interpretations can become superficial or misleading. Another challenge is the difference in artistic conventions and styles. Western art history, influenced by Renaissance ideals, often emphasizes perspective, realism, and individual artistic genius. In contrast, many non-Western artistic traditions prioritize symbolic representation, communal authorship, and functional purposes. Traditional African masks, for instance, are not created for mere aesthetic appreciation, but serve spiritual and ritualistic functions. Similarly, Islamic art, with its intricate geometric patterns and calligraphy, reflects religious principles and an avoidance of figurative representation. Viewers who approach such works with Western artistic expectations may struggle to fully grasp their deeper meanings. The historical and colonial context of art interpretation also plays a significant role. Many non-Western artistic traditions have been historically marginalized or misinterpreted due to colonial biases. Early Western collectors and scholars often viewed indigenous and African art through an ethnographic lens rather than as fine art, stripping it of its original cultural and spiritual contexts. This legacy continues to affect how certain artworks are displayed in museums and how they are understood by global audiences. Overcoming these biases requires a conscious effort to engage with art on its own cultural terms rather than through an external framework. Language barriers also contribute to difficulties in interpretation. Titles, inscriptions, or accompanying texts may not always be accurately translated, leading to a loss of meaning. Additionally, oral traditions that inform many artistic practices may not be easily conveyed through written explanations, making it challenging for outsiders to access the full narrative behind a piece. Despite these challenges, engaging with art from different cultures offers a valuable opportunity for deeper understanding and appreciation. By approaching art with curiosity, respect, and a willingness to learn, viewers can move beyond surface-level interpretations and develop a more nuanced perspective on the diverse ways in which human creativity is expressed across cultures. Chapter 10: The Digital Age and New Ways of Seeing. The digital age has fundamentally altered the way people create, experience, and interpret art. With the rise of digital technology, traditional boundaries between artist and audience have blurred, expanding artistic possibilities beyond physical mediums and static spaces. Digital tools, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and social media platforms have transformed visual culture, introducing new ways of seeing that challenge conventional perspectives on art. One of the most significant shifts in the digital era is the accessibility of art. In the past, viewing artwork required visiting galleries, museums, or private collections. Today, high-resolution images of paintings, sculptures, and performances are instantly available online, making art more widely accessible than ever before. This digital expansion has allowed people from different backgrounds to engage with and interpret art on their own terms, without the limitations of geography or exclusivity. However, while online exposure increases accessibility, it also raises questions about authenticity and the loss of a physical, immersive experience. Seeing a painting on a screen is different from standing before the original piece, where texture, scale, and material presence contribute to its impact. Another key development is the emergence of digital art as its own medium. Artists now use digital tools such as graphic design software, 3D modeling, and coding to create works that could not exist in traditional formats. Interactive installations, generative art powered by artificial intelligence, and virtual reality experiences push the limits of artistic expression. Digital art has also led to new economic models, such as blockchain technology and NFTs, non-fungible tokens, which redefine ideas of ownership, authenticity, and value in the art world. These innovations challenge traditional notions of what constitutes an original work of art. Social media has also transformed the way art is shared and experienced. Platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube allow artists to bypass traditional gatekeepers, reaching audiences directly and building global communities around their work. This democratization of art distribution enables emerging artists to gain recognition without relying on galleries or institutions. At the same time, the fast-paced nature of digital consumption raises concerns about the commodification of art, where likes and shares may overshadow deeper engagement with artistic meaning. Artificial intelligence and machine learning further expand the possibilities of art making, generating images, music, and even poetry based on algorithms and data inputs. While some view AI-generated art as a tool for creative collaboration, others question whether it diminishes the role of human intuition and emotion in artistic expression. As the digital age continues to evolve, it reshapes the way people perceive and interact with art. While new technologies provide exciting possibilities, they also challenge traditional values of authenticity, originality, and artistic intent, inviting ongoing reflection on what it means to see and experience art in the modern world. The impact of digital media on artistic expression. Digital media has revolutionized artistic expression, offering new tools, platforms, and ways of engaging with art that were unimaginable in previous generations. The rise of digital technology has not only changed how art is created, but also how it is distributed, experienced, and interpreted. As artists embrace digital tools, the very nature of artistic production and consumption continues to evolve, challenging traditional ideas about authorship, originality, and artistic value. One of the most profound changes brought about by digital media is the expansion of artistic techniques. Digital painting, 3D modeling, animation, and virtual reality have opened up limitless possibilities for visual expression. Artists are no longer confined to physical materials like canvas or sculpture. Instead, they can create entirely within digital spaces, manipulating images, textures, and forms with precision and flexibility. Programs like Adobe Photoshop, Blender, and Procreate allow artists to experiment in ways that would be impossible with traditional mediums, enabling the creation of hyper-realistic digital paintings, abstract generative art, and interactive installations. The internet and social media have also transformed the way art is shared and experienced. Platforms such as Instagram, TikTok, and DeviantArt provide artists with direct access to global audiences, removing the need for traditional gallery representation. This has democratized the art world, allowing independent creators to gain visibility and build communities around their work. However, the rapid consumption of digital images raises concerns about the value of art in an era of endless scrolling, where artworks may be viewed briefly before being forgotten. The widespread distribution of digital art also complicates issues of copyright and ownership, as reproductions can be shared, altered, or stolen without an artist's consent. Another major impact of digital media on artistic expression is the rise of interactive and immersive art experiences. Virtual reality and augmented reality allow viewers to step inside artworks, transforming passive observation into active participation. Museums and galleries have begun incorporating these technologies to enhance visitor engagement, creating dynamic exhibitions that blur the line between the physical and digital worlds. Video games, once considered solely a form of entertainment, have also emerged as a recognized artistic medium, combining storytelling, visual design, and interactive elements to create deeply immersive experiences. Artificial intelligence has introduced yet another shift in artistic creation. AI-generated art, such as works produced by neural networks and machine learning algorithms, challenges the notion of human creativity by producing visually compelling and conceptually rich pieces. While some view AI as a collaborative tool that enhances artistic exploration, others fear it may devalue traditional craftsmanship and originality. As digital media continues to evolve, it reshapes the possibilities of artistic expression, pushing boundaries while raising new ethical and philosophical questions about the role of technology in creativity. Virtual reality and interactive art. Virtual reality, VR, and interactive art have transformed the way audiences experience and engage with artistic expression. Unlike traditional art forms that are typically observed passively, VR and interactive installations invite viewers to become active participants, blurring the line between creator and audience. These technologies expand the possibilities of artistic immersion, offering new dimensions of storytelling, emotion, and sensory exploration. Virtual reality, in particular, allows artists to construct fully immersive environments where viewers can move freely and interact with digital elements. Instead of standing in front of a painting or sculpture, a viewer wearing a VR headset can step inside an artwork, exploring its details from multiple perspectives. This capability gives artists unprecedented control over the audience's experience, guiding them through narratives, symbolic landscapes, or abstract spaces in ways that were previously impossible. VR art can evoke emotions in ways similar to film and theater, but with a greater sense of presence, as the viewer feels physically involved in the experience. Interactive art, which extends beyond VR, is another growing movement that encourages audience participation in shaping the artwork itself. Installations using motion sensors, touch-sensitive surfaces, and artificial intelligence respond to the presence and actions of viewers, making each experience unique. Works like Raphael Lozano Hemmer's interactive light displays or TeamLab's digital environments adapt dynamically, shifting colors, forms, and compositions based on audience movement. This approach challenges the idea of a fixed, unchanging artwork, instead embracing fluidity and real-time engagement. One of the most exciting aspects of VR and interactive art is their potential to foster deeper emotional and intellectual connections. By allowing participants to navigate digital worlds or influence artistic outcomes, these mediums create a sense of agency and personal investment. Museums and galleries have increasingly incorporated interactive elements into their exhibits, using technology to make art more accessible and engaging, particularly for younger audiences accustomed to digital experiences. However, as with any emerging technology, VR and interactive art present challenges. The accessibility of VR remains limited due to the high cost of equipment and the need for specialized hardware, which can prevent broader audiences from experiencing these works. Additionally, some critics argue that digital interactivity risks overshadowing artistic depth, prioritizing novelty and spectacle over substance. Despite these challenges, VR and interactive art continue to redefine artistic expression, offering new ways of seeing and engaging with creativity. As technology advances, these forms are likely to become even more sophisticated, further expanding the boundaries of how we experience and interpret art in the digital age. The rise of AI-generated art. Artificial intelligence has become an increasingly significant force in the world of art, raising questions about creativity, authorship, and the role of technology in artistic expression. AI-generated art, which uses machine learning algorithms to produce images, music, and even literature, challenges traditional notions of artistic originality while opening new possibilities for creative exploration. As AI tools become more sophisticated, they are reshaping both the creative process and the art market, sparking debates about whether machines can truly create art or if they merely mimic human creativity. AI-generated art relies on deep learning models trained on vast data sets of existing works. These algorithms analyze patterns, styles, and structures, allowing them to generate original compositions based on the input they receive. Programs like OpenAI's DALL-E, Google's Deep Dream, and DeepArt have demonstrated how AI can produce visually striking pieces, often blending styles in ways that surprise even their human creators. Some artists collaborate with AI as a tool to enhance their creative process, using it to generate new ideas, refine compositions, or introduce unexpected elements into their work. Others see AI as an independent creative force, capable of producing artworks that stand on their own. One of the major debates surrounding AI-generated art is the question of authorship. If an algorithm creates a piece of art, who is the true artist? The programmer who developed the AI, the individual who provided the input, or the machine itself? Unlike traditional forms of art, where personal intention and emotional depth play a central role, AI art is often generated without a conscious creative impulse. This leads some to argue that while AI can produce aesthetically compelling works, it lacks the deeper conceptual or emotional layers that define human-made art. The rise of AI art has also disrupted the art market, particularly with the emergence of NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and digital collectibles. AI-generated pieces have sold for significant sums at major auction houses, such as the famous sale of Edmond de Bellamy, an AI-generated portrait that sold for $432,500 at Christie's in 2018. This has fueled discussions about the value of digital art and the evolving definitions of artistic authorship in an era where machines can generate works at an unprecedented scale. Despite skepticism, AI-generated art is pushing the boundaries of creativity, serving as both a tool and a challenge to traditional artistic practices. Whether seen as a revolutionary new medium or a mere extension of digital algorithms, AI's role in art is undeniable, and its influence will likely continue to grow as technology advances. How social media changes art consumption. Social media has dramatically reshaped the way people engage with and consume art, shifting from traditional gallery and museum settings to digital platforms where art is instantly accessible. With the rise of Instagram, TikTok, Pinterest, and other visual-heavy networks, artists can reach global audiences in seconds, while viewers can explore an endless stream of creative content from their devices. This shift has democratized the art world, giving independent artists greater exposure, but it has also introduced challenges related to authenticity, attention span, and commercialization. One of the most significant impacts of social media on art consumption is the accessibility it provides. In the past, engaging with art often required visiting galleries, museums, or private collections. Today, anyone with a smartphone can browse digital exhibitions, follow their favorite artists, and discover new styles from around the world. Platforms like Instagram have become virtual galleries, allowing artists to showcase their work without the need for institutional approval. This has led to the rise of self-made artists who build their careers entirely online, bypassing traditional gatekeepers of the art industry. However, social media's rapid, algorithm-driven environment also changes how people engage with art. In traditional settings, viewers might spend minutes or even hours studying a painting or sculpture. On social media, artworks are often consumed in a matter of seconds before users scroll to the next image. This fleeting interaction can reduce the depth of engagement, making art feel more like disposable content rather than something to be deeply analyzed or emotionally connected with. The pressure for virality also influences artistic trends, with artists sometimes prioritizing visually striking or easily digestible pieces over more complex or experimental works. Another major consequence of social media's influence is the commercialization of art. Artists increasingly rely on platforms to sell prints, NFTs, and commissions, making social media both a promotional tool and a marketplace. While this allows artists to sustain their careers independently, it also blurs the lines between art and marketing. Some critics argue that the need for engagement, likes, shares, and comments, can compromise artistic integrity, pushing artists to create content that aligns with social media trends rather than personal or conceptual depth. Despite these challenges, social media has undeniably expanded the reach of art, fostering new communities and making creative expression more inclusive. It has allowed artists from diverse backgrounds to share their perspectives without institutional barriers, while also enabling collaborations across disciplines and geographical boundaries. As digital platforms continue to evolve, they will likely play an even larger role in shaping how art is created, shared, and experienced in the modern world. The debate over digital art and authenticity. The rise of digital art has sparked an ongoing debate about authenticity, originality, and artistic value. Unlike traditional mediums such as painting or sculpture, digital artworks exist in a fluid, reproducible form, raising questions about what constitutes an authentic piece. With the emergence of technologies like NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and AI-generated art, these discussions have only intensified, forcing the art world to reconsider long-held definitions of authorship and ownership. One of the central concerns surrounding digital art is its reproducibility. A painting or sculpture is inherently unique. Its physical presence and texture cannot be perfectly replicated. Digital art, however, can be copied and distributed endlessly without any degradation in quality. This has led some critics to argue that digital works lack the aura of authenticity associated with traditional media. To address this, the introduction of blockchain technology and NFTs has attempted to establish digital scarcity by assigning a unique, verifiable ownership record to digital artworks. While this approach has been embraced by many artists and collectors, skeptics question whether artificially imposed scarcity can truly create authenticity in the same way a physical artwork does. Another layer of the debate centers around the creative process itself. Traditional art forms often require hands-on craftsmanship, from brushstrokes on canvas to the chiseling of stone. Digital tools, on the other hand, allow for the automation of certain artistic processes, with software like Photoshop, Procreate, and AI-powered programs assisting or even generating entire compositions. Some argue that this diminishes the human element of artistry, making digital works feel less authentic compared to handmade pieces. Others counter that digital art requires just as much skill, creativity, and intentionality. Only the tools have changed. Much like photography once challenged traditional notions of art, digital mediums are now facing similar scrutiny. The debate over digital authenticity also intersects with the commercialization of art. With the explosion of digital marketplaces, Some critics worry that the ease of creation and distribution has led to an oversaturation of the market, diluting the value of individual works. At the same time, digital art has provided unprecedented opportunities for artists to reach global audiences, making artistic careers more accessible to those who might not have had the means to exhibit in traditional galleries. Ultimately, digital art is redefining the very concept of artistic authenticity. While it challenges traditional ideas of uniqueness and craftsmanship, it also expands creative possibilities in ways that were previously unimaginable. As technology continues to evolve, so too will the ways in which authenticity and artistic value are understood in the digital age. Chapter 11: The Art Market and Institutions. The art market and institutions play a crucial role in shaping the production, distribution, and valuation of art. While art has always had economic and institutional dimensions, the modern art world is deeply influenced by galleries, auction houses, museums, and private collectors, all of whom contribute to the complex system that determines an artwork's worth. The intersection of commerce, prestige, and artistic merit creates a dynamic yet often controversial environment where financial power and cultural influence converge. One of the most visible aspects of the art market is the role of auction houses such as Sotheby's and Christie's. These institutions set record-breaking prices for artworks, often turning them into high-value commodities. The sale of pieces by renowned artists, such as a Leonardo da Vinci or a Banksy, can make global headlines, reinforcing the notion that art is not only a cultural asset, but also an investment. However, this focus on monetary value can sometimes overshadow artistic intent, prioritizing market trends over creative expression. The speculative nature of the art market has also led to price inflation, with wealthy collectors and investors treating artworks as financial assets rather than cultural artifacts. Galleries and dealers act as intermediaries between artists and collectors, helping to establish reputations and market value. Commercial galleries curate exhibitions, promote artists, and cultivate relationships with buyers. The success of an artist is often tied to their gallery representation, making gallery acceptance a major milestone for emerging creators. However, the exclusivity of top-tier galleries raises concerns about accessibility and gatekeeping, as only a small fraction of artists gain entry into these influential spaces. Museums and public institutions, on the other hand, serve a different function in the art world. Unlike galleries and auction houses, which operate on profit-driven models, museums are primarily concerned with cultural preservation and education. They provide historical context for artworks and ensure public access to significant collections. Yet, even museums are not free from controversy. Issues such as the ethical sourcing of art, the restitution of looted artifacts, and the influence of corporate sponsors have led to heated debates about the responsibilities of these institutions. The contemporary art market has also been disrupted by digital platforms and NFTs, which challenge traditional models of distribution and ownership. Online marketplaces allow artists to sell directly to audiences, bypassing galleries and dealers. While this shift democratizes access to art, it also raises concerns about authenticity, speculation, and the commodification of digital works. As the art world continues to evolve, the relationship between market forces and artistic integrity remains a subject of debate. Institutions wield immense power in shaping public perception, but emerging technologies and alternative markets are redefining the landscape of artistic consumption and value. The role of galleries and museums in art perception. Galleries and museums play a pivotal role in shaping how people perceive and engage with art. These institutions not only preserve and present artworks, but also influence cultural narratives, artistic trends, and public discourse. By curating collections and exhibitions, they guide viewers in understanding artistic movements, historical contexts, and individual artists' intentions. However, their influence is not without controversy. as debates around accessibility, inclusivity, and institutional bias continue to shape the evolving landscape of art perception. Museums serve as cultural repositories, preserving and displaying art from different time periods and regions. They provide historical context that helps viewers interpret works beyond their immediate visual impact. For example, a Renaissance painting displayed in a museum is often accompanied by information about the artist, the time period, and the social or political climate in which it was created. This framing allows audiences to see beyond aesthetics, recognizing deeper meanings and influences that may not be immediately apparent. Museums also establish canons of artistic excellence, determining which works are deemed significant and worthy of preservation. However, this power raises questions about whose perspectives are prioritized and whose histories are excluded. Galleries, particularly commercial ones, operate differently by focusing on contemporary artists and the art market. Unlike museums, which typically house permanent collections, galleries present rotating exhibitions that highlight emerging and established artists. They play a crucial role in defining artistic success, as representation in a well-regarded gallery can launch an artist's career. Galleries also influence art perception by shaping trends. Certain styles, themes, or media gain prominence based on curatorial and market-driven decisions. While they offer opportunities for artists to gain exposure, the exclusivity of high-profile galleries can create barriers for those outside the traditional art world. Both galleries and museums impact how audiences experience art through their curatorial choices. The way an artwork is displayed, its placement, lighting, and accompanying text affects how it is perceived. A piece exhibited in a prestigious institution gains credibility and significance, whereas the same work displayed in an alternative space might be viewed differently. Additionally, temporary exhibitions allow curators to highlight underrepresented artists and challenge traditional narratives, reshaping public understanding of art history. Despite their role in education and preservation, these institutions face ongoing criticism regarding elitism and accessibility. High admission fees, limited representation of diverse artists, and the colonial origins of many museum collections remain contentious issues. As museums and galleries adapt to digital technologies and shifting societal values, they are being challenged to become more inclusive spaces that reflect a broader range of artistic voices and cultural perspectives. Their ability to evolve will determine how they continue to shape art perception in the future. The influence of art critics and curators. Art critics and curators hold significant influence in shaping how art is perceived, valued, and understood. Through reviews, essays, and exhibitions, they frame artistic discourse, directing public and institutional attention to certain artists, styles, and movements. Their interpretations can elevate an artist's career, redefine historical narratives, and influence market trends. However, their authority also raises questions about subjectivity, bias, and the accessibility of artistic expression. Art critics serve as mediators between artists and the public, providing insights that help audiences engage with complex or unfamiliar works. Through published reviews in newspapers, magazines, and online platforms, critics assess the quality, originality, and significance of artworks. Their perspectives often shape public opinion and contribute to an artist's reputation. Positive critical reception can validate an artist's work, leading to increased recognition, gallery representation, and institutional acquisitions. Conversely, negative criticism or exclusion from mainstream discourse can limit an artist's reach. Critics also play a role in challenging conventions by questioning artistic norms, advocating for underrepresented voices, and introducing new ways of interpreting art. Curators, on the other hand, influence perception through their selection and presentation of artworks in museums, galleries, and exhibitions. Their curatorial decisions, what to include, how works are arranged, and the narratives they construct, shape the viewer's experience. By contextualizing art through thematic exhibitions, historical retrospectives, or cross-cultural comparisons, curators guide audiences in understanding artistic significance. Their work extends beyond aesthetics. Curatorial choices often reflect broader social, political, and cultural discussions, influencing how art is framed within contemporary discourse. Both critics and curators contribute to the construction of art history by determining which works are celebrated and preserved. Over time, their influence has contributed to the formation of artistic canons, defining which artists and movements are considered essential. However, this process is not without its challenges. Historically, many marginalized artists, particularly women, artists of color, and those outside Western traditions, were overlooked due to biases in critical and curatorial circles. Efforts to diversify perspectives have led to increased scrutiny of these gatekeeping roles, pushing for greater inclusivity in art criticism and curation. The digital age has further complicated their influence. While traditional critics and curators remain authoritative voices, social media and online platforms have democratized art discourse, allowing independent voices, bloggers, and everyday viewers to shape conversations about art. As the landscape of artistic interpretation continues to evolve, the role of critics and curators must adapt, balancing expertise with a broader, more inclusive engagement with art and its audiences. Art as commodity, buying and selling creativity. Art has long been a powerful form of human expression, but it is also a commodity, bought, sold, and traded in markets that assign monetary value to creativity. The commercialization of art raises important questions about its purpose, authenticity, and accessibility. While some argue that art should remain a purely expressive and cultural endeavor, the reality is that financial transactions play a central role in sustaining artists, institutions, and the broader art ecosystem. The balance between artistic integrity and market forces has shaped how art is produced, valued, and consumed throughout history. The art market is a complex system that includes galleries, auction houses, private collectors, museums, and online platforms. High-profile auction houses, such as Sotheby's and Christie's, regularly set record-breaking sales for paintings, sculptures, and other works, sometimes selling pieces for hundreds of millions of dollars. These sales contribute to the perception of art as a luxury investment, where its financial worth often overshadows its artistic significance. Blue-chip artists, those whose works are considered stable and profitable investments, become key players in this market, while lesser-known artists struggle to gain financial recognition. Commercial galleries also play a crucial role in the buying and selling of art. Representing artists and connecting them with collectors, galleries act as intermediaries that help establish an artist's market value. The exclusivity of top-tier galleries creates prestige, but it can also create barriers for emerging artists who lack the connections or resources to break into the system. While some artists find financial success within this model, many must navigate the tension between artistic freedom and market demands, often producing work that aligns with trends or collector preferences rather than purely personal or experimental interests. Beyond traditional markets, digital technologies have introduced new ways to buy and sell art. Online platforms, NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and direct artist-to-buyer transactions have expanded opportunities for artists to monetize their work without relying on galleries or auction houses. While these digital spaces provide greater accessibility, they also introduce challenges, such as questions of authenticity, ownership, and market speculation. The rise of NFTs, in particular, has sparked debates about whether they represent a genuine evolution of artistic commerce or a financial bubble driven by hype. Ultimately, the commodification of art is a double-edged sword. While financial success can empower artists and sustain cultural institutions, the influence of money can also shape artistic production in ways that prioritize commercial appeal over creative exploration. The ongoing challenge is to find a balance where art remains both economically viable and creatively meaningful, allowing artists to thrive without compromising their artistic vision. The role of auctions and private collectors. Auctions and private collectors play a significant role in the art world, shaping market trends, determining the financial value of artworks, and influencing the visibility of artists. While museums and galleries serve as public-facing institutions dedicated to cultural preservation and education, auctions and private collections often dictate the financial trajectory of an artist's career and the accessibility of art to the public. Their influence extends beyond mere transactions, affecting how art is perceived, circulated, and valued over time. Auction houses such as Sotheby's, Christie's, and Phillips act as high-stakes marketplaces where artworks are sold to the highest bidder. These auctions set price records, create media buzz, and reinforce the financialization of art. When a painting or sculpture fetches millions at auction, it not only elevates the artist's reputation, but also impacts the market value of their other works. Auctions can also introduce unpredictability into the art market. Bidding wars can drive prices far beyond initial estimates, while works that fail to sell can negatively impact an artist's perceived desirability. The speculative nature of auctions sometimes shifts attention away from artistic merit and toward art as a financial asset. Private collectors also hold immense power in shaping the art world. Wealthy individuals and institutions amass significant collections, often acquiring works before they ever reach public museums. Some collectors see art as a passion, curating personal collections that reflect their tastes, historical interests, or cultural heritage. Others approach art as an investment, purchasing pieces with the expectation that their value will increase over time. High-profile collectors can influence market trends by favoring certain artists, styles, or movements, sometimes artificially inflating demand for specific works. While some private collectors donate or loan artworks to museums, ensuring public access, others keep their collections inaccessible. This has led to debates about whether important cultural artifacts should remain in private hands or belong to the public domain. In some cases, major works of art disappear into private vaults, rarely seen by the broader public. However, private collectors also play a crucial role in preserving and safeguarding art, sometimes rescuing pieces that might otherwise be lost or neglected. As the art market evolves, digital auctions and online platforms have expanded access to buying and selling art, but they have also introduced new complexities, such as issues of provenance, authenticity, and speculation. Whether through traditional auction houses or private acquisitions, the influence of collectors and buyers continues to shape the fate of artists and the accessibility of art. Balancing financial interest with cultural responsibility remains an ongoing challenge in the art world. The ethics of art ownership and repatriation. The question of who owns art and where it rightfully belongs is one of the most debated ethical issues in the art world. Throughout history, artworks, artifacts, and cultural treasures have been taken from their places of origin through colonization, war, looting, and illicit trade. Many of these objects now reside in museums, galleries, and private collections far from the cultures that created them. The movement for repatriation, the return of these artworks to their rightful owners or countries of origin, has gained momentum in recent decades, raising complex questions about history, justice, and cultural heritage. One of the central ethical concerns in art ownership is the acquisition of objects under exploitative or violent circumstances. Many Western museums house artifacts taken during colonial rule, including the Benin bronzes, which were looted by British forces in 1897 and are now scattered across European and American institutions. Similarly, the Parthenon marbles, removed from Greece by Lord Elgin in the early 19th century, remain in the British Museum despite ongoing demands for their return. Defenders of museum ownership argue that these institutions help preserve art and make it accessible to a global audience. However, critics counter that these objects were taken without consent and that their continued display perpetuates historical injustices. Beyond colonial-era looting, the issue of Nazi-era art theft highlights the need for ethical restitution. During World War II, the Nazi regime systematically confiscated artworks from Jewish families, many of which ended up in museums or private collections. Efforts to identify and return these pieces have been ongoing, but legal and bureaucratic obstacles often slow the process. Provenance research, the investigation of an artwork's ownership history, has become essential in determining whether a piece was acquired ethically or through illicit means. Repatriation is not without challenges. Legal frameworks governing art restitution vary across countries, and some institutions resist returning works, arguing that they have cared for and preserved these objects for decades or even centuries. Additionally, concerns about a country's ability to properly care for repatriated artifacts sometimes complicate discussions. However, many nations and cultural groups argue that reclaiming their artistic heritage is essential for identity, healing, and historical justice. Recent years have seen growing international cooperation in returning stolen or displaced artworks, with some museums and governments willingly repatriating pieces. While these efforts signal progress, the broader debate continues. Should art remain in institutions that have long housed it, or should it return to the communities that created it? Addressing the ethics of art ownership requires balancing cultural stewardship with historical accountability, ensuring that art is both preserved and respected in its rightful context. Chapter 12: Controversies in Art. Art has long been a space for challenging norms, questioning authority, and pushing the boundaries of expression. However, these very qualities have made it a frequent source of controversy. Whether due to political messaging, moral concerns, or debates over artistic intent, artworks have sparked heated debates, legal battles, and even censorship. The evolving role of art in society continues to raise questions about the limits of free expression, cultural appropriation, and the responsibilities of artists and institutions. One of the most persistent controversies in art is the issue of censorship. Governments, religious groups, and the public have often sought to suppress works that they deem offensive, subversive, or morally inappropriate. From the outrage over Andres Serrano's Piss Christ to the banning of provocative street art, censorship debates highlight tensions between artistic freedom and societal values. While some argue that art should be unrestricted, others believe that public institutions must be mindful of the potential harm certain artworks may cause. Another highly debated issue is cultural appropriation in art. Many artists draw inspiration from different cultures, but when this crosses into the realm of exploitation or misrepresentation, it becomes problematic. For example, non-Indigenous artists have faced criticism for using sacred Native American symbols without understanding their cultural significance. Similarly, Western designers and painters have often borrowed motifs from African, Asian, or Indigenous traditions without acknowledging their origins. This has led to discussions about who has the right to tell certain stories and how to distinguish between appreciation and appropriation. Public funding for controversial art has also been a recurring issue. Governments and private institutions often support the arts, but when public money funds works that challenge political or religious beliefs, backlash can be swift. Artists such as Robert Mapplethorpe and Ai Weiwei have faced funding cuts and restrictions due to the perceived offensiveness of their work. These cases raise fundamental questions about the role of government in supporting artistic expression and whether public art should reflect mainstream values or challenge them. The commodification of art is another contentious topic. As contemporary art becomes increasingly tied to market forces, some argue that its purpose is being undermined by commercial interests. When artworks sell for millions at auction, it raises concerns about whether artistic value is determined by creative merit or market speculation. The rise of NFTs, non-fungible tokens, has further complicated this issue, with digital art being bought and sold as speculative investments rather than as cultural artifacts. Ultimately, controversies in art reflect broader societal struggles over identity, politics, and values. While they may spark discomfort or disagreement, They also encourage critical dialogue and force society to confront difficult questions. Rather than stifling debate, controversies in art serve as reminders of its power to provoke thought and inspire change. Censorship and freedom of expression in art. Art has long been a battleground for debates over censorship and freedom of expression. Throughout history, artists have faced suppression when their work challenges political ideologies, religious beliefs, or social norms. The tension between artistic freedom and societal boundaries raises fundamental questions about who gets to decide what is acceptable in public discourse and what should be restricted. While some argue that art should be free from limitations, others believe that certain content, whether offensive, provocative, or dangerous, warrants regulation. Censorship in art takes many forms, from outright bans to subtler pressures such as funding cuts, social backlash, or institutional restrictions. Governments have historically censored art to maintain control and prevent dissent. For example, totalitarian regimes like Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union strictly regulated artistic expression, allowing only state-approved works that aligned with political propaganda. Even in democratic societies, censorship persists in various ways, such as controversial works being removed from museums or galleries due to public outcry. Religious and moral objections often drive artistic censorship. Art that addresses themes of sexuality, blasphemy, or violence has frequently been targeted. Andres Serrano's Piss Christ, a photograph of a crucifix submerged in urine, provoked outrage among Christian groups and led to funding cuts for the National Endowment for the Arts in the U.S. Similarly, works like Chris O'Feely's The Holy Virgin Mary, which incorporated unconventional materials and challenged religious imagery, have been removed from exhibitions due to public pressure. These cases highlight the struggle between personal expression and community values. In the digital age, social media platforms and corporations play an increasing role in censoring art. Algorithms and content moderation policies often restrict nudity, political messages, or controversial imagery, even when it is presented in an artistic context. While these platforms argue they are enforcing community guidelines, critics argue that corporate censorship disproportionately affects marginalized voices and limits creative exploration. Despite these restrictions, censorship often fuels greater interest in the censored work, drawing attention to issues of artistic freedom. Artists frequently respond to censorship by finding creative ways to subvert restrictions, reinforcing art's power as a tool for resistance. The very act of suppressing art can make it more influential, as seen in the case of dissident artists like Ai Weiwei, whose politically charged works have gained international prominence despite government efforts to silence him. The debate over censorship in art is unlikely to be resolved, as it reflects broader societal conflicts over morality, politics, and power. However, it remains essential to continually question who decides what art is permissible and to advocate for spaces where creative expression can thrive without fear of suppression. The debate over public funding for the arts. Public funding for the arts has long been a contentious issue, sparking debates over government responsibility, artistic freedom, and the allocation of taxpayer money. Supporters argue that public funding is essential for fostering creativity, preserving cultural heritage, and ensuring that art remains accessible to all. Critics, however, contend that funding should be reserved for essential services, that art should be self-sustaining, and that taxpayer money should not support works that may be deemed controversial or offensive. This ongoing debate reflects broader discussions about the role of art in society and the extent to which it should be publicly supported. One of the main arguments in favor of public funding for the arts is that it provides opportunities for artists and institutions that might otherwise struggle financially. Museums, theaters, and arts programs rely on government support to operate, particularly in regions where private patronage is limited. Funding helps ensure that the arts remain a part of public life, allowing communities to experience and engage with creative works regardless of their economic background. Additionally, Many believe that public investment in the arts fosters national identity, education, and tourism, contributing both culturally and economically to society. However, opponents argue that government funding for the arts can be wasteful or politically motivated. They believe that the free market should determine which artistic endeavors succeed, rather than taxpayers funding projects that may not have broad public appeal. Controversial works often draw the most criticism, as some feel that public funds should not be used to support art that challenges religious, political, or moral values. Debates over publicly funded artworks, such as those involving provocative themes or political messages, have led to calls for stricter oversight or defunding arts programs altogether. Another key concern is the potential for government interference in artistic expression. When art is publicly funded, there is a risk that political influence could shape what is deemed acceptable or worthy of support. Some argue that this compromises artistic freedom, as artists may feel pressure to create work that aligns with the values or agendas of funding bodies rather than their own creative vision. This raises the question of whether public funding should come with conditions or whether governments should support art without attempting to control its content. Ultimately, the debate over public funding for the arts reflects deeper questions about the value of creativity in society. While public investment in the arts has historically enriched cultures and communities, the discussion over its necessity and fairness continues. Finding a balance between supporting artistic expression and addressing economic priorities remains a challenge, ensuring that the arts remain a vibrant and essential part of public life. The role of shock value in contemporary art. Shock has long been a tool used by artists to provoke, challenge, and engage audiences. In contemporary art, shock value plays a significant role in pushing boundaries, questioning societal norms, and forcing viewers to confront uncomfortable truths. While some argue that shock for its own sake lacks artistic merit, others believe that it is a necessary mechanism for stirring dialogue and breaking through cultural complacency. The use of shock in art raises important questions about the purpose of creativity, the limits of expression, and the evolving relationship between artist and audience. Many contemporary artists use shock as a way to disrupt traditional expectations of art, whether through controversial imagery, unconventional materials, or taboo subject matter. Shocking works demand attention and refuse to be ignored. Artists such as Damien Hirst with his Preserved Animals in Formaldehyde, or Andres Serrano's Piss Christ, a photograph of a crucifix submerged in urine, have sparked heated debates over whether such works are profound or simply provocative. These pieces challenge viewers to reconsider what art can be and how it should function in society. Shock value is also a tool for social and political commentary. Many artists deliberately create unsettling works to highlight issues such as war, inequality, environmental destruction, or consumerism. For example, the provocative performances of Marina Abramovich, in which she has subjected herself to pain and vulnerability, force audiences to confront human endurance, trust, and violence. Similarly, the work of Banksy, with its subversive and politically charged street art, shocks viewers into questioning authority, capitalism, and social justice. In these cases, shock is not just about provocation, but about awakening awareness. However, the use of shock in contemporary art is not without criticism. Some argue that it has become a marketing strategy, where controversy is used to generate publicity rather than meaningful engagement. When shock value is used purely for sensationalism, it risks losing its impact and becoming predictable or even exploitative. Additionally, audiences may become desensitized to shocking imagery, making it increasingly difficult for artists to provoke genuine responses. Despite these criticisms, shock remains a powerful element in contemporary art. Whether admired or condemned, it forces audiences to confront their assumptions, engage with difficult topics, and expand their understanding of artistic expression. While not all shocking art is meaningful, its presence in the art world continues to challenge the boundaries of taste, morality, and perception, ensuring that contemporary art remains a dynamic and evolving force. Ethical concerns in art restoration. Art restoration is a delicate and often controversial practice that raises significant ethical concerns. While the goal of restoration is to preserve and maintain artworks for future generations, the process can sometimes alter the artist's original intent, erase historical context, or even cause irreversible damage. Balancing preservation with authenticity is a central challenge in the field, and restorers must navigate difficult decisions regarding how much intervention is appropriate and whether certain works should be left in their aged state. One of the primary ethical concerns in art restoration is the potential loss of an artist's original vision. Over time, materials deteriorate, colors fade, and surfaces crack, prompting efforts to restore artworks to their former state. However, any restoration inevitably involves interpretation, choosing which elements to emphasize, which to repair, and which to leave untouched. If a restorer applies new materials that do not perfectly match the original, the result may be an artwork that no longer reflects the artist's true intentions. In some cases, restorations have led to drastic changes, as seen in the controversial 19th century repainting of the Sistine Chapel ceiling, which altered Michelangelo's original hues and details. Another major issue is the question of historical authenticity. Some argue that the natural aging of an artwork, whether through discoloration, cracks, or surface wear, is part of its historical significance and should be preserved rather than corrected. Aggressive restoration can strip away this historical character, effectively erasing centuries of an artwork's life. This raises ethical concerns about whether art should be frozen in time through restoration or allowed to evolve naturally with age. The methods and materials used in restoration also present ethical dilemmas. Historically, some restorations were carried out using materials that later proved damaging to the artwork. Inappropriate chemicals, overpainting, or excessive cleaning have led to the loss of delicate details, altering the work beyond recognition. Modern restorers must carefully consider whether their techniques are truly preserving the art or inadvertently causing harm. The disastrous 2012 restoration attempt of Ecce Homo by a Spanish amateur painter, resulting in the infamous Monkey Christ fiasco, illustrates the dangers of improper intervention. Finally, the question of consent and ownership complicates restoration ethics. Many artworks belong to museums, religious institutions, or private collectors, and decisions about restoration may be made without consulting experts or considering the broader public interest. Should an institution have the right to alter a work, or should such decisions require a more democratic approach? This becomes particularly contentious with culturally significant works that belong to entire communities rather than individuals or institutions. Art restoration remains a necessary but ethically complex field. While preservation is crucial, every restoration decision carries the weight of potentially altering history, meaning, and artistic intent. As techniques evolve, restorers must continue to strike a balance between intervention and respect for the past, ensuring that art remains both authentic and accessible for future generations. The line between art and appropriation. The debate over the line between artistic expression and cultural appropriation is one of the most complex and contentious issues in contemporary art. While artists have long drawn inspiration from different cultures, histories, and styles, questions arise when such influences cross into appropriation, when elements of a culture are used without understanding, respect, or proper credit. This issue is particularly pressing when dominant groups borrow from marginalized communities, often reducing rich traditions to mere aesthetic choices while ignoring their deeper cultural significance. One of the primary concerns with cultural appropriation in art is the imbalance of power. Throughout history, Western artists have frequently borrowed from non-Western cultures, often without recognition of the original context or the people to whom these traditions belong. For example, Pablo Picasso and other modernist artists took inspiration from African masks and sculptures, incorporating their forms into cubism without acknowledging the deep spiritual and cultural meanings behind the objects. While these artistic movements were celebrated, the African artists who originally created these forms remained largely unrecognized. Appropriation becomes even more problematic when it leads to the exploitation of a culture for commercial or aesthetic gain. In the fashion industry, for example, indigenous designs, textiles, and motifs have been used by major brands without credit or compensation to the communities that developed them. Similarly, contemporary artists sometimes incorporate sacred symbols, religious imagery, or traditional techniques from marginalized cultures into their work without permission or understanding, leading to accusations of disrespect or even theft. However, the distinction between appropriation and appreciation is not always clear-cut. Artists often engage with different cultures as a way of learning, celebrating, or paying homage. Many argue that cultural exchange is a natural and necessary part of artistic evolution. The question, then, is how to engage with cultural influences in a way that is ethical and respectful. This often means giving credit to the original sources, understanding the significance of the borrowed elements, and ensuring that the communities being referenced are not erased or misrepresented in the process. Some artists work directly with the cultures they are inspired by, collaborating with local artisans, seeking permission, or sharing profits. Others strive to contextualize their work in a way that acknowledges its sources, making clear distinctions between influence and appropriation. Museums and galleries are also beginning to reconsider how they exhibit works that have been shaped by cultures outside the artist's own, striving for greater historical accuracy and ethical representation. Ultimately, the line between art and appropriation depends on factors such as intent, power dynamics, and respect. While artistic freedom is essential, it must be balanced with an awareness of history, ethics, and the voices of those whose cultures are being represented. Chapter 13. Conclusion. Art is more than a visual experience. It is a way of seeing, interpreting, and engaging with the world. Throughout history, art has served as a means of communication, a form of self-expression, a tool for social critique, and a reflection of cultural identity. As we have explored in this book, the meaning of art is not fixed, but shaped by the artist, the viewer, and the broader cultural and historical context in which it exists. From the techniques and principles that define visual language to the controversies and ethical dilemmas that surround artistic expression, every aspect of art contributes to a deeper understanding of both the individual and the collective human experience. One of the key themes that emerges in the study of art is the subjectivity of interpretation. Whether viewing a Renaissance masterpiece or a contemporary digital artwork, no two people will see the same piece in exactly the same way. Our backgrounds, beliefs, and experiences shape our perceptions, highlighting the dynamic relationship between the viewer and the artwork. This interplay challenges the notion of a singular, correct interpretation and instead encourages open dialogue, allowing multiple perspectives to coexist. Another essential takeaway is the evolving nature of art. As societies change, so do the ways in which art is created, consumed, and understood. The digital revolution has expanded artistic possibilities, blurring the boundaries between traditional and new media. AI-generated art, interactive installations, and virtual reality experiences have transformed what it means to be an artist and a viewer. At the same time, globalization has led to a greater exchange of artistic traditions, raising questions about appropriation, authenticity, and the ethics of artistic borrowing. These developments remind us that art is not static. It is an ongoing conversation shaped by cultural, technological, and historical forces. Moreover, the role of institutions, from museums to online platforms, continues to influence how art is valued and perceived. Questions of ownership, representation, and accessibility remain central to discussions about the future of art. Who decides what is worthy of preservation? How does commercialization impact artistic integrity? These are questions that will continue to shape the art world for generations to come. Ultimately, art remains one of the most powerful means of human expression. It invites us to see beyond the surface, to question, to feel, and to connect with something greater than ourselves. Whether through painting, sculpture, film, or digital media, art challenges us to think critically, to embrace complexity, and to engage with the world in a more meaningful way. In this sense, the study of art is not just about looking, it is about truly seeing.